reminder.
Go. Hello guys. Welcome to a very considerable severe weather day today. This is May 6th, 2024. 6:33 p.m. Central Standard Time. We are currently tracking a very dangerous situation that is about to begin in Oklahoma. There is a very rare high risk. This is not common. This is very rare. 23,000 square miles are in the high risk. Almost 2 million people are in the high risk. If we pull it up here, let me shut this stuff off. Hold up. One sec. Before I pull this up, let me shut the warnings off real quick. This is the high risk area. The storms are slowly entering it, and as they do, they're really gonna pick up. It's really gonna pick up here, guys. It's like this. We're gonna have to watch these as they get in the high risk zone because this is gonna get bad. Very concerning. Again, it's been a while since we have seen. Please ban him. Since we have seen a day like this, March 31st is the last day I can recall. 30% hatch tornado risk for this area. Oklahoma City, almost up into Wichita. Wichita suburbs are in this, but this means if you're in this area, anywhere near this area, there's a 30% risk of seeing an EF2 to EF5 tornado within 30 miles of any point. So if you're in this area, anywhere in the hatch area, really, you need to have a plan. Because days like today are the days that become deadly very quickly if you don't have a plan. This will become a nighttime threat. This is quite literally off the charts. They ran a tornado weather balloon sounding near Norman, University of Oklahoma meteorology basically ran a balloon sounding near Norman, and it was insane. They recorded a cap is almost gone. Cape is going up very fast. So is the storm relative helicity. It is going to be bad for folks in Oklahoma City Metro and all points north here in a few hours. We're going to cover it. We're going to cover it as they come into the city, out of the city, and as they get bad because this is not looking good for folks down here. Let's get into that. Let me turn this on. That's a little bit of an intro. This storm near Oakwood actually.
Punching winds here are beginning to accelerate here. That's called the rear inflow jet. It'll cause a bow-like structure.
This storm near Oakwood looks very concerning. There's a possibility for actually a pretty good amount of rotation here.
So that's coming right along I-70 into Junction
and it definitely
City.
could get nudged. There's a lot of storms that look like there's a possibility you have a supercellular development.
Imminently tornadic with it, though. Okay, so there you go. The most concerning Kansas and Nebraska storms covered. And
look how quick these things have developed.
Watching in Tennessee, looks like most of the storms over there are pretty much done as we enter past sundown in the Eastern time zone. What little instability there was for these storms over here that needed to make up for the lack of spin in the atmosphere is now starting to wane. So I don't see very much of concern in Tennessee. Okay, in Oklahoma. So much to cover today. Latest on our storm, I think that the beginning of our next cycle of the storm that is approaching Pond Creek and Kremlin in Oklahoma, our northern tornado-warned storm, is starting here. I see
this looks like a good rotation in here.
Showing up on the radar again. That's going to have to punch out through some of the outflow that the storm has put out in front of it right now. And once it catches up with that, it does have the chance to produce a tornado again here. And all of our chasers, pretty much all of them, will let you know when that happens because we have a ton of them on that storm. Further south, the leading supercell that's going to impact areas near Lacey.
No, we're losing a lot of quality on the stream.
Wacomis That one's tough. Along Highway
I heard the
81
north
here
one
in
is a really
Oklahoma,
good
that is
possibility
not
of
currently
producing a
tornado
tornado
warned.
again.
The rotation on
A
that
lot of
is
these things
rather
actually have
broad,
crazy
despite
hooks that they're
its
trying to form.
a pretty menacing appearance here. I think it's being pushed forward by the supercell to the south and west of it. The forward flank is kind of getting pushed forward into that storm, so it's taking on a little bit of an odd, large hook shape there.
Last high risk
No
was
tornado warning on that.
March
I
31st,
don't see
2023.
in particular a reason for that to be warned in the near term. I could understand if there is a preventative warning in place for it. And then back further south and west, we have several more storms that will likely remain supercellular for quite a bit of time or come together here, even as far southwest as Elk City. I think that these are cells that will get closer to the Oklahoma City metro area in 3 or 4 or 5 hours from now, anywhere in that time zone. Your stormiest hour will be well into the early nighttime. So make sure you're aware of that time frame. I'm sure a lot of outlets have told you about that time frame. So hopefully this is going to add to it. Let us be one more, and let us be one also live coverage of it so that you can get the most up-to-date information with solid scientific background. Right, Ryan?
Yeah, this could get really bad really quickly. Folks, we're just updating you guys. These things are discreet. They can go discreet. These might merge together here, actually. Curious. I'm not even gonna start. And these things are still formed up behind it. It's really a training supercell risk. The possibility of them becoming a line has really gone down. Ryan Hall's muted. So that's why you're not hearing him.
Daggone it. Muted again.
Whoa, look at this.
Listen, I am under the weather today. You've got to give me a little bit of a break.
Whoa.
Okay. I was getting so good. I was on such a streak. I didn't have that problem for a long time, but we're back. Unmuted now. I didn't say anything important anyways. We was just talking about Tennessee. No, I'm just joking. Tennessee's important. All right. But we've got some big storms out here, but they're dying out. They're dying off for the most part. But
he's talking about Tennessee, not Oklahoma.
Springs and Gruelty Lager under a severe thunderstorm warning. And
new tornado warning.
I was also kind of complaining about
it's a storm you're looking at. This thing looks like it could really wrap up good, guys. I'd say Hennessy. We actually were talking about these towns not too long ago.
Anyways,
this is north of the metro. This is north of the Oklahoma City metro,
really
near Perry, Marshall, up towards Stillwater.
A new tornado warning
Look
has been
out.
issued.
We're really going to get storms will pick up
and
quick.
This one looks really mean as well. Look at this supercell. That is a classic looking supercell on radar there. And now we've got the rotation to back it up. We've got a decent couplet forming here. And this is moving in the general direction of Lacey, Cato, Bison, and Wakamas. Wakamas.
Let me get News 9 up here because it's a lot more organized. This area here, watch it. I'll tell you, watch it area. That thing could come together
the chat
big.
goes crazy like that.
I'm very concerned for the Oklahoma City metro. There's a hook echo on this storm. Let me pull it up.
Thanks for pointing it out.
Right here. Well-defined hook echo that might get a bit of a nudge from this storm, actually, and it'll help it train as it hopefully misses the town of Hennessy. It'll be awfully close, and there are still, like we said, many homes up here.
Now, looks like another storm that's going to be capable of producing a tornado here very soon.
I'm trying to get all my news guys up here. KFOR, like Mike Morgan, I'm going to get.
But now, because the forward flank of that storm is pushing into the hook of this storm, I think that this one's actually more capable of producing an imminent tornado. So I would be getting in my safe spot, preferably underground, in Parvin, Lacey, Cato, Bar, and Wakamas.
This is dangerous right here. Go Aaron Brackett.
Wakamas.
Yeah, Mike, we see that right now. You're looking at it off of our interceptor roof camera. We're near Watonga right now. And again, there's been some lowerings that have kind of presented themselves over and over. We're seeing that. This is a tornado-warned storm with a pretty good circulation on it. Basically, we're between Oakwood and Watonga right now, heading east toward Watonga. And it looks, it's moving.
All these have possibility
almost due east. Tornado. It might be trying to take a little bit more of a right-hand turn, just a little bit as it becomes more established. But right over Oakwood right now, Watonga, not
this looks bad,
technically
guys.
in the tornado warning,
It.
but it's right there. You got to take your tornado precautions. And again, we're showing you some kind of low-hanging features that have some subtle rotation to them.
Whoa, look at this thing.
So
look
far,
at the cloud rotation out here, guys.
Contact with the ground, but the storm is tornado warned. There's a lot of rotation, and there's just a lot of strong southerly winds that are just ripping into this thing. And of course, we're getting, closer and closer to sunset. Obviously, still plenty of daylight, but that low-level jet's going to come in here and just kind of ramp things up a little bit more. So folks need to be really, really aware of this and all the other storms that we're watching that have impressive presentations on radar. Again, nothing on the ground right now, but all it takes is a split second. We're right on top of it.
Okay, we'll check back with you, Aaron. What you folks in Hennessy need to know is that it's a really powerful mesocyclone that has a developing large tornado.
Yeah,
and it looks like it's very much
right
the
here.
real deal. So Highway 51 corridor, very much the real deal. Funnel at Hillsdale, you can scan that QR code, the Forewarn Me app, absolutely free, streaming video, radar updates, all those great things there. A powerful tool on days like this. So Funnel at Hillsdale, west of Kremlin. Let's go to Corey Inman with an update. That's the storm north of Enid. Go, Corey.
Yeah, Mike, we're about 3 miles to the east of Hillsdale. You're looking back to the west, right over and just
seems
to
like
the
may have
just to the
weakened
east
out
of
here.
Hillsdale, and you can see
right here,
rotation's really increased right here,
That's
just to the west
concerning.
of us. We did have 2 brief funnels.
Oh man,
the rotation was really
kind of
weak when those funnels happened, and they just kind of blew out. And now we're starting to get a really strong localized area of spin right here, just on the east side of Hillsdale. This thing's tracking almost due east, so Hillsdale over to Kremlin, Hunter, Pond Creek, and eventually on over towards the Deer Creek and Medford areas. Definitely pay attention. This thing continues to cycle right now, have strong rotation just to the east of Hillsdale.
Okay, Corey Inman, thank you so much. Back to Max 1 here. So here's north central
like
Oklahoma.
It could really wrap up good
and
here,
the funnel
guys.
cloud there, Hillsdale. So Pond Creek, tornado warning. Carrier tornado warning, and from there, just to the northwest of Billings is where that's going, and then from there, the Blackwell Tonkawa Airport, and Blackwell, and then eventually Tonkawa, and Ponca City is where that is tracking. So funnel cloud there, ongoing tornado warning there, Hillsdale. John Slater, big, there you go. Go, John.
How's that?
Mike, we can see a possible tornado just to our south right now. We're east of O'Kane on Highway 51, looking due south. We just got out of the door with large hail. You can see the bowl quite clearly right there.
See what he's talking about.
About 2 miles to our south.
Near O'Kane, right possible there. Tornado on the ground.
Circulation. It's a pretty strong circulation. I'm not sure if there's a tornado warning on this storm, but there should be. That is a bowl right there. Very close to being a tornado. 2 miles to our south. We're just a couple miles east of O'Kane on Highway 51 looking south.
Man, that does not
We're watching it. Back to you.
Yeah, we're showing a powerful mesocyclone in there. I think it's fair to say that would be a developing life-threatening situation. Folks do not want to be in a mobile home in this. And we're talking about everybody on Highway 51. And Highway 51 is a popular thoroughfare. We all know that. So Hennessy westbound from east of O'Kane. O'Kane had 3-inch diameter hail. Big time circulation here. The Highway 51 corridor, that is a tornado right there that John's looking at. That's the tornado ongoing. You see the big hook there folding over on itself. So that, as John said, pretty good sized tornado right there. John Slater's looking at it live. So here's Hennessy right here. This is up into southern Garfield County right here, and we'll go to the time of arrival there. So we're talking about Hennessy here at just about 7 o'clock. So 14 minutes from right now. From there, Marshall, Covington, Mulhall, northern Logan County, and there's the red-green coming together. That's the tornado. And John Slater just showed you a picture of it. Let's go back to John. So heads up there, Hennessy, up into southern Garfield County, south of Wacomas and Bison. Go, John.
Mike, I can still see the bowl. It's almost on the ground. You might not be able to see in my shot because I'm kind of zoomed in, but that looks like a tornado to me on the ground right now. We're south of Highway 51, just a few miles
I can't get
east
anyone
of
in
Oak
here.
Creek.
This
I'm
thing
looking
is
due
so
south.
rain
That's
wrapped.
a tornado on the ground right now. I'm confirming that that is a tornado on the ground. Just to our south right now, huge mesocyclone around this thing right now, Mike.
Oh yeah,
I
it's
don't know if
definitely
you can see it. It's wrapped in the rain. There's this
definitely
dark
on the
image.
ground. We got KFR.
I mean, it's on. See it? It's wrapped in the rain. There's this dark image.
Big rain wrapped tornado right
it's
in
on
there,
the ground.
guys.
Back to you.
Yeah, so it's going to be right there on the Kingfisher and.
Yeah, it's on the ground. I'm almost certain of it. I can't get through anyone on Radar Omega. It's lagging so hard. Wow, look at that. That's actually pretty strong.
John's live stream.
The hook
and
is coming up
take
here,
that
guys.
full. That's the tornado right there.
Tornado
Again, hot red,
right
hot
here,
green coming together.
That's
and when you see the green go to blue,
tornado on the ground here.
And the red will change color too. That's becoming a powerful tornado. John's looking at it right now. So it's on Highway 51 within literally a few hundred yards of Highway 51 now crossing into Kingfisher County near the bend in the road west of Hennessy. That is a large tornado on the ground. You see it right there from John Slater's stream. Dangerous situation. Any mobile homes on Highway 51 would not be safe right here. You need to exercise that tornado safety plan immediately from Hennessy down Highway 51 westbound from there. Go John Slater.
Mike, it's wrapped in rain right now. I saw talking a funnel all the way to the ground. I'm 100% positive. So there's been a tornado that touched down here. It's wrapped in rain right now.
Yeah, there's so much rain.
There's a very strong circulation with this storm. Look at this inflow coming in from the cold air up here to the northeast. It's pretty incredible right now. So we've got strong northeast winds here, but it's actually inflow. Think, oh, it's cold air, it's outflow. No, it's inflow from the core, and the warm inflow is coming probably about a mile or so to our east, and it's all mixing together here. You got the cold inflow.
Man, I'm losing my stream on this thing.
Very strong location here, and
wow,
the mozo is actually, if you look to the south on this dirt road, the tornado is on the ground just south of the dirt road here that we're looking due south. So it's right in that area right there. But there's huge inflow with this storm. So very dangerous storm. Also, at least golf ball, probably baseball size hail with this storm as we're coming
it's on the ground. I can't get News 9's
so the latest right now, I can't see it like I did about 5 minutes ago. I'm telling you, it was on the ground for sure, but I can't 100% confirm it's on the ground. It's right now. It's kind of rain wrapped right now.
The tornado is
just south of my
a mile and a half straight, almost straight south of us now. And the movement on it, I guess, appears to be east or east-northeast, is the best I could tell.
Stream's lost it here. This is Valcaster. These guys have been doing this for a long time.
On that. We're going to try to get to we can find a better spot here. You let us know when that video comes back on.
I'd say immediate tornado precautions if necessary.
It's very possible, David, that there could be another tornado form very, very maybe just east of us.
Wow, look at this.
Is crazy out here.
There, look at that. Look at that.
Rotation.
Could be a tornado on the ground right here, guys. Could be a tornado on the ground.
How bad the situation. I think it's finally starting to show itself, David.
All right. Nice job. Nice job, Val. Val needs to stay with it here, and I know he will. Let's go back to Links 1. And this is Val.
Strong
this is
rotation.
Bob. There's the tornado. It's right here. It's
strong.
making its way. It was moving northeast. Now it's more just easterly, east-northeast.
It's changing direction. So, you guys, this thing is devious.
Crosses over. And hey, Greg, let's just get him right up in here. Just have him come right up in here.
Wow, look at the hook.
Lacey, go ahead and back out of this on Links 1. It's Kingfisher right here. Just have him get right up in here. Okay? He's right there, just right up in here, and he ought to be in a sweet spot. All right, all right, Val, we have your shot. You're still up. Tornado continues on the ground. So far, it's been a fairly wide tornado, a multiple vortex tornado.
Jeez.
That's been, I'd say, about 1/8 of a mile wide, no more than that at this point. Might have been a little wider for a minute. And that's right here, and that's what Val is looking at. Another tornado warning continues back east of Oakwood.
What do you mean acting like El Reno?
And
zoom in on that.
Hank's right there. It's going to Eagle City and north of Eagle City.
Jeremy's just south of Eagle City.
Okay. I don't see anything in Jeremy's shot. I see Hank's shot. Where's Hank on this?
Hank
debris ball. There's a debris ball with this tornado that's doing damage.
I see a funnel. Looks like maybe in Hank's shot. And these storms are all severe down in here. All severe.
North of Parvin, this thing is a damaging tornado.
Big hail, big wind. Nothing tornadic right now, but that could certainly
change.
This
is small, but it's damaging.
Down to the southwest. Let's go ahead and jump back down in here.
We lost Bob
and
Street.
Near Foss and Elk City.
That's
Again, these
a damaging
storms are increasing.
tornado.
They're getting stronger. More than likely, we'll try to produce tornadoes as they come down I-40 towards Oklahoma City. That's a little bit later on. Let's go back north. Let's go back to
rotation.
Valshot. Valcaster, let's go back. Can we see the tornado again?
This local road
it looks like we're getting a debris ball. Go ahead and give us an update.
We got debris on it.
On the tornado. Can we see the tornado? Go ahead.
Yeah, so we cannot see it, David. I think it's wrapped in the rain. If it is still on the ground, it is definitely wrapped in the rain. And I'll tell you this,
Lacey,
the last time we saw it, right before we lost sight of it from the rain, it was getting bigger. I mean, it wasn't a cone anymore.
Right?
It was more of a, wide,
indicating
like
debris.
I would say a very wide cone,
debris being
something like that.
In through
and it was getting bigger at the ground.
Tornado.
It's still multiple
Let's
vortex
go back to John
from what we
Slater
can see.
with an update. John, powerful tornado,
and there's
very close to you right now.
Strong circulation all around it. I'm going to turn around and go back, and I can see if I can catch it coming out of the rain.
Right now, I'm looking back to our southwest.
But our shot's back really good now.
River right here, going east on Highway 51.
Rotation may have fizzled out. It's still there. It's definitely still here. Right now, it looks like it may be going over a lake, Salt Creek River, actually. It'll hit a few homes near the river. N2 710 Road. This is again, this is just north of Parvin, directly north of Parvin, Oklahoma. All these storms are starting to really pick it up, except this one. This one's kind of doing some weird stuff, but this one's in a really good spot. These ones down here are concerning, guys.
Right now, but you can see kind of the greenish tint here. So this storm is producing large, damaging hail. And again, you can see
I mean, these things are here. Hold up.
Northeast wind
They're here.
This thing has had a tail
They're
coming in
30 miles from the high risk, and then another 60 miles to Oklahoma City. So, guys, we really got to be watching Oklahoma City. This is concerning.
The possible tornado is wrapped in the core just over that hill in front of us, so we don't have a great view of it right now. But we're going to continue to follow it east. Could still be on the ground. There's still rapid rotation in this area. So just because I'm not seeing the tornado doesn't mean that it isn't on the ground. And, Mike, the only way we saw that tornado, we were in the bear's den, right? We were in there, inside the hook, and there was that little dry slot on the northeast side of the circulation. Now, we were able to see that tornado for about 45 seconds. And I'm positive I saw a tornado, but then it just got wrapped up in rain again. So this is a high precipitation storm. It's making that transition, right, as it pushes towards the 70 dew points here in central Oklahoma. You got the low level jet cranking right now. We got rain curtains. Look at this. We're looking back east. Look at the rain curtains ahead of us. Inflow rain curtains. That's a south to north wind. You see that crossing? We're going east on Highway 51. So this circulation, we're in the circulation. We're going to book it east and follow it eastward. Back to you, Mike.
Yeah. Okay, so John, so here's what's going on. So near Parvin and just north of Parvin and west of Lacey, this is Highway 51 right here.
Man,
John
raining.
Slater is in what we call the bear's den or the bear's cage. He's actually inside the mesocyclone itself. And when they're rain wrapped, that's sometimes the only way you can see these. 3-inch diameter hail on the north side of this, which is immediately to his north, and immediately to his south is the ongoing tornado. So again, the Parvin, Hennessy, Lacey area, very dangerous here. It is wrapped up in rain. John's right there. He showed us pictures of the tornado just a few minutes ago as it was wrapping up in rain. It's ongoing. Let's go back over to Max 1. It has turned to the right. It has turned more due easterly. So again, it had an eye in it a moment ago. We're showing a debris signature as well.
Wow.
And we'll zoom on in. The eye has gone away. That didn't really mean anything. There's kind of a debris ball looking thing going on right there. So we're talking about basically, if it doesn't veer off, it's going to be a direct hit on Lacey. And it's going to be here in just a couple of minutes. It's basically in just the next couple of minutes, Lacey. And if it keeps turning right like it is, it's going to be Hennessy. So this is mobile homes will be very, very dangerous in this situation.
Yeah, there's a lot of
It'll
mobile
be wrapped
homes
up in rain. If
you guys want me to skip with KFR here because I'm trying to change
So here's the velocity, and there is the tornado. Basically, there may be potentially two. It's like the main tornado might be still on the ground on south of 51, and a new tornado may be on the northern side of 51. So John is basically right in the middle of it. And we'll zoom on in here, and Lacey, there's Lacey.
This
and
is
there's a
definitely
tornado
on the ground
right
still.
there.
Right here, though, there could be.
And here is a possible tornado right here. And here's Lacey.
Man, look at that
so
thing.
Lots of damaging winds, 80, 90 miles an hour. Let's go back over to John Slater. Everybody in Lacey should be in their safe spot right now. Dangerous storm right here. Go, John.
Hey, yeah, Mike, we're still kind of booking it to the east here on Highway 51.
Should I put it on like this?
Ahead of it. We're on the very outer circulation of it right now. The rain bands are still going by, but we're getting out of the grips of the mesocyclone here. We're going to get ahead of it here, and we're going to turn around back west. Looking at Doppler radar and what we saw, this thing is probably on the ground. You can see that TBS signature right behind us a couple miles. So, yeah, dangerous storm. Everyone in the path of this storm, definitely a risk of a tornado, no doubt about it.
That's
in
not
this
good
storm,
situation.
the problem is it's wrapped with very large hail and heavy rain, so you're really not going to see it until it's right on top of you. And for the viewers at home, don't try to do this at home, really. You're not. This isn't going to be your Wizard of Oz tornado where it's clearly going to be, a stovepipe type thing. This is going to be, wrapped in rain, and if you see it, you're in big trouble. You got to get out of the way. So anyway, we got to look at it because we were up on the northeast side. You see that hook, right? And there's a dry air wrapping it in the northeast. So we just popped out from the core in that hook. So there's a little area of dry air there that we could actually see the tornado, which was just to our south, a mile or so on the ground at that time. So again, very dangerous storm right now. We're going to turn around here and look back to the west. We'll continue to keep you forewarned as this storm heads off to the east. Mike, back to you.
Okay, immediate Lacey area, dangerous, life-threatening situation right here, Highway 51. Chopper is now over Hennessy, looking to the west. Mason Dunn has possible power flashes. Go, Mason.
Oh, wow.
Well, Mike, you can definitely see power flashes inside the rain. It is rain wrapped. There's a lot of hail.
Do we have power flashes?
Front. Look at that green tent. We're kind of looking at the front. So the tornado is in there or just to the left. Go a little, Travis. It's going to be right in there.
Look at all the chasers. My God.
Looking,
there are too many people on these roads, guys.
2 miles.
I really don't like this. I don't
can
like
see a lot of storm trackers.
Yeah, so you're looking there at Highway 51. You see all those cars down there. They're heading east. It's fair to say a lot of those are storm chasers. And Mason had power flashes.
There's way too many storm
just
chasers
to the
on
left
this
of 51, which makes perfect sense. Would be just on the south side of 51, and we're talking about Lacey, the town of Lacey, and Mason is basically over Hennessy looking to the west. All the headlights there, many of those are storm trackers out there trying to get out ahead of the mesocyclone, and John is right down there as well. Mason, so again,
I don't like it. I don't like how many
you see
storm
Highway
chasers
51
we have
right
here.
there on your screen. You and Travis,
I don't like it.
Update here, ongoing tornado warning, Lacey to Hennessy.
Yeah, power flashes. You're looking at back in it, in the rain-wrapped tornado probably in there.
Go ahead, Mason.
Yeah, guys, back with you. We are west of Hennessy, moving a little south, trying to get on the south side of the hail.
There's
a lot of hail, a lot of rain
out
in front of this storm.
Can't even tell where the tornado is.
So the tornado may be lifting now to the north. It may be lifting to the north into Garfield County.
Man, this thing's just
so heads up even south side of Wacomas. So south side of Wacomas,
classic storm,
Lacey
guys.
right now. And then up toward Covington and Fairmont. Marshall heads up for you. Looks like it's a lifting more a little bit to the northeast
classic
now.
tornado,
and
classic
it shows the velocity, big, giant mesocyclone right there. And likely
do you guys
a strong
like my radar radar like this?
And a lot of damaging wind out here coming through Lacey. A lot of damaging wind out here west of Hennessy as well. The tornado may be lifting more to the north up here into southern Garfield County, but it's a giant circulation here, and there's a big arc of damaging winds here on the front side of that. So Mason's had some power flashes. There's Lacey. So that's likely a tornado literally within a mile of Lacey right now. We don't want to see this. And little tiny Cato right there. But right over the Lacey area. So Mason, any power flashes here lately? Looks like the main circulation is basically over Lacey right now on 51.
Man. There are homes over here, there's cemeteries over here.
I see some flashes. I'm not quite sure if they're power flashes. There is a lot of lightning, as you know, out here, and a lot of hail. You're looking at the hail right there, the green tent out in front of this storm. It's a massive storm. We're just south and west of Hennessy, looking straight to the west here. And so far right now, I do not see any power flashes, but like I said, it's heavily wrapped in rain, and hopefully there's not any power flashes. So If anything changes, we'll get back to you. From McIntyre Law, Chopper 4, back to you.
Okay, ongoing tornado warning right there. The tornado may or may not have lifted. We're losing a little bit of the really confirmed absolutely yes tornado signature, which is really good. Has a lot of damaging wind with it, still a powerful hook. And basically right there on the Kingfisher-Garfield County line. And the rotation center is now basically near and just north of Highway 51. We'll pull all the way in here, and you see still quite possibly a tornado sitting right there. And where is Lacey? Lacey's right there. It's within a mile of Lacey. Let's go to John Slater on Highway 51. He kind of got out ahead of it, which is good. Let's see what he's got right now. John?
Yeah, Mike, it is good because we're not in danger. But if you want to see a tornado, not so good, because from this vantage point, it's really hard to see the tornado. So remember we talked about that northeast inflow band coming in. Well, you can see that inflow band right there on the right side of your television set. That's the inflow band that we were under. Like and then we could see the tornado looking back behind that into the storm. But right now, from this vantage point where we're a mile or two east of that circulation, we just can't see the tornado. It's just wrapped in rain and large hail. So we're out of danger, but I can't give you a view of the tornado at this point because it's just obscured the way these these tornadoes are, these mesocyclones, when they're so wrapped up like this. Sometimes the only way to see it is when you're in that northeast side or you're actually inside the hook. Unfortunately, it's a dangerous place to be. But anyway, so we are ahead of the storm right now. We're going to continue to follow it. It's got a very strong circulation on the radar. I can see the inflow bands coming in. You can see the greenish tint. So it's got large hail, damaging winds, and a tornado. It's moving off to the east. Back to you, Mike.
So, John, how far east of Lacey would you say you are? How far west of Hennessy?
Well, I think we're probably less
than
than 20 miles
Is my broadcast been doing better
today,
guys? Am I more on my game
we're less
than
than
the other
20
days?
miles west of Hennessy.
Okay, on Highway 51 right there. So John showed us the shot of it as it was wrapping up in rain. So that's the latest on that ongoing tornado warning with it. Let's go to Aaron Brackett in the Interceptor right now. Aaron's down in Blaine County, the next storm down the line, with an update. Aaron?
Yeah, Mike, we're in Watonga, just barely off to the north, so kind of central Blaine County. If we could kind of pan into the far left-hand side here, Chris McPhee is going to take a look at this. There is a ton of rain and hail in this thing just off to our north. And if you look to the left, you can actually see some fairly good wind shear. We're going to kind of reposition the camera for you. And you can see some of the lower clouds kind of coming out as some of that rain cool air near the surface is falling out and wrapping out. And then behind it, you can see the clouds moving to the right. So there's some overall broad circulation in this storm right here. Again, our view is just north of Watonga. There is a tornado warning. It does technically include Watonga, but a lot of the circulation, again, off to the north near Hitchcock, and that's where all that hail is right now that we're looking at. So this would be the back side of that storm. It is just completely engulfed in rain right now. We're also watching thunderstorms that are coming up near Custer City, Butler, and Elk City. We were looking at the Warren forecast here, super high-res future radar, and these thunderstorms coming just north of I-40 toward the metro look like they're just going to enhance and kind of ramp up as we continue on the next couple hours. So we're going to watch all this stuff that's downstream too, but for now, just north of Watonga, watching quite a bit of wind shear and just a torrential rain and hail.
Okay, thank you so much for that, Aaron. Let's go back over to radar here on Max 1. So we're still showing what likely is an ongoing tornado here, and it has lifted a little bit more to the north. So Highway 51 northward now. A lot of damaging wind on 51, which could be in excess of 80 miles per hour. The tornado looks to be ongoing, and between Hennessy and Wacomas on Highway 81. So anybody on Highway 81 between Wacomas and Hennessy, mobile homes would not be safe. This is a very powerful circulation. Aaron Brackett was just talking about this storm right here with the ongoing tornado warning, not too far from Hitchcock. But here's the time of arrival on the lead storm. We'll go back over to Mason Dunn. Mason, it looks like that it may have lifted. The main circulation may be trying to lift a little bit farther to the north. So we're talking about areas southwest of Wacomas right now as Mason does a big arcing turn. At flight level, he's probably got winds of 50 plus up here at flight level, feeding into that tornadic circulation, and we'll zoom on into it. Let's go ahead and take this full as he brings the chopper around. We'll take Max 1 full and take a look on Max 1, the area of rotation. And this area right here north of Lacey And then just east of Lacey, that's Garfield County. This is Kingfisher County right here, zoomed on into the city streets. So Wacomas here, Highway 81. Wacomas is right here, down Highway 81 to Hennessy right here. Let's go to Mason Dunn in the chopper, looking at it right now live. Mason?
Well, I can tell you that it's gotten pretty rough out here. This storm is pushing off to the east, it appears, and we are just east of it. So, of course, the velocities are very, very bright green and red. Looks like it's getting
CC
wrapped
drop,
up.
though.
And Travis is trying to give you a shot of it here as I'm turning back around to the south here, looking to the west. So I hope it's not on the ground. If it is rain wrapped, but we can actually see this little wall cloud right in here. So McIntyre Law Chopper 4 is right up here with it. If anything changes, we'll let you know. But it's got a good notch and a hook there with the velocities. It's just I can't imagine it not being on the ground. But if it is, it's rain wrapped. But we'll keep you updated and keep you forewarned. Back to you.
Okay, so it's definitely turning more to the north. And here's your time of arrival. Let's go ahead and go to Max 1. It's by far the strongest circulation in the state right here. So Highway 81 here between Hennessy
I do gotta say the
and
rotation
Wacomas.
is slowly becoming
so
more
here's your
straight
time
line
of arrival
winds.
right here, Hennessy, and then
Just a
Marshall over
large
there by
area. The couplets
737
becoming
and Covington,
less,
talking about southeastern Garfield County.
defined.
So we'll go ahead and take a look at the velocities. You see the hot red and the hot green. We've lost a little bit more of what we call gate to gate, which is right next to each other, showing a tornado vortex signature. It's still in there for sure. Big arcing inflow gust front coming into it. So this is a really strong circulation, and circulations like this, under conditions like this, can produce higher end tornadoes. So take this really to heart here. Damaging winds coming into Hennessy, could be 80 to 90 miles per hour. And ongoing tornado likely here, big circulation. Got a couple little eddies inside of that showing possible tornadoes intermittently inside of that, but all the way up to the south side of Wacomas, up and down Highway 81 right there. Let's go back over to John Slater with an update. Looking back to the west, he's on the west side of Hennessy right now. John?
Well, we're still heading eastbound, Mike. There's some really nice
Let me drop this.
on the anvil as this storm is just behind us. The tornadic supercell is behind us. But the structure of these storms is so unbelievably, unique. Meteorologically speaking, just awesome to look at. We know that these storms, are very powerful and they're very dangerous and they cause a lot of problems. But meteorologically, I can even say it speaking, there's all kinds of stuff to look at. We're looking at the anvil blowing off, and it's just got some really neat structure. But that storm is still behind us. It is wrapped in rain and hail. I'm looking at the radar.
This thing is kind of pushing.
Look back out the window here. We're going to get a view here. We're going to
watch the south camera.
He might give you a view of the storm.
Let's see.
We can't see
He
it
might have
from our vantage point. It's just wrapped up in rain, and there's a lot of outflow. Looking at radar, there's
it is
really
raining
good
so heavy. He's close. He's actually
westerly winds coming around the south side of that circulation right now. So I think the only thing that could happen from here is that it could redevelop in the warm sector to the southeast, and that's what we'll be watching for if that meso actually redevelops another tornado on the southeast side. We're watching for that. Mike, back to you.
Okay, we're going to take a moment here and kind of step back if you're just now joining us. So here's the broad view. So this PDS tornado watch continues till 11. You folks in places like Woodward County are now clear. Down through Roger Mills County, you're clear. Ellis County, you're clear. And Woods County, you're also clear. So we've got the supercells here, developing supercell on the west side of Clinton, so heads up. That'll be coming pretty much basically down Interstate 40. And then north of that, a supercell near Fay and Thomas and Oakwood. And then a supercell southeast of Canton, near and north of Watonga and Roman Nose. Tornado warning on that one. And then the big time, possibly large and damaging tornado now on the Garfield-Kingfisher County line, northwest of Hennessy, and then a tornado warning still up by Pond Creek in northern Oklahoma in Grant County. Here's Oklahoma City right here. The winds are gusting to over 40 miles per hour, and the temperatures are really quite warm, and the dew points, the humidity levels are really thick and soupy. So near and after dark here, when the low-level jet stream intensifies, these are going to definitely keep going.
This may have been a long-tracking tornado.
I would hope they'll go away, but the trend is they're going to keep going and maintain some really high-end severity. We've had at least 3-inch diameter hail, so you see the tornado warnings in red, the confirmed tornado on the ground in purple. So tornado warning and then confirmed tornado on the ground in purple. And then up here in northern Oklahoma, that's going to be up here in Grant County. Let's go to Eric Dixon. Update for Lamont. Update for Tonkawa-Blackwell Airport. Grant County and Kay County. Eric Dixon is on that near Pond Creek right now. Ongoing tornado warning there. You folks in Grant County, heads up Lamont, and ongoing supercell. Very much still a powerful storm. Eric?
Yeah, Mike, I'm about to pass through Hunter, fixing to get on Highway 74. So I got the camera pointed east right now. As I'm looking back, I'll have the camera 3 minutes. So you want to come back and check on that. But as far as northbound, I do have a wall cloud that's kind of recycling. It's redeveloping again up here. It's not, terribly ominous like it's going to produce a tornado at any moment. But we've been staying with it here. So we're going to be moving east with it, and I'm going to hop on 74, go north, and we'll take another look at it. Mike.
Okay, so you're looking at radar right there on that storm. Eric Dixon there's tracking it. Ongoing tornado warning. Let's go take Max 1 full. And here's your time of arrival, keeping you folks up here in Kay County forewarned and out of Grant County. So Lamont, Deer Creek, Blackwell, Tonkawa Airport, 7:43. So that's in 29 minutes from right now. Blackwell, Ponca City, 8:02. Ponca City, 8:03. Newkirk, 8:08. So this is that northern supercell. You see the hook. It's still very much there. Still very much a tornado warning. So Lamont, Deer Creek, Nardin, Blackwell, Tonkawa Airport, heads up for you. Blackwell, heads up for you. Could produce tornadoes at any time coming out of Grant County up into Kay County. That's your update. Classic supercell with a hook, ongoing tornado warning. Still a dangerous storm. Again, there's your time of arrival right there. And zooming on in, the hook is just to the east of Pond Creek, just to the west of Lamont, and that's exactly where it's tracking. Lamont coming up in just a few minutes from right now. Rotation-wise, there, but not really over the top. It's just kind of chugging along. Not a whole lot of inflow, but it could change quickly. So Lamont, be ready to take your tornado precautions there for sure. It could ramp up. You're under a tornado warning right now. And again, there's your time of arrival for you folks there. It's cleared Alfalfa County. That's definitely good news. So look at the sink drain, the ongoing sink drain northwest of Hennessy, south of Wacomas. Sink drain about to cross Highway 81. Mike Bennett, I think Mike Bennett. What? Winslow. Let's go to Brian Winslow on it. Brian?
Yeah, Mike, we're about a mile south of Hennessy looking at the tornado-warned mezzo. It is rain-wrapped. We've paralleled it all the way from Hitchcock to Loyal to Dover, and now we're a mile south of Hennessy looking at it, and it has been rain-wrapped from our vantage point the entire time. Got the green tent, so we know there's large hail in there. There's going to be some very powerful winds along the south side of this mezzo as it crosses Highway 81. So we're sitting just a little bit south of it to stay out of those winds. But this is very well organized. The lightning has picked up 5 to 10-fold in the last 10 minutes.
Okay, we're going back east. Don't take us now because we don't have a show.
Back to you, Mike.
All right, so let's just know this. Let's go back over to Max 1. So it's going to be really hard to see. But know this, that may well be a powerful, large tornado right there. So this could be life-threatening for folks up here. You got to know that. Near and north of Hennessy. So again, here is the area right there. North of Highway 51, giant sink drain right there on the Kingfisher-Garfield County line. Covington, Orlando, Perry. Perry at about 8 o'clock, 45 minutes from right now. And then Stillwater, Morrison at about 8:20 to 8:25. All right, ahead of that, this could be a life-threatening situation. Everybody right in through here, know this. It's wrapped up in rain, but that is essentially a hole in the atmosphere right there, and it's all spinning into it. You can clearly see that. Look at the velocities. Look at it spin. It's like a big egg beater going around and around. It's a big area of strong rotation with a lot of high velocities in there. All that's got to do is change in dynamic just a little bit. If it isn't already still on the ground, it will be. And there's Douglas right here and Covington right here. And look at the size of that rotation. Let's go to Mike Bennett. So damaging winds around Hennessy. But on Highway 81 between Hennessy and Wacomas, real deal. Mobile homes will not be safe. Mike Bennett, go.
Okay, Mike. Yeah, we're north of Covington. We are working our way around to get position on this in case they have to hand off to us because of road options. And we'll be head towards the Marshall area, but we're going to position ourselves between Covington and Marshall, possibly Douglas, and as this thing tracks towards us. Very dangerous storm. Back to you.
Okay, let's go back over to Max 1. So all that matters right now is the safety of the folks ahead of this. And no, this is the real deal. Look at the colors. Look at the red get hotter. Look at the green get hotter. And look at the red and the green both hot coming together. That is either a big tornado or a developing big tornado. You want to measure that. Whoa. You're talking about over a mile in diameter right there. The whole mesocyclone is like 4 to 5 miles in diameter.
Like
inside of that, there are several hot spots.
But this is where
Could be a multi-vortex type situation here. That is a very powerful signature. Let's go to the chopper and Mason Dunn. So, Mason, it's about to cross Highway 81, about halfway between Hennessy and Wacomas right now.
Powerful tornado on the ground here, guys. Vortexal.
Okay, we are just south of
There's an
Hennessy,
eye on the radar.
To the west, northwest. It is very hazy, very rain-wrapped. Every now and then I see what I think
tornado on the ground.
is power flashes in there. So
look at this thing go.
Right now,
tornado on the ground, tornado on the ground.
It looks like this whole thing is spinning. There's a large hail out in the front of it that you're going to get
tail clouds
in the front in Wacomas or Hennessy. We are right in the notch looking to the northwest, and I cannot see it with the camera or with my eye. It's right in there.
It is.
As you can
large
see
tornado,
what we think is power flashes every now and then. The lightning should be up front of this storm, but that doesn't mean it can't lightning back here. So we're still keeping an eye on it.
Powerful
the winds
tornado.
have picked up, as you can imagine, but just looking at velocities and the notch right here, I wouldn't doubt if there's a tornado in there. Just
this
rain
is
wrapped.
very powerful. This
not,
is dangerous.
But,
I hope
we'll stay up here and keep you forewarned. McIntyre Law, Chopper 4, back to you.
Mike, there's confirmed damage 1 mile west of Lacey. So trees uprooted, power line snapped, single home structure damage. And that was earlier when it was picked up.
There you go. That the tornado there about a mile west of Lacey. So Mason you saw Travis irising up and irising down the camera to try to get depth, to look inside that basically hurricane's eye with the tornado being in the middle of the eye. That's what he was doing right there. And he says he sees what he thinks is occasional power flashes. So this is a really dangerous situation right here. And again, look at the red now is going over to a different color altogether. And the green has a big arcing inflow into it. So it looks like it's on the ground up right there, crossing 81, halfway between Wacomas and Hennessy. So let's go back over to the chopper. Again, red line, center line for Douglas and Covington. If you live in a mobile home up and through here, it will not be safe. We hope this goes away, but we don't see any sign that it's going to go away. That's a tornado right there. So we're going to be hanging with the chopper here, but just know that's what we're dealing with today. Go Mason.
Yeah, I'm making a turn to the right here. Get back on my radar here and see.
We're losing it.
We
Powerful
are
tornado.
around Hennessy right now in the wind farm.
Look at this.
And I'm making a turn to the right. The
this
winds
is
have
a large
picked up,
tornado.
I don't know, from
we
the
have
southeast,
two guys on it here.
As you can imagine, I've turned the helicopter right. I have to dive it down a little bit and add a little more power so we can make it. I don't want to say make it, but so we can continue our turn here. I'm going to head down to the south.
Look how dark it is. He's near
this
thing.
Storm appears to be moving northeast and east. So we are continuing to move east with it, right in the notch. But you cannot see if there's a tornado in there. You cannot see it. Like I said, I see occasional power flashes every now and then. Of course,
it is on the ground. I'm gonna end this right here.
This thing is on the ground. To the south is now tornado warning around Hitchcock. So it's going to be getting dark out here soon.
But man, this whole storm, you know, it went from not really doing much, and it cranked up. I mean, just like a light switch turning on.
The town of Bison needs to be underground.
Right
this town needs to be underground, guys.
Okay. What we're watching, look at our shot here. That's looking back to the west, straight west of us.
Yeah, it's pretty.
It's somewhere wrapped up in that rain.
Yeah, it definitely is.
So, there's a vortex.
Folks, we still think the tornado is on the ground right now, but like Val said, it has become wrapped in rain. We can show you that. Let's go back to Lynx 1 and look at the hook now. And where this thing is, the tornado did a complete wrap, and it's right in here. It's right there.
God,
that's the
man.
tornado.
These guys are really close to this thing.
Yeah, it's right
I can't
here.
even get to that guy. I hope he's okay.
Coming right on the county line now.
It's kind of parallel.
Into Kingfisher County.
Yeah, this is coming out of Blaine County into Kingfisher County, and that's the tornado right here. It's just Val's right there. He's looking right back to his west and southwest.
Now see if that's in the right spot for debris. It's close. That may be debris just southwest now of Val.
Yeah, it could be.
Vince is really close to this tornado.
Yeah, and also he might have thrown it up and over him. Maybe a little far
Man,
away.
this thing is going in here, guys. This is
okay,
a large
so tornado on the ground.
Large tornado.
Val has confirmed it with a multiple vortex tornado. It was a cone tornado, and it kind of got a little bit fat, got a little bit wide, and the tornado is right here. It's going to be west of Parvin and southwest of Cato and west-southwest of Lacey. So you folks in Lacey, Cato, small little farm communities, lowest level, center part of the house, and you got to go now.
David, there is a track on 3 for that storm.
Okay, let's go to Lynx 3 and do a storm track. We'll take it through Lacey at 7 o'clock, Cato 7 o'clock, Hennessy 7:15, Bison 7:17.
This is a large
Fairmont,
tornado here. These
7:41,
guys, you
Marshall
gotta be prepared.
7:41, Covington 7:50, Lucene 8 o'clock, and Mulhall
it's still
at
wrapping
about
up.
8:02. That's going to be the tornado track. We've given you lots of big open space in here in case it makes a turn to the left or makes a turn to the right. Okay? And then we have the other tornado warning back to the southwest and Jeremy storm. And what is Jeremy looking at, guys? And Justin, where's Jeremy going?
I can't even get to anyone. These guys,
with
this is Vince. He's basically in the tornado. This thing is going.
Yeah.
70 mile an hour. 60 mile an hour. I'm in danger.
It's going to go north on, go north here on
I'm going to either go north or straight east, depending on how this road looks. I really like to keep going east. I don't want to get around.
Now the storm back here, this is going to be in northern Blaine County. This is Canton Lake. Big hail coming into Canton. Talked about this earlier. The hook is now moving into Blaine County, right out of Dewey County. It's already into Blaine County. It's right here. And let's go back to Lynx 1 and take a closer look at that and see what you think. Big hook, big hail, big wind. And what do you think here, Lace? It looks like it might have. Well, that looks much more impressive.
Yeah, switching radars here still looks very impressive over Eagle City to Hitchcock.
Yeah.
And, I mean, the hook has been very pronounced with it. It's not been as tight as the one further to the north that Val is on.
Yeah.
But this storm has pulsed up and down ever since it first developed a couple of hours ago. There's shear rate.
Yeah, it's right here.
Velocity, over Highway 58, David.
Yeah, and it's going just, right over just east of Oakwood now. So over Highway 58, this is a spin right here. It's moving pretty much due east. Romanos State Park.
Wow.
Butcher, Hitchcock. If I live in Watauga, I'm watching this to the northwest as it moves off to the east. All right, let's go up top now. Let's get an update from Jim Gardner in Bob Mill Sky News Now. And look at the wrap on this. Look at the hook. There's that storm, Jim. Looking off to the storm there that has produced the tornado. It's wrapped in rain. It's going to be in your shot, but wrapped in rain right in front of you. Go ahead and give us an update. Big hail in there, too. Go ahead, Jim. Great shot.
Well, that's right. That's right, David. I'm just coming over Loyal right now, shooting back to the north. We're going to get around to kind of to the southeast of that and look back in there. But, man, what an impressive storm. And that tornado that Val is on is right in there. Right in there. You can't see it because it's so rain-wrapped. With the rain and the hail that is coming out of this storm, David, we've got a tremendous amount of cloud-to-ground lightning, but you can see it in the shot there. But again, what an impressive picture. That tornado is there in the rain. We'll keep tracking around and see if we can get a shot of it. Keep you updated. Jim Garpoint live from Bob Mills, Sky News 9. Back to you.
All right, nice job, Jim. So Jim, again, is on that northern storm.
Large.
It is
large. This is very large.
Rotating,
guys.
but the tornado is going to be. Sure. I get it.
Don't tell me I was that far behind, bro.
I don't like it. All right. Anyway, I'm just saying. All right, so here we go. Look at the inflow notch. Very, very, very fast-moving inflow notch now.
Just missed the town of Bison, but there are homes. They hit a lot of homes. A lot of homes that might have hit. No correlation coefficient, thankfully. Oh, hold up. How do I get the stream back? We just lost it. I'll go back with David Payne.
It's just lined out all the way down to Elk City right now with 3 tornado warnings. So we're right up here with it. We haven't seen, of course, we think we see power flashes in there. Not sure if it's power flashes or lightning. They do look different, but sometimes they look the same. So we're trying to figure out. So you can see one right there. I mean, when it lights up the clouds like that, you can't see the bolt. It makes me think that there is there's a tornado doing damage, and with so.
Did we just lose?
Yeah, it's just a massive circulation. It is turning back to the east again, more due east. Let's go back over to Max 1. So damaging winds on Highway 51.
Maybe some debris lofted.
So Marshall.
Between Bison. Possibly some. Okay. All right, so Douglas, Covington, Lucene, Marshall. Lowest level, be thinking about it down the line. Technically, you're not in the tornado warning in Covington yet, but you're close enough. I'd be thinking about it, where we're going to go, what we're going to do. Let's do this, okay? All right, let's come back south now.
Okay, we have the storm up to the north.
Oh, yes, let's go to the north. My bad, thank you.
Up near Lamont. So Brandon and Marty are still with that storm. This thing's been tornado warned for hours.
Yep.
It's still not very tight, but I know that warning still continues for Nardin, Bremen, Blackwell, all the way down to Tonkawa.
Okay, tornado warning continues. It's going to Eddy, it's going to Nardin, it's going to Blackwell. And you folks up here in western K County, it's coming, and we'll see. It could hold its own and maybe weaken. It could ramp up. Right now, the conditions are favorable for this thing to ramp up. And we have some new cells coming in from the south.
Yeah,
sometimes
Marty can see under it.
That can energize it. Sometimes it can weaken it. But when they're small enough, sometimes they'll energize it. Let's go to Marty and get an update from Marty Logan. Marty, there's the bowl. You're looking right at it. Tornado warning now for your storm. You are near Lamont. You are in just east of Lamont, looking off to the northwest there. I don't see a tornado on the ground. What's your wind? What's the motion? Give us an update.
Yeah, well, Kyle zoomed in on that about 3 minutes ago and thought he had a funnel on the left side of that base. Keep it back up wide. And we've been watching that. See the tilted base to that? We are 2.5 miles east of Lamont. You're looking straight north. In fact, it looks like, I know there's rain falling. It almost looks like there's plates in that base now. Can you see that? It looks like, it's real hard to see because I think we've got rain up there. But it looks like there's some plates, and he had a very small shear funnel off on the left side of that base, but it's north of us probably 3 or 4 miles, I would say. So we're still watching it. Brandon's up here with me. We're leapfrogging along with this thing. I can still hear the sirens going off in Lamont, so we're up here with it. Thankfully. Back to you, David.
All right, nice job. Okay, so this is the far northern storm. Tornado warning on that. Back to Lynx 1. And this is what it looks like up north.
Okay.
No, you're fine. We'll come back to that. But this is Marty's storm. And Brandon Wells, they're on this. Tornado warned. Bremen, Blackwell, Marty and Brandon are right there. They don't see it on the ground. Strong rotation, fairly strong. Headed to Blackwell, but not crazy strong. Right now it's like, okay, it might do it. It could go either way. Okay? That's going to Blackwell. That's going to Bremen. And that storm right now is going to go probably just west of Ponca City. Now we have additional storms coming in from the south. We'll have to keep an eye on those and see what they do to the hook and if they redevelop the hook farther south. That could happen, and that's a whole different game for Blackwell and Tonkawa.
We got a while, but
all right, let's come back south here. And Big Hook, tornado producer. This has produced multiple tornadoes north of Hennessy with damage to trees and a home. Back earlier, Big Hook, Big Hail going in now south of Enid. You folks in Enid are getting rain right now, and probably some hail, but the dangerous part of the storm is in southern Garfield County, northern Kingfisher County. That's going to Covington. Vaughn is to the east of it. All right, we have Val right there, and let's go farther south now. Let's talk about the storm out here.
Whoa,
these are beginning to lift a little farther north. Now, here's what some of the data say, that this lifts farther north, and then we get additional thunderstorms down near Bessie, Cordell, that produce big storms that come into Oklahoma City.
Wow, look at this thing wrapping up.
So we are not out of the woods yet in Oklahoma City. We will see storms in the metro. They're going to be strong. They're going to be severe, and they could easily be tornadic in the metro.
Yeah,
That's the concern. Dynamics are still in place. As a matter of fact, some of the dynamics are getting stronger as we get into this evening. We still have plenty of heating. The low-level jet is beginning to ramp up because it's beginning to become dark out, or at least sun is beginning to set here shortly.
I see it.
So Brandon is right here. Let's get an update from Brandon.
Near Bison.
And
still
Hook,
on the ground, I think.
now west of Arapahoe, and the mezzo is getting stronger in that. Brandon Pennell, western Oklahoma, you're going to be north of Clinton.
We got like 2 hours till we get storms in the metro.
Looking off to your north and northwest. You're actually going I-40. You're in Clinton right there.
This is a big hook.
Storm there going up. It's getting stronger. Go ahead. Give us an update.
I don't have reflectivity on for a second. I'm on like CC right now.
They're doing some weird stuff. It's almost making a squall line, but I'm going to start watching the ones down south.
Oh, yeah, I've seen that hook now. That's a really big hook.
Kind of went through a cycle stage. You know, I was talking about the storm southwestward disrupting it, and now those storms have kind of went away, and it's feeding itself. It's becoming a lot better organized. I wouldn't say well organized yet, but it is in that process, and we know what that means. And one thing I can tell you, that I probably have the strongest south-southeast winds that I've experienced all day feeding back up into this. So the environment out in front of this is prime. We're going to continue east with it. It's going to hug basically right on the north side of I-40 from what we can tell right now. It looks to me to be moving maybe just a hair north of due east, but more due easterly at the moment. And it's slowed way down too. So I don't know that the forward speed, I don't know that it's moving 45 or 50 like it originally was, but we're literally right underneath it. We're going to turn north right now in Clinton. Probably have a better shot of it here in about 3 to 4 minutes. Back to you.
All right, nice job, Brandon Pennell. He's on the southwestern storm. These will be part of the storms that come into Oklahoma City. These will come into the metro. We've talked about this all last week. Over the weekend,
I think
we have been hammering this system home.
The metro is going to be a lot worse. That's what everyone's starting to talk about. Rotation down here. Rotation near Watauga.
Looks like the count maybe 2 or 3 or 4 tornadoes so far. The strongest was the one that Val was on and Bob were on. That was earlier, and Brandon's he's in Clinton. There's the grain elevator there on the right side coming into Clinton.
Yeah, that storm's becoming a classic supercell with kind of the wings and the beak, David.
Yep. There's your Screaming Eagle, big wings. There's your beak. Tornado's going to be back here in the beak or the mouth right here, looking right at you. It's not developed there yet, but look at velocity. It's coming up. It's coming up. It's coming. Oh, wow. What are you out of?
That's Frederick.
Okay, how high up's that?
That's about 6,700 feet.
Okay, pretty high. Well over a mile, but still, it's right where it should be. So,
right.
Yeah, it's developing mesocyclone. It's already developed. It just continues to get stronger. Brandon's right here, so he's going to go north up to Arapahoe.
Damn.
And again, see these back here? This is what's going to try to turn into whatever, and then these are going to make their way, combined with this, down I-40. All data still has that, right? We're still good. What's the timeline here in the metro?
Right,
like
that's on
metro?
Links 3.
Okay, Links 3. Is this the latest and greatest on Links 3?
Yes. It's our track.
Okay, gotcha. That's perfect. All right, Watauga, 746. El Reno, 9 o'clock now, a little bit slower. Have you slowed the...
What are they looking at?
Go ahead, Cass. Nope. Okay. Hang on, now say it.
East at 40. We got it moving east at 40.
That was a long wait for that. I got you. Okay, moving east at 40. So, and it might slow down even more. So right now, we'll say west. Okay, El Reno, that's downtown. That's at 9 o'clock. So it's like 8:20, 8:30 into western Canadian County, out near the Cherokee Trading Post. Guthrie at 9 o'clock. Edmond about 9:20. Downtown Oklahoma City about 9:30. So 8 o'clock, the West Metro, 9 o'clock, 9:15. Downtown Oklahoma City, 9:20, 9:30. Downtown Oklahoma City, give or take. And then Southeast Metro, Tinker Air Force Base.
You still there?
Yeah, I'm still here. I'm just looking at some of this stuff.
So between 8 and 10 o'clock, moving into the metro, large hail.
I'm just worried more about the metro, honestly. These storms down here are really going to try and form up, I think.
Storm is becoming tornado warned. Just
Okay.
FYI, that's coming shortly.
Okay, that's Brandon storm. All right, so tornado warnings across the line, and a lot of them. Too many of them, to be honest with you. Let's back out. Now, remember, we were just talking about some of the numbers here off air when the trackers were talking, just discussing what's happening. Remember, folks, there's no script for this. There's no script. This is all live. We're just running and gunning through this whole thing, looking at data, analyzing data, trying to pinpoint exactly where we're going to get the maximum tornado highest potential. And it's still east of this line because the low-level dynamics are ramping up. They're increasing. Moisture.
Another warning down near.
Low-level jet.
Let me see significant tornado parameter. We aren't even close to the main risk area right now.
All right. So,
like people aren't. It's annoying. People are calling this a bust, bro.
Continues again, coming into K County now.
It's gonna pick up later tonight. Like it's mostly gonna be a nocturnal event.
It is gonna be. Let me see significant tornado parameter. Here, guys. So this is right now.
Kevin Harvick, it's not like a bust. It's gonna. Right now, it seems like really slow, but eventually it will pick up because the SVC said it's gonna be a very, like a predominantly nocturnal event.
So this is right now. We have there's these weird little pockets it's already passed, but let's go later. Let's run this is 23Z. Let's run the future. This is 8 p.m. It really starts to pick up here, guys. We got to watch this. South of Elk City. 9 p.m. Oklahoma City near Moore, El Reno. 10 p.m. It's crazy.
Norton is where the strongest area of spin is right now. It's going right
and then it keeps going.
Highway 11, it's going to go on or just north of Blackwell. Go ahead, Marty. Give us an update.
Okay. So right now we are nowhere near the max.
North right now, and
I'm watching this one down south actually. Kind of a bad spot. It's hard to get to it though.
Lamont, we're 7 miles east of Lamont, and you're looking north at this storm, and we were just noticing there's bands feeding. I'm gonna widen that out, and you can see the bands feeding into that thing up to the north. So it is elongating, but still there's a lot of motion in the base of this storm, especially right here in front of us. So we're going to have to keep an eye on this thing. I don't think we're done quite yet. Back to you.
Okay, great update there, Marty. I know you're watching it just to your north. You're heading off towards the east. Circulation's right along Highway 11, just like you were saying, near Narden, and eventually this will cross I-35.
Well, it's dark. It's getting dark.
Raymond, heading into the northern portion of K County. So Brandon and Marty right there with it, watching it. Marty's been on this storm since it first developed way over in western Oklahoma and has brought this thing all up to the northwest. So we've got that tornado warning to the north. A little further south, the tornado warning that's south of Enid. The storm is coming in across Garfield County now with a couple of areas of circulation. And then we've got the other storm that is tornado warned just north of I-40.
Reed Timmer's stream is oddly quiet.
Yeah, they don't have a lot to. They're kind of it's a weird time right now.
Is still the one that Bal is on.
It's dark over here.
Is on, and that area of spin. Every now and again, we've had winds. We've queried David up to 90 miles per hour with that.
Yeah.
Not seeing that at the moment.
Is Ryan Holliall live?
Yeah, he's been live for a good couple of hours. Whoa, the velocity really picked up here. Whoa.
And yeah, lady, I mean, this is what is this?
Whoa, there's a tornado on the ground probably right here. There's probably possibly a big tornado on the ground. It's southwest of Douglas.
Right, of the tornado, and then
it's heavily rain wrapped. There's so much rain on this thing. You can't see a thing. It can't
back up like it was, but man, it's not far from it. At least you're going to get out of it. Douglas in this area from again from here to Covington to Hayward is going to be wind damage. I mean, you're just going to get a swath of 70 to 80 mile per hour winds right under this big green right here. You don't want to be under the green, I'm telling you that. And that's it right there. And that's going to Douglas. That's going to Covington. And look at the hook, folks. Look at the swirl on radar. I mean, it clearly is a problem. And it's a big one if you live in Douglas, because the tornado is going to be trying to develop right back here. Rain wrapping around. Ooh. Okay, is that real?
I think it's in the wrong spot.
I think it's off barely. Okay, yep. It's off. All right, let's go back up top. We get an update from Jim Gardner. And Jim's on this storm, looking right back at it. Jim, it's a little dark. your picture there is a little bit dark again, but we're looking off to the northwest. If maybe your photographer there can give us a little more light in that, but it still looks pretty impressive, Jim. No doubt about it. Big storm. Go ahead.
Yeah, David, right now I'm 10 miles, or exactly 10 miles south of Douglas, shooting back to the north following this storm, and it's still just a tremendous amount of rain, lightning. I mean, it looks kind of ragged on the front, but it is still a huge storm. There is a tornado in there. We can't see it because it is rain wrapped in there, but a tremendous amount of lightning. There is a lot of stuff going on with this storm, David. Wind,
oh my
hail,
God,
rain,
there's the Cape and Norman's getting up there. It's going up really quick.
What's it at right now?
Almost 4,000. Usually, it's very rare to get that before the storms hit. This is.
It's just a wall. It's just a wall of rain and.
It keeps uptrending before these storms get there. They did another weather balloon sounding, so that's how we know.
Southwest Oklahoma. We're going to leave this for Covington.
The shear is 333.
And, yeah, Covington and Douglas. It's coming for you. Safe spot, lowest level. Okay, other storms down the line are no longer tornadic. Okay, they are producing. Well, there's flooding going on in here. We've had so much rain.
Flash flood warnings are in effect as the storms were training. Some of those hardest hit areas from Canton to Tologa, the storms have ended now.
Yeah.
In that area.
Yeah, but just, I mean, tons of rain running from. Okay, turn radar back on here. Let's see what we have as far as the. Yeah, it's out of Canton Lake. All right, but heavy rain to the east, O'Keene. And these storms are all severe. Winds in here 60 to 70, nickel dime, quarter size hail. There's 2 to 3 to 4 inches locally.
Right. From
O'Keene. Back down to Oakwood, so some big rains in there. All right, well, let's go back down to the tornado warning storm. We'll check back in with Brandon.
Oh, we might have a tornado down in Manhattan.
Where?
Your hook right there. Big hail over Custer City. And what's the movement here?
It's the northernmost.
Northeast.
Should be the northernmost warning.
It's very easterly.
Yeah.
Very easterly.
Yeah.
Just kind of hugging the road there north of Arapahoe.
Yeah, it's paralleling I-40 north of I-40.
Wait, where at?
That's what the latest data has been suggesting.
In Manhattan.
As a low-level jet kicks in, and
I think it's
Manhattan, where, Kansas?
Yeah, come into the metro.
Okay, let's go to Brandon Pennell.
Oh, this is like embedded out.
Arapahoe,
oh yeah. Oh wow. Actually, hold up.
If you live in
if you look at the velocity
of Arapahoe, lowest level center part of the house. If you live south of Custer City, lowest level
that'd be nice.
Center part of the house. Let's bring Brandon in here and bring his shot in. We'll get his shot turned back around here.
Like southeast of Fairmont.
Yeah, it probably hit a few homes. It just went through here. It just dropped. There's a small CC drop. Oh wow, there's a large CC drop. There's actually a big CC drop with the storm.
North of I-40 doing due east. We are literally directly underneath the circulation.
Okay, go ahead. I don't hear you either.
Can you hear me?
I can now.
Okay.
Oh, this is going through the city.
Brandon, he cut out. He's in a bad cell area. I can see his windshield wipers.
Oh, this is on the ground. It's hitting Fairmont. It's hitting Fairmont directly.
Area. He is now he's now east of Arapahoe by about 4 miles, and he's directly under the circulation. Brandon, it looks like your shot is no longer frozen. Go ahead and tell us what you were seeing as you're looking straight up.
It's hitting Fairmont. It's going over. It's actually hitting quite a few homes right now. It just went over Pillsbury Drive, and it's gonna go up late. Thankfully, it looks like. Hopefully, it's out of like heavy populated area, but it did do damage in Fairmont. It did damage in Fairmont.
Here, yeah.
Go ahead, Brandon.
Okay, so I'm at North Road 2310 East-West 990, which is Arapahoe Road that runs east and west out of Arapahoe, moving east with the circulation. It's directly above my head. You can probably barely see it in the shot. This storm continues to go through a growth stage. It's becoming well organized. The circulation is really broad, but I can see it starting to pull and feed in the just above my head in the mid levels. That hasn't worked its way all the way down to the surface yet, but as we're continuing to get into a better position, I can just tell you that this storm, for what it was 20 minutes ago to what it is now, it's continuing to evolve and change shape, and I have a feeling that just the longer that we go, it's going to continue to mean more business.
I don't got no storm chasers on this. I don't know what the exact what it looks like. It's still on the ground.
As far as in a bad way, as far as possibly producing a tornado, probably in the next 5 to 10 minutes. Everything is flowing in. There's a lot.
Let me drop south. I got a few things to look at. What's going on over here?
Further out east of it, so I can turn around and give you a visual shot of it. Trying to punch through it, that the shot really doesn't do it justice. So probably 2 or 3 miles, I'll be able to turn back around and look back to the west at it. It's literally moving due east, right on the north side of this road, or right over the top of this road that I'm on. Just on the north side.
Whoa, this is doing some weird stuff near Custer City. The storms down south that the target kind of north, the Oklahoma City Metro, are scary looking. They have some crazy stuff going on with velocity. We got to watch them.
For you folks in Justin, you're hot. This is going to be for eastern Custer County. And let's go ahead and take a look now. Back to Links 1. Tornado warning continues for eastern Custer County right here. And this is going to be where Brandon is. Tornado warning. It's moving off to the east. So you folks in western, southwestern Blaine County, this is moving your way. This is going to move almost due east. And I think it is. It's really
Cassie
moving.
has the track on it, bringing it into the east metro.
Okay, let's go to Links 1. Excuse me, Links 3. There it is. There's your storm track. And we've widened it out, so it does include areas farther south, but this might try to build in from the Clinton storm, the other one, and then try to build farther south. But for this storm itself, you can see your cities here, your dots, and the closer the dots are back to here, your earlier time of arrival, right? So Hydro at 8:15, Hinton at 8:36, Geary at 8:37. That's going to be just north of I-40. Cherokee Trading Post 8:45, Calumet 9 o'clock, and Fort Reno 9 o'clock, and Concho at about 9:05. As it moves right down and along and north of I-40. Cassie, go ahead and take this out. Let's bring it into the city and do your storm track. Go ahead and take it on in. Let's just do this again. We did this earlier, but let's take it all the way through. At least get it through the heart of the city.
To get it through the heart of the city, I have to redo the track.
Okay, go ahead. Update that.
While she's doing that,
yeah, go
David,
ahead.
I just want to update.
Go
Bob
ahead.
is in. He was searching around bison, and if we take his shot, he has a hay bale along with some power lines that were pushed over. That's what he could find near the bison area there on Highway 81. Again, that is
rim 124.
the most damage that we were able to see. Go ahead, Lacey.
I was thinking he's rim 124, so they can punch up his shot to see that. We can see his location there.
But they had winds 60 to 70 to 80 mile per hour winds. Val experienced
New tornado warning.
Also Bob there on Highway 81, but they went through the bison area. Did not really see anything substantial, but there was some localized. Let's go out in the field and talk to Bob. And Bob, I see the localized damage, and you said you saw some high winds going up and down 81. Go ahead and give us a report.
Yeah, we're real close to the area Val and Amy got blown into the ditch. And this is Highway 81 and West Marshall Road. We've got all the traffic signs blown down to the ground here. We haven't figured out yet which location this bale of hay came out, but it's obviously blown out in the road. So we had a very concentrated amount of wind right here at this intersection. Best we could tell, there probably was not a tornado on the ground up in Bison, but
we have a few tornadoes.
We had very strong winds there.
We have the 6 tornado.
Okay, great update there, Bob. So that's some of the damage as that circulation passed right over that area. Now let's go back to Links 1 and show you where that area of circulation is. This is the tornado warned storm.
This is going into Minnesota, actually, and there is a good amount of circulation here.
South and west.
Kind of can't not add be prepared.
Measuring 70 to 80 miles per hour, kind of on the wrap around it. And it looks, David, like it's trying to become a little bit more localized, a little bit tighter of a couplet just to the west
New
of
tornado
Douglas.
warning.
And Vaughn is just to the east.
Where's 7 tornado warning?
We said this earlier. Douglas, I mean, you are... Okay, here's the inflow notch. This is where the storm is breathing.
Whoa.
And it's wrapping up around where the tornado is. So let's go back to, like you were looking at there, shear rate.
Velocity,
Take a look. Either one is fine.
Okay.
Yeah, there's shear rate right here just west of Douglas. And what about velocity data? Okay, yeah, I mean, folks, it's right here. I mean, this thing is, what are our wind speeds right here? What do you have on any one of those?
That's base. Trying to see where you're pointing. Okay,
80, yeah, I'm just...
Yeah.
Oh, hang on a second. How is that not on the ground?
Yeah, it easily could be. And Vaughn's getting right kind of in the bear's cage there in the inflow.
Okay, what is Vaughn? I'm looking for his shots. Oh, I see his shot. Let's go to Vaughn Castor. He's right here. Vaughn, wow, there it is. That's the bowl. Vaughn, that is it. You're looking right at it. Nice shot. That's it.
Let me see it.
You're looking right at it, Vaughn. If it's in there, it's on the ground. Go ahead.
Wow, that is so rain wrapped. You can't see a thing. This thing's been going on for a while.
This rotation with it all the way up to here, and I'm looking back in it. If it's in there, it's in the rain, David, because I cannot see anything visually to say there's a tornado on the ground. I haven't seen any power flashes, which is good. Been looking for those. But that could change in a moment's notice, David.
All right, Vaughn's right there. He's in what we call not quite the bear's cage, but you don't want to be in the bear's cage. Not too many people do, except for storm trackers. Let's go back to Lynx 1 here, and this is it. Look at the hook. It is just spinning. I mean, it's just a bowling ball. It's a mesocyclone. It has not weakened yet. Val's to the east of it. Vaughn's to the north. Let's go to Valcaster, and folks, it's going to Perry. It's going to Lake Perry. You folks downstream, is Val shot? Oh, wow.
You see the lightning there.
It's just so dark, yeah. Val, it's not even that dark outside, but your shot is really hard to see. It is really, really dark. Go ahead and give us an update.
Oh, man, you can't see a thing. It is so dark in here.
Yes, so that's right, David. What we have done, we've come north on 74, and so I would say that the couplet is west-northwest of us, and we're going to try and approach this a little bit different way. We're going to let it pass to our north. We're going to circle in behind it. A lot of times you could see it if you come in behind it like that. So we've done that before in the past, but we're going to let it go north of us. And I would say, look out. Eventually, Perry,
what about Oklahoma? What? Cody?
Hello?
Yeah, do you still got me?
Yeah, my PC crashed, so.
I'm just watching this thing as a huge hook still. Oh my god, the velocity's like maxed out. I don't think it's doing damage though. I think it's like mid-level rotation.
See if I can fix this, John.
I'm still waiting for tonight. We got like bro, it's such a late event.
Okay.
Oh my god.
So. Oh god. I'll be back on in a few minutes. I just gotta plug a loose cable in. Okay.
Hold up.
What's going on?
They might have dropped. I think they dropped the high risk. Hold up. No, they still got the high risk. They didn't drop it.
I was gonna say, I don't think they would have.
Why was the bro? Can these stupid people, bro, on Twitter? They're like, why was the high risk continue? Nothing has happened.
Wait. Just keep it on there. I can't. Patient on. Oh god. There we go. I can see it. Just wait. Everyone's just telling him to wait. That's funny.
I'm looking at the comments, bro. It's so funny.
Why isn't it? Why it's still high risk?
Bust of the decade is crazy. With May 20th, this thing looks crazy near Covington.
They're gonna see. It's about to go off, and then they're gonna freak out in the next morning. They're gonna go to bed, and then they're gonna see how many tornadoes spawned in the middle of the night. Alright, I hope my PC doesn't explode right now.
I don't even know what tab to click because I have too many. Let me see how big the risk area is. It got. I mean, it's just.
Oh, let's go.
What?
Okay, my fans are working now. I gotta install the rest of them. I had to uninstall every single one of my fans because they just did not work.
you can see it over and over again. Big tornado in the immediate vicinity of Douglas. So Covington to Perry, dangerous situation. Notice he's got night vision, and it's still a struggle to see it. But that's it, right?
There's a tornado on the ground, I think, with KFR. There's a wedge tornado. Covington.
There's a wedge where?
Near Covington. Let me
Covington?
go on KFR stream. I think they have it. Yep.
So,
But
140?
that thing is right behind us on the highway here, coming
The 140?
out of Covington towards the Perry area.
Did they get
So
two
what you
140s
just
or did they
saw-
get one 140?
You just saw.
Oh, I just lost the stream. God dang it.
What do you mean?
That side of the screen to this side
What'd
of the
you say?
screen, and it was rotating into the main
Whoa.
circulation, being pulled into it.
This thing's
Violent
actually
tornadoes
whoa.
will have that. That's something that violent. It's a
Oh.
signature for violent tornadoes. It's on the inflow. Notice how things are changing very fast.
Is there a
where
tornado
Corey
on the ground?
located. He's
Do we
doing a
know,
great
or is
job
it,
Yeah,
is it just?
it's on the ground.
Let's go
it was
back
a
over
wedge.
to Max 1, and you see. So this is what he was showing us right
Yes.
here, and there's a big donut hole right next to it. So he's showing the tornado spinning into the main tornado, and notice that here's Perry right here.
Well, I have to download IQ now
So you're
because
looking at basically
I just bought
a very
Corsair
large
fans. So.
eye-looking feature, and it's spinning at over 100 miles an hour. And that was a satellite tornado on the inflow, and it was being yanked into the main tornado. And you saw it disappear as it went into it. It happened. It was moving really fast. So it gives you an idea how
Wait, is
dynamic
Curious
all this
banned?
is. Corey, tell us where you are right now. You folks in Perry, this is dangerous right here. The amount of damaging winds around this is very broad. We're talking about 5 to 6 to 7 miles.
Dude, I
in
took
width.
Grayson's
And at this
backpack
point,
today,
it's going to
high
have
risk.
to
he didn't
veer
tell
or
me,
lift or something.
and he had to leave early,
cannot
and
be a
he
red
like
line,
called
center
me. He's
line
like,
for Perry,
"Where's
and
my
this is
backpack?"
capable of producing widespread damage in Perry. Just know that, and be away from windows.
No
Do not
fans.
be in a mobile home. Find the storm cellar or the basement or the safe room or the closet. Know that. This is a powerful circulation right here. And right now it's heading directly into Perry, and it's only about
Those.
9 minutes away from right now. Go, Corey Inman.
Let me put
Yeah,
on right
like
now.
we're just north of the
I'll
town
get
of
these
Hay-
guys. I'll keep. Bro, your audio sounds so bad right now.
Sorry, what were you saying?
Nothing. I just said your audio sounds so bad.
So,
Sorry, I'm on
and the
I'm just on my phone right now.
I-35
I gotta
corridor
look at all these
there,
fans.
south of the intersection
turn
with
that off.
Highway 64.
Well, I have to unplug every single cord from my computer. This is gonna be so annoying.
Yeah, so Hunter's location here. And hopefully we can get Hunter in one of the top 3 spots. I know it's spotty, but we've got to get like a I'm sorry, what am I saying? We've got to get a view of that. Hunter's somewhere up in here. Tornado is going to be somewhere right in here. There's currently a confirmed tornado located near Covington. The storm has produced tornadoes off and on for over an hour. If you're in Hayward or Lucian, take shelter now. It looks like Freddie McKinney is also inside of the rear flank downdraft here.
Dang, it's just pouring.
And all of these headlights you see going by, I believe these are all storm chasers. We're not in a very highly trafficked part of Oklahoma right now. Just to kind of give you an idea of what's going on with the traffic out there. Very dangerous situation to have, packed roads around a heavily rain-wrapped, possibly strong tornado. But that's the situation that we're in right now.
Oh, we're getting back here. I gotta grab my screwdriver.
So this is just one of a couple of different storms that we're watching very closely right now. We've got an observed tornado up here now to the east of Covington, moving in the general direction of Lucian and Perry. Hopefully everybody over there is in their safe spots. Supercell on the southwestern side of this complex is also coming together here near Custer City. Moving towards Greenfield, Geary,
get a better view on
and
it.
those places in Oklahoma. We're going to be talking about you guys a lot tonight, unfortunately.
Geary. Oh, Karchi, it looks
What do we got going on here on Hunter's feed?
Weatherford, Bridgeport, Comunet, El Reno. It'll go just north of El Reno. It looks like there is good rotation with this thing. As
We're
it goes.
looking at here, but Hunter was stopped.
How big of a town is Oklahoma?
Got headlights in front of him here. I don't know exactly what's going on there, but obviously we've got some intermittent connection issues because they are literally in the middle of a tornado. Understandably, might lose cell service in that
wrap
situation.
Up really good here, guys.
But right here, where Hunter Hurley's locator dot is popping up, we've got a report of a tornado from an emergency manager relayed via NWS chat at the intersection of State Highway 74 and Flynn Road, which is exactly where Hunter is right now. So he might have encountered some damage here.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Got a new tornado warning way up in Nebraska now.
No tornado warning in Nebraska. Oh, is it this? Oh.
This is for South Bend, Melia, and those places in Nebraska. We've got Cass and Sarpy County in Nebraska under a tornado warning. Take shelter immediately if you haven't already. This is a pretty strong indication of rotation that's capable of producing a tornado. Here's an updated look at Hunter Hurley's feed. Once again, he's right in the middle of this storm that's producing a big tornado down here in Oklahoma. I believe
a new tornado warning.
I believe he's in an all right spot. The odds of him hearing me are low, but should I try to reach out to him? Have you been talking to him, Riley?
Yeah, I believe he's pulled up on the same sort of situation where Brandon Kopic is. I don't know what's going on for sure, but there are some reports that it may have been a chaser hit by the tornado. As far as I know, everyone is okay. There's no reports of injuries in the car. Luckily, just ended up in the ditch.
Okay, if you hear anything else, just let us know. I don't want to call Hunter directly because it's probably pretty loud, and if there is something really bad going on, we might hear like an unfiltered, kind of version of that, and we want to make sure that we we filter it a little bit, just in case there are some details that we might not want to share on the air. But this is, obviously a powerful storm here, and there obviously I think was a tornado that crossed the road right here where Hunter Hurley is. Not too long ago. So we do believe that tornado is probably still down somewhere here between Lucien, Gansel, and Perry. Okay, so Perry, Oklahoma, and everywhere west of there needs to be in their safe spots right now. It's a very dangerous situation.
What was New Orleans?
No, Westmoreland. I'm talking about some of these other ones. Down south towards this area, rotation really could try and pick up here in the south storm. This will go just north of the real metro.
So once again, things are just now starting to really ramp up as far as the tornado outbreak goes. We do expect things to continue to look more and more concerning as we go later into the night. I think probably between right now and maybe midnight, we're going to see a lot of, the same. We're going to see some of our multicellular cluster here of embedded supercells continue to try to produce tornadoes and probably successfully produce big tornadoes as they cross the I-35 corridor. Around probably about 3 hours from now, some additional storms are going to pop up even farther to the southwest that will kind of even be in a better sort of spot to try to produce tornadoes. I think that down here, it'll probably be much later tonight that we have to worry about that. But unfortunately, the significant tornado parameters are still looking like they're going to be quite off the charts when those new storms start to form later tonight.
9 p.m. to 2 a.m. will get bad.
I'm trying to see down here near more.
Yeah, and as far as what's going on Hunter Hurley's feed, there's some storm chasers that are in a ditch, and they're just kind of stuck right now. Everybody's okay. Four minutes ago, we got this update from the Storm Prediction Center for northeastern Oklahoma and southeastern Kansas.
Whoa.
The tornado threat will increase through this evening. A local watch extension may be needed, with a new watch eventually expected farther downstream. So they're kind of they're looking at these supercells that are forming here out in front of that main line, and that's a pretty concerning situation because they're going to be in a quite favorable environment for tornadic production. And, yeah, if they remain discreet, then that's exactly what we'll be dealing with, unfortunately. So two of the places that we're watching the hardest, I guess you could say, right now as far as the potential for a near-term tornado. We believe that we might still have a tornado down somewhere over here west of Perry, but if we don't, it's very likely that a new one's going to form here soon. So we're watching this storm as it approaches Perry and Red Rock and Morrison, Oklahoma. We're also pretty concerned about the storms up here in Kansas, specifically the one now up to, to the west of Wichita, to the west of Topeka, and also the one up there to the north and west of Topeka. This one has a history of producing a tornado already, and it could very well do so again as it goes up towards Wheaton and Onaga. And then, this storm over here has a more classic supercellular look to it and a lot of rotation. So Moonlight and Chapman,
keep going
Kansas,
here for a while.
get ready for that. Go ahead,
We're just
Riley.
waiting for the night, really.
Hey Ryan, just an update from the SPC. The high risk was maintained, and it's actually been extended a bit further off to the east. So Tulsa,
That's big
Oklahoma,
rotation
that's a
here,
major
LB.
population area, and it is
Oh,
now
I don't have a
included in that
correlation
high
coefficient.
risk of tornadoes.
Okay, thank you very much, Riley. Yeah, we did get an update from the Storm Prediction Center. We still have a high risk. They've just shaved a little bit off of all of our risk areas in the west here because as the storms move east tonight, everybody behind them, you're going to lose your ability to have new storms. But they also pushed it a little bit farther to the east. So once again, Tulsa now in the higher probabilities for tornadoes. Bartlesville, Oklahoma City, Norman, you guys are still in there. So unfortunately, no signs that anything's going to, trend in the downward direction as far as the intensity of this event goes. So Storm Prediction Center continues to promote a high risk, a rare high risk for the rest of the tonight. Moonlight, Upland, and Milford, you're now under a tornado warning. Okay, we were just talking about that. Really impressive looking supercell here. Lots of rotation. I would be surprised if it didn't produce a tornado as it goes towards Moonlight, Kansas. Take shelter now. Back down into Oklahoma we go. Our storm approaching Perry is such a monster storm that it's hard to tell what the heck's going on.
A new
out there.
tornado warning has been issued.
Thancefully, it doesn't
Damn,
look as
bro, what are
organized
they
as it once
doing?
did.
We have so many
So hopefully we'll
not
have
even
some time before we have to worry about that
tornado
again.
warning near Sioux Falls.
Let's go to the Lawton, Oklahoma radar and observe our storm. Our tail end Charlie that Brad Arnold is currently going after. This storm is rotating a lot.
Yeah.
It's got a supercellular structure.
They just dropped
so
a few.
far.
Oh,
not
now we're back to
seeing
7.
anything
What about
imminently like, oh my gosh, this is about to do it.
13.
But you know that could change very quickly.
14?
13. They dropped the tornado warning on that, which is odd.
So you can't really see anything right now while I'm doing that.
Definitely be in your safe spots up here in Kansas, up here towards Onaga and Wheaton. And then, of course, in Moonlight and Upland. Those are honestly some of the more impressive looking storms with just in terms of how they're actually interacting with the low-level jet. That newer tornado warning up here in Iowa, or I'm sorry, South Dakota, and now Minnesota.
Wait, no way. Minnesota tornado warning in far south Minnesota.
It's gonna go for the next 33 minutes.
It's like
we do have some rotation here near Rowena. This is moving towards Valley Springs, South Dakota. Eventually, this will make it up there towards Jasper, Minnesota. So get ready up there. This is a pretty strong storm, capable of producing a tornado all the way up there in Minnesota. So we're watching storms now in Minnesota, Nebraska, Kansas, and Oklahoma during this widespread event. Go ahead, Andy.
Thanks, Ryan. I think to the north and west of our current Nebraska tornado warning near Wan or Wen, west of Gretna, this is going just to the northeast. So it's going to approach some previously impacted areas close to Skyline and Boys Town here into Douglas County, western Douglas County,
we have a tornado
in Nebraska. So I think this may receive a
Arkansas.
warning as well, given how close or how fast it's come together on this last scan.
All right, thank you, meteorologist Andy Hill, drawing our attention to this little area of rotation here. New tornado warning could be issued at some point here for, unfortunately, some places that we were just recently talking about during one of our more recent outbreaks, Elkhorn, Waterloo, Skyline, maybe all the way up there towards Bennington. This doesn't look like a repeat of what we saw the other day or anything like that, but certainly a dangerous situation as a strong storm capable of maybe producing a tornado is coming up towards you, so y'all watch out.
I'm trying to find what he's talking about. Oh, near Omaha.
Continue to be impressed by our storm near Moonlight, Kansas as well. Hopefully people up here near Milford Lake are aware of the approaching supercell.
I don't know what one he's talking about. There's too many tornado warnings.
And
oh shoot, there might be debris with this.
One second.
We are watching a threat for the metro later tonight, by the way.
This is the latest from the Storm Prediction Center as far as those tornado probabilities go. Just want to show you this again.
Wait, do we have new storms firing up? Ain't no way.
So we still have that high risk in place. Hey, Ryan, do you mind checking out Verona, Kentucky? I don't know where that is, but I will look briefly at the state of Kentucky, and there's not anything going on in Kentucky right now. Nothing of any sort of genuine concern. Some strong storms over there in East Tennessee, a couple lingering storms in South Carolina, but nothing. This is just regular springtime stuff for y'all. AEW, thank you so much for that.
I don't even know. Twitter's in shambles right now.
Still don't think we are at the peak of this event yet. Storm's relative helicity values are just now starting to peak over the 200 and 300 mark against some of our storms here in Oklahoma City, which is, Oklahoma, which is a lot and certainly conducive of tornadoes. However, we are expecting those numbers to be a little bit higher the later we go into the evening. We are starting to see a little bit more of an overlap between our lower level instability and some of the vorticity that's out there. That would draw my attention more towards this cluster of storms. Also, up here in Kansas, we're seeing a lot of that as well. So something else to watch out for there. As far as just general surface-based CAPE goes, there's still a lot of it down here in southwestern Oklahoma. I think a lot of that's actually going to kind of stick around and kind of fuel some of the storms that will form later tonight. I think closer to 11 p.m. Or midnight. We're going to see a rapid explosion of even more storms way down here in south central or southwestern Oklahoma, and it's going to take advantage of that more unstable atmosphere. But we've got 3,000 to 4,000 joules per kilogram of CAPE all out in front of these storms in Oklahoma right now. Significant tornado parameter is very high across a lot of Oklahoma right now as well, all the way up into Kansas. So that would explain why we had such a reaction from this supercell that kind of started interacting with that environment. But now this is it's hardly a supercell. It's it's kind of taken on a little bit of an outflow dominant looking presentation, which is bad news in terms of damaging winds and also the threat for embedded tornadoes in there. But we'll see what happens if it kind of balances itself back out here. The tail end Charlie also continues to struggle a little bit, but there is some more rotation, a little bit more inflow evident here on some of the latest scans here near Greenfield, Oklahoma.
Bro, can we get we haven't got a good storm, bro. What is this?
Brett says explain relative helicity or whatever in 10 seconds. Just the amount of spin. Just the amount of spin that we have in the atmosphere. Just a very quick rudimentary version. What's crazy is we have a ton of spin right now. I mean, 300 is a lot. On that scale, we have a ton of spin. It's increasing, and we have a lot of instability. But I've yet to see a storm properly take advantage of the parameters that are in place, which is a good sign. But I don't know if we're going to continue to have that blessing here. You know what I mean? Storm up here in Kansas. This is one of the more impressive looking views on reflectivity I've seen all day. It's a tiny little storm, but this is a classic supercell with a very obvious hook. See the hook echo there? The rotating part of the storm visible on radar. We also can see the velocity couplet as well. So this one is a candidate for a storm that's very capable of producing a tornado here soon. If it isn't already, get ready up there near Milford Lake. Also continuing to watch the storm north of Wamego and St. Mary's now near Onega and Havensville. This storm is capable of producing a tornado. It's had a history of producing one near Manhattan. It could do it again there as it goes up towards Onega, New Chadle, and Havensville and Corning. That's all in Kansas.
All right, I'm almost finished with these fans, so should be able to get my PC back up.
Okay.
Oh, all right. No, I try to connect all of them.
Justin says, hi, Ryan. I know it's hard to predict, but what about Joplin, Missouri later tonight? We're expecting to have a line of storms. Yeah, so Joplin, you guys are under an enhanced risk of severe weather tonight. The biggest threat's going to be hail and wind. However, there's definitely a tornado, somewhat of a tornado probability over towards Joplin later tonight as well, but it's not going to be nearly as high as what we're going to see over the next couple of hours. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan, a little small QLCS circulation to the north and west of our South Dakota tri-state area. A tornado warning there. Since they did warn something very similar to that, they may warn this one as well. I think it might be in the ending stages of what it possibly could have produced. It was very small before, so we'll see if this continues to broaden out and if they warn it or not. Especially since they warned that further to the north and west as well. I didn't even see that one. Wow. There's so many QLCS circulations here oriented along that northwestern, southeastern boundary there.
Yeah, absolutely. And it looks like they did just now put out a warning for that. We saw the flashing polygon there. This includes Brookings, Volga, and Bruce way up here in South Dakota. Decent area of rotation here. We could have a tornado and a strong storm moving up towards the I-29 corridor between Medary and Brookings and a little bit towards North Grove Edition. This also could impact places like Bushnell and Aurora, South Dakota. Take shelter now. Additionally, we still have a tornado warning for Jasper, Minnesota. You guys should be in your safe spots. New tornado warning also down here south of Nebraska City. This is not popping up on our overlay, I don't think. Maybe we need to get another refresh on that. I don't know. But we just got a new warning down here for Auburn, Brock, and Julian in Nebraska. That's got some pretty serious looking rotation associated with it as well. Take shelter there in Auburn, Brock, and Julian, Nebraska. Wow. Lots of warnings now coming out across our northern extent of our coverage tonight. Okay, we saw that warning come through, so hopefully we're back on track now. Upland, Kansas, take shelter. You've got a hook echo and a half coming over you. Velocity looks less impressive, but certainly a rotating storm there. All rotating storms need to be watched extremely carefully today. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, just an update on the area I mentioned about 7 minutes ago near Gretna and Skyline, Nebraska. Looks like that circulation's mostly fallen apart rather. I wanted to talk about it again just as an update since it's a slightly sensitive area given the recent damage there over a week ago. So watching for more circulations along the line to the south that would come into northern parts of Sarpy County and then into Douglas County in the Omaha Metro. We'll keep an eye on that. It's going to be a bunch of miniature QLCS spin-up tornadoes if they do occur. And QLCS stands for quasi-linear convective system for those wondering. So that is the situation entering the Omaha Metro at the moment.
Okay, thank you, Andy. I'm going to try.
I'm really way too lazy to cable manage all of this, so I'm just going to throw the back panel on.
To sit for a couple minutes here. We've been streaming for 5 hours now.
What?
We've been going for 5 hours.
Just looking at one of these cells that looks like they might mature.
And it's currently 9:25 local, 8:25 central. And we've still got quite a few hours in front of us, I believe. Quite a few. Continuing to watch these cells that are popping up out in front of our big kind of line, honestly, now of storms that extends from Perry, Oklahoma, down towards Weatherford, Oklahoma. We do have some prefrontals that are trying to get going here west of Tulsa. It is taking them a little while, though. So, you know, it'll be interesting to see if they are able to mature quickly enough to maybe take advantage of the ever-growing low-level jet. Before this kind of line gets to them. By the way, the tornadic circulation that prompted our tornado warning back here near Covington has moved past the polygon, and honestly, that warning is probably going to be allowed to expire here soon. There might be a moment here not too long from now where we may have no tornado warnings in Oklahoma. We've got the biggest concentration of warnings now in Kansas, Nebraska, South Dakota, and Minnesota, of all places. There's your circulation still visible there on radar, moving up towards Brookings, South Dakota. There's still a little bit of something there moving up towards Airlie as well, and Pipestone in Minnesota. The rotation moving up towards Jasper is quite less impressive now. A little bit to the south of Omaha, still got a decent area of rotation moving up towards Brock and Julian, west of Auburn. And we are still watching the Onega storm as well, but the rotation continues to look a little bit less impressive with that. I'm still just mostly impressed with our little supercell over here near Milford. Hopefully you guys are still in your safe spots. Andy, go ahead.
Yeah, right. I'm watching a couple of interesting spots here. There's some supercells out in front of this complex in north central Oklahoma. One that are not warned at the moment near Burbank and Shidler and Foraker. That one is difficult to say without sounding a little sus. But that definitely has some rotation with it from the Topeka radar is what I'm looking at there. But I think you can switch between both of them. Maybe even the Tulsa radar would show that one. So right in between the three radars there is where that supercell's popped up. And yeah, it's been steady state for a while, but I think it's definitely gotten more rotation. The mesocyclone's broadened out a bit, so we can see it better on radar in the most recent scans. So that's what I've got my eye on now, and watching to see if that turns harder to the right to get more helicity with it.
All right, thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Hill. We're starting to see that our storms that are popping up out in front of the main line are starting to get a little bit more organized. You can see some areas of rotation here on velocity, so we're watching that very closely. Also, our storm that's moved through Perry now, our old tornado warned storm is probably producing some really strong winds moving into Morrison, Red Rock, Sooner Lake. This will eventually move towards Pawnee, Blackburn, and Fairfax. Get ready. That's going to be a big-time storm there as that bowls through.
I think.
Sophia says 1-inch hail in Bristol, Virginia. Do you see anything bad heading our way? No, over there in Virginia, that's probably as bad as it's going to get. Hold on, I'm just soaking in some information here. Thank you guys so much for sending in so many pictures and tagging us and so much stuff over on Twitter. It's honestly really helpful.
Oh, shoot.
I'm still watching, but back behind these guys. Yeah, curious. Oh man.
The storm up here in Kansas that we've been kind of looking at so much on reflectivity because it has that little hook is about to move through Milford right now. Still radar indicated. It'll be interesting to see if they issue another tornado warning for this. If they do, it'll probably include Riley, Kansas. So you guys get ready for that. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, gonna jump ahead of the curve here and say that Papillion, Nebraska, La Vista, and Ralston in the Omaha Metro should be getting in their safe spots right now. No tornado warning there, but a quick spin up is possible there, especially on the last scan, has come together very quickly. So I do expect that to get warned if it continues to look like that, and hopefully we can get advanced heads up before that heads right into Omaha. That might be worth looking at some of the mesoscale to look at that exact storm path since it's so densely populated, and even a quick spin up tornado could cause some damage here. So that will cross over I-80 east of the I-680 and 80 junction, right through the Ralston La Vista area in Omaha.
All right, thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Hill. Once again, no tornado warning with this area of concern that he just called out. However, a tornado could be forming here somewhere around the Walnut Creek Recreation Area. All right, and if it goes, this one would be moving pretty fast. Okay, and if it goes in the general direction of you know what we've been seeing on radar so far, it's very quickly going to go up past the AEF Academy, past Portal Road there, near the Walmart that's right next to. What is that? The Terra Hills Golf Course. So if this thing is going to produce a tornado, that's around where it is, where it's going to be in the next little bit. Beyond that, we can see it go plumb.
Whoa. Okay, Cody, do you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Hold up. Let me close this for a sec. So I think I have a plan of what I'm gonna do here. I am gonna I'm gonna pause the severe weather stuff, and I think we should play something, just because it's showing a second.
Twisted.
Yeah, the second line is developing.
It's taking a while.
The second line will develop. HRRR is showing really late, like 10 p.m.
Okay. So we could probably just play something.
Yeah. There's 4 tornado warnings in like in South Dakota and Minnesota right now. That's crazy.
Okay, I got my fans finally installed, so those work.
Yeah. I'm gonna go to that. Let me change the title real quick, just because I don't want to like mislead people. And I will be right back after I change the title. Hold up. Like, this doesn't mean that the severe weather coverage is ended, though. I'm definitely probably going to go back to it. Definitely if the second line comes, or if the second line probably will come. If not, maybe we won't, but the chances are we will. Let me copy this and then write severe weather break. I'll be right back. I'll leave it on this, and I'll put Ryan Hall's audio back up for a bit. I'll be right back, though. Maybe we won't, but the chances are we will.
Alrighty.
One sec.
And what I just circled again is the rotation on the storm.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right. New tornado warning in Oklahoma. That didn't last long. Kind of said it. We'll probably get one. New tornado warning on that storm that's in northeast Oklahoma. That is a strong couplet. That is a very strong couplet that's moving northeast. That'll be approaching Faracker and eventually going towards Elgin in...
Whoa, we actually...
eventually southeastern Kansas, but right now in northeastern Oklahoma.
Oh my God!
So if you're in the
second
warning,
I try to
again,
go
seek
off to get
shelter
a big...
away from windows and on the lowest floor possible.
This
and
is
in an
actually a big
interior room
couple
of
in
your home or
Oklahoma that just
building
got
away
warned.
from windows.
Okay.
And that storm's right now moving northeast. By the way, this is the storm that Connor's on near Clinton. Just want to show you that real quick. A lot of lightning with these storms. Just gives you an idea of all the lightning with these storms here across Oklahoma. But that's the one near Clinton that's just severe. Here's your cloud-to-cloud lightning. But once again, this is a tornado warning in northeast Oklahoma. Pretty strong rotation. Definitely could drop a tornado at any time. It'll be moving towards Elgin eventually.
I don't know what was wrong, but
So
I got
seek
to
shelter if you're in that warning, away from windows, lowest floor possible.
Oh, this
There we
actually
go.
probably might drop a tornado. And this one's actually in a good spot too.
And that rotation in the Omaha area has broadened over the last couple of scans. And then back over in the wild card place where the tornado threat was expected to pretty low, which has been pretty low so far, but we've had a bunch of tornado warnings here. We do have a stronger pocket rotation approaching Edgerton, Minnesota. We'll have another update on that here in a second. We're going to stay on this because the radar's going to update in like a moment. Jake, west of the dry line, storms are not expected. So if you're, behind the dry line, you're done. Thank you for your $4.99.
Oh shoot, there actually is good rotation here. I don't see debris ball. Yeah, no debris on it yet. This is near Frolker. It's north.
Should have a radar scan update in a second. Anything happening in North Texas? Again, I really don't expect anything in North Texas. I'm really not expecting anything there. If we get anything, it would just be large hail for the most part, but that's even a bit of a stretch. Okay, I thought this radar was going to update, but I guess not. We'll go back to it in a second. Let's go back down to Kansas real quick. The Junction City storm. I mean, I'm not really seeing much rotation here. It has a hook, but that is 4-inch hail. Wow.
Still has some rotation.
4-inch hail ongoing
Trying
with
to
this
see
storm.
these things maturing here.
Near Milford and
All right,
Riley.
hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
That is the size of a softball. So if you are in this severe thunderstorm warning, you need to stay away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. This is a destructive supercell. This is a confirmed and observed threat. That's once again 4-inch hail.
4-inch hail in Kansas is crazy.
Near Wakefield and west of Manhattan. That is softball-sized hail in Milford. Wow. This storm might not be producing a tornado, but it is producing destructive hail. Moving northeast. So there's your hail threat for today. This is the storm that's producing the hail. And right, this hail core, it would be right in here, but probably right in this area here is where that main hail core is. But that is softball-sized hail, which again is 4 inches in diameter, moving towards Riley. Just imagine a softball falling out of the sky, or somebody throwing a softball at you at like 90 miles per hour. That's what's happening here, but it's coming out of the sky at 90 miles per hour. So yeah, if you're in Riley, Leonardville, or Bala, or near Randolph, you're in Kansas, definitely get away from windows. That is a significant hailstorm. That is what you call destructive. A tornado watch was just issued, by the way, for Kansas and Missouri until 4 a.m. I'm going to go back to Minnesota real quick. That rotation broadened on the last scan west of Edgerton. One near Brookings is weaker. The one near Pipestone is weaker. I mean, we got 3 tornado warnings up here, but, the rotation's been kind of hit or miss with these storms. Here's your new tornado watch. So, new tornado watch once again that has just been issued until 4 a.m. for western Missouri and eastern Kansas. That's a few tornadoes being possible. isolated ping pong ball sized hail, and widespread wind gusts up to 75 miles per hour are likely. So once again, that's the latest from the Storm Prediction Center and a brand new tornado watch there. I appreciate that, Zachary. Thanks for tuning in. Thank you for your $9.99. Yeah, I'm not really seeing much here. We're going to wait. Next velocity scan just came in, so should update in a moment. And then our only other tornado warning aside from these is the one that's back over in Oklahoma. It's pretty broad. This also is kind of broad too. This is stronger a moment ago. Rotation's broadened out over the last couple scans.
I'm gonna go grab some. I'll be right back and I'm play Roblox for a bit, because this ain't doing nothing, bro.
Again, this one's the one in northeast Oklahoma, north of Tulsa.
Alright, are we gonna play Twisted or something then?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, right now, the storms near Oklahoma City, just north of there, they don't look bad. I mean, if they stay linear like this, the tornado threat should be really low. But the problem right now is what we're going to be having to watch for is any discrete cells that fire up. 1, 2, maybe some more down in here, maybe some in here. But the problem now is going to be anything that's discrete. And if we do get any discrete supercells across, Oklahoma here, or even in Kansas, that tornado threat's going to be much higher with those. But, I mean, I'm honestly relieved thus far. We're almost at 9 o'clock. I'm glad so far we have not seen anything long-tracked and strong. And knock on wood that it stays like that for the entire night. But, yeah, I mean, these storms have definitely been, at least not super significant thus far. But the problem now is, again, we're going to have to watch for discrete cells back over in parts of northeast, central, and even possibly southwest Oklahoma. And so do not let your guard down if you're in those areas. We still got definitely a threat there for, tornadoes.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
These storms are just non-stop up here. I mean, we've had a ton of tornado warnings up here in southwest Minnesota and as well as back over in eastern South Dakota. Another one, pocket of rotation again, just northwest of Pipestone. And then the other one's near Edgerton, and that one would be circled right in there. So we got two different areas of rotation, again, moving north and northeast. They're really moving mostly north. So if you're in this warning, again, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building.
Alright, I'll be right back. We'll be right back, guys.
Yeah, there's no tornado warnings in Missouri, but we do have a tornado watch that was just issued. That just means conditions are favorable for tornadoes. All right, here's the latest radar scan. Check out the velocities. Should update here in a second. For more chicken nuggets. Appreciate that. Thank you, Ios, for the $10 super chat. I mean, I'm trying to eat these chicken nuggets. I think I'm only halfway through. All right, here's the latest radar scan. Again, that's your pocket of rotation. I'm not seeing much on the Edgerton storm. I think overall the one that's just south of Lake Benton is a little bit more concerning. But still not super impressive right now. That's, again, moving north. We'll keep a close eye on it in case anything happens there. Again, near Omaha, we got pretty much a numerous area of damaging winds and hail producing storms now in this area. Once again, I'm not really seeing a whole lot of rotation right now, but we'll keep a close eye on that. Then back down in Oklahoma, near just west of Bartleville, the rotation has actually intensified yet again on that storm, just to the east of Foraker. So again, if you're in this warning, seek shelter Away from windows, lowest floor possible. That'll be going towards Cedarvale and Elgin in Kansas here relatively soon. The cell west of El Reno near Greenfield, unwarned CC drop. That looks like... I don't see a CC drop. That might just be hail contamination. Let me double check real quick. That might just be hail contamination. I believe all that is just hail contamination on that storm. So I'm not seeing anything from the other radar site. More than likely, that's just hail contamination. Okay. Hey, by the way, Rockwell for the 1999. Appreciate that. Welcome in. And we're still watching this area of circulation just south of Cedarvale, moving northeast. And stronger couplet in northeast Oklahoma. I'm still watching the storms in Minnesota. I know a lot of people are, you know, potentially watching either from Minnesota or South Dakota. Again, I'm not seeing anything super concerning there right now. The rotation's still relatively weak. But if anything develops, I'll let you know. Thank you, Lisa, for the $4. This is from a meteorologist that I follow pretty closely. So as of 8:45 p.m., more tornado warnings in South Dakota and Minnesota than the Southern Plains. Up closer to the low with more lifting and shear. Long night still ahead in the high-risk zone in pink. Worse is probably yet to come there. So, yeah, I've kind of reiterated that, but I still think the worst is yet to come here. In the Southern Plains, and I hope I'm wrong. I hope we don't have any big tornadoes tonight, but unfortunately, this is leaning towards being a more nocturnal tornado threat. And unfortunately, any storms that do go discrete will have a more elevated tornado potential. We do have storms that are, or at least little showers that are popping up south of Tulsa. If those become discrete and develop and mature into supercells, those could become pretty concerning. Anything even near Oklahoma City that develops could be concerning, but so far, nothing's developed quite yet when it comes to discrete activity. But once again, if anything does develop, you know, it could get relatively concerning. But luckily, so far, we haven't had anything like that. But the rotation that is, once again, and there's your new severe thunderstorm warning west of Tulsa. So this one, again, has the chance to produce a tornado down the road. But, yeah, the storm that's back up here to the northwest is definitely a little bit more concerning right now. That's a very strong area of rotation that's about to be crossing right into Kansas. So they'll have to probably issue a new warning on that here in a moment. No problem, Aaron. I'm keeping a close eye on I'm keeping a close eye on Minnesota. I have not seen much on those storms. They've been relatively broad areas of circulation. Nothing too significant there right now. If anything changes, obviously I'll go back up there. All right, I'm gonna quickly pee. I'll be back in 60 seconds. Stay tuned. Be back. So just some new information. Ow. I just hit my entire desk. That's exciting.
All right.
So...
That pizza was good.
Some new information from, at least from what I'm hearing. Again, this is kind of rumored, but it might be true. Who knows? Also, we have to get to tornado warnings real quick.
A new tornado warning has been issued. A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have a new tornado warning in Iowa that is going to be west of Malvern. If you're in this tornado warning, again, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible. That is moving northeast. We also have another one, I'm guessing, in Minnesota. That's not surprising. The one in Minnesota has been issued. That's northwest of Worthington. Not seeing much there. That's near Edgerton and Chandler. But if you're in that warning, continue to stay in your safe place away from windows, the lowest floor possible. The one that's currently just east of Omaha looks to be the most concerning right now.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right. Warning counts right back up. I was kind of assuming that storm would be warned. So they've gone ahead and issued a new tornado warning now in the storm that is going to be crossing from Oklahoma into Kansas. That is your area of circulation. That is moving northeast towards Sedan, Longton, Moline, and Peru. If you're in any of those areas, you need to also seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. That is 3 tornado warnings in like 2 minutes. I'm going to go back to the Omaha one. This one definitely looks like it could drop right there near Silver City. This area literally just had a tornado the other day, too. This definitely looks like it's trying to develop. All right, so what I was saying before all that, again, I'm not sure if this is accurate, but I'm just going to say it anyways. Per the National Weather Service chat, the worst is yet to come, 9 p.m. to 2 a.m. So I'll have to wait and see. Again, things have not looked bad thus far today. It feels, again, this feels awfully similar to what we literally just saw last week. With that, 3 large tornadoes overnight, or in the late evening, I should say, really around midnight in Oklahoma. It feels very similar for some reason. And so, again, that could really ramp up as we get closer to like 10 or 11. And the other big thing to think about is that, we are going into the nighttime, and any tornadoes that happen during the night are dangerous because people are sleeping. So, Brad, I will try to do that for members only at some point.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right. This is the storm that Connor's near. New tornado warning on the storm that is northwest of El Reno, northwest Oklahoma City. So if you're in the pink polygon, again, seek shelter and away from windows, lowest floor possible. Our Karki and Greenfield, Oklahoma are included in this warning. Let me go back up to the northern radar site, see if we can see anything on this. The velocities radar is going to kind of struggle. We're kind of far away from it on that one, too. We got a hook echo, so this definitely has a chance. The hook is going to be not far from where Connor is right now. And Connor will be trying to approach the storm here relatively soon. So again, if you're in the tornado warning, seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. That's again in Oklahoma, just northwest of Oklahoma City. South of Watunga, and just to the west of Kingfisher. We have strong rotation here. He wins in Kansas. As again, crossing over the Oklahoma and Kansas border. All right, let me go back up to the north real quick. Also got strong rotation on this storm just south of Granola, by the way. That's developed over the last few minutes. No CC drop, but that could drop. That's going towards Moline. All right, then real quickly back up to the north in Minnesota. Go some strong rotation near Pipestone, just northeast of Pipestone. Yeah, if you're in that warning, seek shelter. There's a tornado on the ground in Minnesota. Is there? I don't see any reports on that. If there is one, it would be probably the one near Pipestone, is my guess. The rotation's pretty strong, just east of Pipestone. There's also some near Verde. Wait, I'm not seeing anything on that. Well, obviously, if you're in Pipestone or anywhere near it, just make sure you're seeking shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have another tornado warning, and that one is going to be back down in Oklahoma as well. That's one that's west of Tulsa. So once again, weather's ramping up. We got another tornado warning just west of Tulsa near Cleveland, and we have another one.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
I mean, this one's west of Tulsa. Let me get to this one first. If you're in this tornado warning, again, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible. Area of circulation is just south of Cleveland. Moving northeast. Gonna be going towards Barnesdale and Occluded here pretty soon near Hominy. And then the other one, I believe, is back up in South Dakota, which is radar indicated. It's not confirmed, but there is a new tornado warning on that storm in southwest Minnesota. Just northeast of Pipestone. So if you're in that warning, seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. We got the five tornado warnings all in one right here. Which I think some of these will be expiring here shortly. We got a couple that are about to expire. So once again, we're up to 10 tornado warnings here across the state of Minnesota, and as well as back over in parts of South Dakota, which that one's going to end in a minute. But the other one that's southeast of Omaha, let's go back to that one real quick. That rotation looks a bit broader, but I would seek shelter just in case.
Do you hear me?
CC drop there. If not, there's at least some rotation there moving northeast.
I'm back.
That's still radar indicated rotation for the time being.
All right, hello?
Yeah.
Just got back.
What?
All right, we're going to go back to Oklahoma again.
Yo, what is going on in Minnesota? Why are there 10 tornado warnings?
Yeah, we do have rotation on the storm that Connor is going to be approaching. This is the one just to the northwest of Calumet, west of Kingfisher, south of Watonga. Again, this tornado warning is ongoing, just northwest of Oklahoma City.
Oh my!
Rotation's going to be located in that hook, which is going to be just south of Greenfield. It'll be right in here.
Minnesota.
And Connor's right down here, so I think he might be going up this direction to that storm. We'll see. Either way, we should have some sort of visual on that at some point down the road. But this storm is definitely starting to intensify quite a bit in terms of its rotation. So, obviously, again, if you're in this warning, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible.
Tornado warnings in Minnesota. They didn't even get, like, losses. I don't think there's even anything up there. Oh, no, there is.
Brad Arnold's on the south one. It's so dark. Jesus.
What's the record for most tornado warnings at one time? I think 14 was the most that we've done. I could be wrong, though. We still have a tornado warning for Oakland, Carson, Macedonia, Henderson, and Silver City, Iowa. Again, we're looking at the one that's west of Oklahoma City. And we also got one west of Tulsa. I'm going to go to that one in a second. We have baseball-sized hail, by the way, heading towards Oldsburg and Randolph in Kansas. That storm is still destructive. It was at 4 inches at one point, which is softball-sized. And now
new tornado warning in Oklahoma.
It's back down a bit. I mean, not up, but down a little bit.
So we have 3 tornado warnings in Oklahoma.
All over the place now. So we got another one in northern Oklahoma. And this one is going to be... Let me go to this real quick. This one's going to be, though, near Ponca City. So just northeast of Ponca City. And if you are in this warning north of Ponca City, east of Newkirk, you need to seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible. There's yet again a new tornado warning on this storm. They'll probably end up issuing a new warning as that goes into Kansas. The rotation that's ongoing here in Kansas is also relatively strong. We got 2 pockets of it. Either of these could be on the ground at any time. So if you're in either of these areas, again, near Longton, Oak Valley, Elk Falls, or Moline, you need to be in your safe place. Those rotation areas are relatively strong right now, moving to the northeast.
I'll stick on Norman radar. Because Brandon, there might be rotation up near
Also,
Kingfisher.
the live cam on the right side of your screen I just pulled up is out of Oklahoma City. We are getting a lot of lightning on that storm right now near Oklahoma City. So we'll have that up on the right side of your screen. With Connor Croft as well. Yeah, softball-sized hail is a nightmare. That is no doubt. Rotation that's south of Cleveland is still not super strong, but again, this is a
Yo, is this event actually starting to cook, bro? There are so many new tornadic rotations.
We got a hook echo developing on this, and pretty definitive supercell. They'll be moving towards Barnesdale and Avant. So if you're in the pink polygon, you got to seek shelter. This one could definitely drop something here in the next, 20 or 30 minutes as it does continue to move north.
There's probably some stuff. These aren't quite embedded. This isn't embedded, Kevin Harvick. This isn't an embedded rotation. These are semi-discrete supercells.
Is this live?
Not currently.
Yes,
there doesn't
live.
seem to be anything on the ground.
The rotation here, again, trying to strengthen west of Tulsa. Keep a close eye on it.
Shut up, Curious. You're getting banned. Ban him. Give him another timeout.
We currently have 8 tornado warnings. We have 17 severe thunderstorm warnings ongoing. We have a
Do it, Kevin, or you're getting
Perry,
banned.
Or near Perry, Oklahoma. Snapped power lines in that area. That's a new update there.
Oh, by the way, I'm eating
And
popcorn.
the storm that is also ongoing northwest of Oklahoma City is tornado warned. There is a little bit of rotation there, and nothing super definitive, but if there is a tornado, it would be heading towards areas near Okarche.
Oh.
I've seen a couple different pronunciations for that.
They actually banned him.
So if you are in this tornado warning,
do not try to eat. Do not try to talk
Kevin,
while
you're banned
eating.
for that. Why'd you
why'd you
ban him, dude?
What's wrong with you?
Kevin, why'd you ban?
Strong rotation on the
There's
storm
rotation near
in
Kingfisher,
southeast
so this
Kansas.
might get warned.
Got 2 different areas
Not,
to that. One,
not
2.
cool, Kevin.
2 areas of strong rotation moving northeast. So again, if you are in this pink polygon, you need to seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible in case that does try to.
Oh shoot, there actually is pretty big rotation up near Moline. I don't see CC drop with that.
Did you turn my volume down on my stream?
Yeah.
Let me go back up to the north real quick. We'll back to the Omaha storm.
It's like really loud sometimes.
Yeah, the Omaha storm, again, I'm not seeing really a whole lot when it comes to the rotation there. It is still radar indicated for 11 more minutes.
Moline, Kansas looks like it could be picking up. We've
Carson
had a
and
lot of
Macedonia
tornado
Iowa.
warnings today.
So if you're in that warning, just keep staying in your safe place. Again, I'm not seeing much on radar, but just in case
Dude,
it
my
tries to do
graphics
something
card
funky,
is like so
stay in your safe
terrible.
place.
My
And then
fans
back
are
over
like.
in Minnesota, we have a couple pockets of
My fans are like
rotation. We
running
got
at
one near
full
Chandler,
speed.
Minnesota. We got another one
see if I can
south
send
of
you a
Lake
video.
Benton. Overall, that rotation's not looking too concerning, but if anything does develop, obviously we'll keep you posted. But that rotation right now is a little bit on the broader side of things, and it really has been for quite a while in those storms. I think we've had more tornado warnings up there than we have had in Kansas so far today.
Yeah, check your snap. I sent
Doesn't
you
really
a
mean
video
anything, but
of my fans. They're so loud.
all right, here's that rotation west of Tulsa.
Why do you?
That's right there.
That's
near
stupid.
Cleveland. So we do have a rotation on this storm. The velocities are slightly ahead of the reflectivity, so it might look a little bit weird, but that's the area of rotation that we're also watching. So once again, moving north right now and northeast towards Hominy.
I have like a
If you're in Hominy,
5600
Oklahoma, you
XT.
need to be in your safe place.
I'm getting a new one.
That hook echo, definitely pretty organized right now.
Let me go back to Minnesota. We have like 3 tornado warnings on top of
Could
each other.
drop a tornado at any time if it's able to intensify and mature.
God, bro, what the heck?
are so many chasers near the Calumet warning. I mean, most of the chasers chased in western Oklahoma today. So, there's naturally going to be a lot of people on that warning because it's the only one. I think every single Radar Omega chaser is actually on that warning other than Brandon. Look at Brandon. Holy cow. Brandon Kopic made a dash to the east. I don't know how he got there. I haven't really been paying attention, but that's impressive.
He drove all the way to Tulsa.
He knew the environment was going to be more ripe in northeast Oklahoma tonight.
Brandon Kopic drove across all of Oklahoma since like 5 p.m.
Which again, I'm not seeing much rotation, but
that's
you know, if you're in the tornado warning, just continue to stay in your safe place. Just again on the radar. We're not.
He's not quite there yet, but like he's about on this tornado warning storm near Hominy. I'll stop when you stop, Curious.
He's going fast, like, man.
Oh yeah, he's definitely speeding,
Good
bro.
for him, though. I mean, you know, I don't know how in the world he got there. I haven't been paying attention, but he.
Oh wait, is there a debris?
Really funny if you just like went into.
This would be the area to beat tonight. I honestly think, you know, I've mentioned this a few times, but we're probably going to get more of these discrete supercells. Any of these discrete cells that fire up are going to have a more elevated tornado risk. So that's one of them. This one's kind of semi-discrete. This activity is kind of clustered, mostly semi-discrete. But yeah, anything that's discrete tonight is going to have a more elevated tornado risk, and that's a good example right there. Just off to the west of Tulsa. And this one, I would say, definitely has a solid chance of producing a tornado as it moves northeast. New radar scan will be in here in just a second on this. Go chasing with Kopic. I would go chasing with him. But he said he's not going to go chasing with anybody. I heard him say it on a stream the other day. Because it's too much of a liability. This rotation's still not super strong yet, but
yeah, this might be a debris ball.
Again, northwest of Sand Creek. Near Hominy. And just south and southwest of Barnesdale.
We have a large tornado possibly on the ground near Osage. This is, whoa.
This rotation, by the way, the one that's in just north of Cost City,
okay.
Oklahoma, that rotation's broadened. This warning probably won't be continued. And then the rotation that's back up near Moline, Kansas, still strong. So this particular storm still has some strong rotation. The one that's back down here to the south.
I'm near, look up Cleveland, Oklahoma on Radar Omega. There's a big debris ball.
Just again, continue to stay in your safe place.
On correlation coefficient. Damn, the velocity.
So a new severe thunderstorm warning in western Iowa. The area of rotation that is currently ongoing in western
Velocity's
Iowa
picking
is not
up.
very strong right now, but if anything develops, I'll let you know. But that rotation's still relatively broad at this time, moving eastbound.
It's on the ground. This is actually a pretty decent sized tornado.
Radars to find Brandon. I know. I don't know how he got there. I'll have to figure it out after the stream. I mean, that's unbelievable. He got there really fast.
It's on the ground. It's actually pretty significant.
A private jet or something? Like, holy cow. All three of these tornado warnings, I don't think will continue. We'll have to wait and see. But I mean, like these warnings, the rotation on the storms right now in Minnesota is very broad.
I do have rotation on it.
I mentioned a few times.
Velocity has actually a predefined couplet. Thankfully, it'll be in mostly rural areas, I believe. Yeah.
If you're in those areas, again, just stay in your safe place just in case. All right, we're going to go back down to Oklahoma. By the way, thank you, Imperious, and as well as Booze Sneaker for becoming Velocity members. I do appreciate it, and welcome to the Velocities. Thank you to anybody else that joined the Velocities. Again, I've missed a lot of notifications, but there are a lot of warnings. All right, this storm looks like it's intensifying now. Got a hook and everything. The rotation is pretty strong right here. Just west of Tulsa near Morgan's Corner. So this storm is definitely trying to produce right now. Moving northeast.
He hasn't looked at correlation coefficient.
Barnesdale, Avance, Hominy. Continue to stay in your safe place as the storm moves northeast. I think you as well 200K podcast for becoming a Velocity member. What about northeast Kansas? I think the main
Dude,
concern
what's up
again
with
is going
these
to be wind.
tornado warnings in Minnesota?
So if you're up there
I
in
know.
northeast Kansas, I'm not expecting
It's all these
much other
embedded
than wind,
supercells.
maybe an isolated tornado risk. Again, Stillwater, Oklahoma, still the storms are ahead. So you could still see storms this evening, potentially even into the very early overnight hours. So still stay vigilant. Missouri should be mostly wind, but
dude,
there's
it's
an
so
isolated
dark on
tornado
all these
potential as
streams.
well.
It's like impossible to see anything.
All the warnings right now that are tornado warned are currently radar indicated areas of rotation. So just a heads up there.
He said they're all radar
Nothing
indicated, but this is on
confirmed
the
as of right
ground.
now, but we have a lot of tornado warnings that are all radar indicated.
I'm gonna go grab something to eat. I'll be back in a
He's
bit.
flying. I know. He's going fast. Okay. This rotation's intensifying as well.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
This is northwest Oklahoma City. This rotation's intensifying pretty quickly. Going towards Okarchi. We have another tornado warning just issued.
This thing is still on the ground. It's a long track tornado, I think, actually. It's been going on for a decent amount of time. We still have 8 tornado warnings. What the heck? What the frick?
That's that right there. Near Shelby. Stronger area of rotation. We'll wait for the next velocity scan. That's the area of rotation. It's right over Minden right now. Going towards Shelby, Harlan, and Tennant. Again, if you're in this warning, you need to seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Again, this is in western Iowa. A brand new tornado warning there. Still got 3 in Minnesota, but that one you got to be in your safe place if you're in that warning. That's definitely stronger. And then back over in...
Do we have it confirmed on the ground?
Northwest central Oklahoma.
No, we don't, bro. This is like false information.
Going
We have a tornado warning in the same spot that had that violent tornado about a week ago.
This hook right here. Moving towards Okarchi. This definitely could drop a tornado at any time. So if you're in this warning, once again, seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible and in an interior room of your home or building. But that rotation right now is definitely coming together more. So that's just northwest Oklahoma City. And then also back over west of Tulsa. Let's check this one out again. Yeah, this storm's trying to come together too. Yeah, we have strong winds going away and also going toward the radar. It's just a matter, I think, of time again on this storm for there to be a tornado. Because it's trying to organize right now just to the west of Tulsa.
I know y'all probably sounds so weird hearing me eat. I'm hungry, bro. New tornado warning.
Tornado warning has been issued.
We're back up to oh, we're only down to 7. Damn.
Yet again, another tornado warning. This one is in northern Oklahoma, northwest of Tulsa. This one is going to be on that pocket of rotation I just circled. East of Schindler and northwest of Powhuska. So if you're in this warning, you also need to seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. That is for Faracker County, Oklahoma. We just had a tornado warning here not long ago, but there's another couplet that's developing here, moving to the northeast.
It's on the ground. This is a big-time tornado.
Here's the latest scan. So that's the area of rotation that we're watching. This tornado warning, that rotation's kind of died out, but this one that we're looking at right now has a bit more rotation. And the one that is currently northwest, that's northwest of Tulsa. This looks strong. This could go big. That's a strong couplet that's developing northwest of Tulsa. Latest scan showing very strong rotation near Morgan's Corner, just southeast of Hominy. If you know anybody in this warning, please give them a call or text. Make sure they're...
Yeah, it might only get worse from here, honestly. This looks like this could be... This is... I agree with Max. This thing looks strong.
West Oklahoma City might be doing the same. Let me double check here. Okay, luckily that rotation looks a bit broader. Okay, so right now the main concern has just turned to this storm. That's northwest of Tulsa. That is a very strong couplet. And again, a discrete supercell like this has the chance to go strong and potentially long-tracked. So... Again, if you know anybody in this warning near Barnesdale, Avant, west and northwest of Tulsa, make sure you give them a call.
Tornado on the ground and
ready and vigilant for the storm. It's a
tornado on the ground in Minden, Iowa.
Now on radar, that is very strong.
Powerful tornado on the ground. Debris ball.
This could be a strong tornado if it drops. It's moving towards Advant and Barnesdale.
Minden, Iowa.
This one is actually going towards Tulsa. There's still a large debris. Look at this. Look at this thing. This thing is big.
Where are you? Where are you?
Look up how many Oklahoma. How many Oklahoma?
Yeah, we could have a tornado on the ground with this. Again, it's moving northeast.
Large debris, big debris with it.
Well, looks like we may have a CC drop on this as well.
Tornado in Minden, big tornado in Minden, big tornado in Iowa.
It's moving northeast, going towards Barnesdale and Advant near Hominy. Again, you've got to run to your safe place if you're in this warning. This could be a strong tornado in progress. That is a very strong...
Big tornado in Iowa. There's a big tornado hit just went through Minden, same spot.
Very strong winds going toward the radar. That right there is your tornado that would be in progress just to the west, or sorry, just to the east of Hominy and west of Tulsa, moving northeast towards Barnesdale and Advance. This has been rapidly intensifying for the last several minutes.
Near Minden, we have a big debris ball. This is that's big debris, big debris.
That is a debris signature. This could go PDS.
This is a large tornado. It's gonna hit Shelby. It's gonna hit Shelby head on. It'll hit Shelby head.
A tornado is on the ground.
It'll hit Shelby head on. Shelby, Iowa. You guys gotta be underground. Gotta be underground. Large tornado.
This is a confirmed tornado now in Oklahoma. This could go PDS. I mean, that rotation is strengthening very fast.
Let me see this rotation down here. Whoa, huge CC drop. Oh my God, it's black. The CC drop is bad. Look at my stream. Look at your. How many? HOMINY, Oklahoma. Look it up.
We got a deep CC drop on this.
I did.
It's gonna be right.
Dude, that is bad. Oh my.
Popping up on radar. So we have debris being lifted up into the atmosphere.
That thing's powerful.
Once again, that is a debris signature.
That's strong.
You've got to run to your
That's strong.
This tornado warning away from windows and on the lowest.
It's strong. It's actually a strong tornado.
It's not updating for me. So.
It's gonna moving northeast.
Doing major damage. Major damage. Satellites, tornado emergency for Minden.
Circulation and a potentially
major tornado, Minden, satellites.
This tornado actually did just hit.
That rotation is intense.
Minden, Iowa did just get hit. Shelby, it's just gonna miss Shelby. It's just gonna miss Shelby, Iowa. It's just gonna miss a town. I hope it. No.
Whoa. You guys gotta get to your safe place. That is a massive CC drop. This is a strong tornado in progress right now in Oklahoma. This is going towards Barnesdale and Advance. You've got to run to your safe place if you're in this warning. This is a potentially dangerous tornado right now.
Shelby, Iowa just got hit by a big tornado, guys. Shelby, Iowa just got hit by a tornado.
On this radar right now.
Shelby, Iowa, there's a tornado going through this small town.
Very damaging tornado right now.
Shelby, Iowa, you guys gotta take this seriously. This is bad. This is bad. We have a few big tornadoes. Shelby, Iowa just got hit.
Potentially large tornado moving northeast, going towards Barnesdale, going towards Advance, just east of
Bartlesville.
Again, you've got to run to your safe place if you're in the pink polygon, just northwest of Tulsa. Once again, east of Hominy.
Jesus, is a big debris ball.
Barnesdale and Advance, you've got to get to your safe place. That is once again a tornado that is in progress. It is a large.
There's a lot. It's large. It's a huge debris ball. The velocity couplets.
This is now PDS. All right, so this is officially a PDS tornado.
PDS.
This is an emergency alert.
This should not.
A large and strong tornado.
Particularly dangerous situation just issued.
This is again a PDS tornado, particularly dangerous situation.
This thing is strong. This is a strong tornado, you guys. You take this serious.
Potentially deadly tornado that's moving to the northeast right now. You've got to run to your safe place if you're in Barnesdale or Advance here in northeast Oklahoma. This is again just east of Hominy right now. This is a strong and large tornado. PDS tornado warnings are only issued when we have very dangerous storms like this that are ongoing. Again, you've got to run your
we also have reports tornado on the ground west of Oklahoma City, northeast near Kingfisher. Yep, this is on the ground too. Tornado on the ground near Kingfisher. We have 3 tornadoes on the ground.
But an extremely dangerous situation on this storm, which is again moving northeast.
This thing
right
is
now.
strong, Tornado.
It's a very dangerous storm, and this is what we were fearing here today, was storms like this. This could be long-tracked and, again, strong for quite a while. Right now it's on track for Barnesdale and Avant. It'll be going towards Bartlesville down the road. So if you are in Bartlesville, yeah, Tucker, post this as well. If you're in Bartlesville, again, make sure that you are staying weather aware and being prepared, because this is a
Not this one. The one near Hominy got no one on it, but the one near Kingfisher's.
in Oklahoma.
Yeah, the Kingfisher one that I was talking about. It has like 4.
That right there would be your tornado. It's gonna be right there, just east of Hominy. Again, we got a
Luckily,
large
there's
debris
not a
signature.
lot out here,
Homes,
but it's
buildings will be
Barnesdale. I would
by
be
this tornado
sheltered
right
in
now, just
Nicholas.
east of Hominy.
Be prepared. This thing
And
might
this
go
is
on
moving
for a
towards
while.
Barnesdale and Avant over the next several minutes. So again, you gotta run to your safe place if you're in this warning. Away from windows, lowest floor possible. That is a storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom. In addition
Oh
to
my
this,
God,
if
the
you're in a
CC
mobile home,
drop.
You gotta go to a sturdy structure. You cannot be in a mobile home.
The
in this sort
CC
of
drop
storm.
is
It
worse.
too
Oh my
dangerous.
God.
Yeah, and
There's your tornado. I mean, it has no signs of weakening. So if you're in Barnesdale or Avant, you've got to get to your safe place. That is again a strong and large tornado that is in progress right now, moving to the northeast. This is a very dangerous storm. I'm not trying to say this to scare you, but I'm telling you right
This
now,
thing
this
is.
a serious
Whoa! Look at the
storm right now in
velocity.
the
Oh my
northeast.
God.
We are getting reports of power flashes, which is not surprising with a storm like this at this magnitude.
It's
That is
hitting
a
power
massive
lines,
debris
so it's.
signature. The pink.
Let me see
popping
what
up
we
with
got.
reflectivity,
We have.
indicating heavy debris right now that is being lifted up into the atmosphere.
Yeah, I'm
on
trying
this
to read
storm.
it. 72
That is how
on
significant
87.
this storm is right now.
Jesus.
Moving to
At
the
least
northeast
EF3
towards Barnesdale.
intensity.
It is a
Possibly
very
EF4.
significant storm. I mean, again, this is just very
Is there a debris ball on radar?
That debris signature is substantial.
Which
going
one?
towards Barnesdale.
On
and
regular
Avant.
radar. Oh my God, there's a debris ball on the regular. Go to reflectivity. Go to
During this tornado
reflectivity.
warning, you've got to run to your safe place.
There's a pink debris ball.
which
Gotta
tornado
get there.
are you on?
This
Which
is a
tornado are you
dangerous
on?
How
tornado in
many?
progress moving towards Barnesdale and
How
Avant.
many?
But this debris signature is crazy.
Yeah,
that is a
it is on the
debris ball
radar.
on radar. That's not
That
rain.
hook is
That is
starting to
just a
form as
debris
well.
ball.
There's a debris ball.
It's
It's.
currently ongoing.
I don't think there's any
it's
structures
right-
here, but it's
It's a really
destroying
dangerous
whatever it
storm right
hits.
If you know any friends or family in Barnesdale, Avant, make sure that they're awake
Yep,
and in
and
their
then
safe
there's also
place.
a hook.
If you know
down
any friends or family in
Oklahoma City.
Bartlesville, or
Yeah, I'm checking on that one.
The one
make
with
sure that they are also awake
multiple
because this
cha-
storm is going to be.
Oh,
heading into
Karchi's
their
actually starting to
middle
drop.
tier
Oh,
pretty
Karchi's
soon.
probably going to drop soon. I got people
Cruise
near
is,
it.
again,
I'm
very
going to focus
significant
on
threat as this
on the
moves
main one,
northeast.
though. This is near Hominy,
Very
Oklahoma. A
dangerous
significant,
storm. I cannot
violent
reiterate that enough.
tornado
That is
on
a
the ground doing
large
major,
tornado
major
and a
damage.
strong tornado that is on the ground right now here in, once again, right here in northeast Oklahoma, northwest of Tulsa. It's a very dangerous tornado that is in progress right now.
Man, this thing is bad.
Yeah, this is not letting up anytime soon, guys. We also have a confirmed tornado, by the way, in Iowa. We're not going to be focusing on that, really, unless it goes PDS. I believe that was just a brief tornado. Yeah, I think that was just brief. So we do have a confirmed tornado there. This is really concerning, though. I mean, again, we got a large and strong tornado right now here in Oklahoma.
This still got a debris ball?
Barnesdale.
Yep.
That is a massive debris signature. Moving towards Avant and Barnesdale near
Yeah,
Okolada.
and then when this next reflectivity scan comes in, the hook on the.
This is just east of
the one
Hominy now.
down, like,
Got a
just
large and strong
me
tornado
check.
moving northeast rapidly. This is
developing
moving northeast right now at about 40 miles per hour. They'll be going towards Okolada and Barnesdale and eventually Bartlesville. So if you're in Bartlesville,
Oh,
you
shoot,
gotta
we
make
have
sure
new
that
cells.
you go into your safe place. That right there again is a large tornado. That debris signature is massive still. This is still a PDS tornado, which again is a particularly dangerous situation.
got-
that only happens when we have strong or large tornadoes that are on the ground. It does not happen very often, but in today's environment, this is really what we were expecting with storms like this. And unfortunately, that is now coming to fruition here, just east of Hominy.
We have a discrete cell back behind this. This thing is bad. This is... I can't explain this.
Yeah, this is a very dangerous tornado right now moving northeast.
This is bad. Let me explain why. This cell right here, There is nothing around
A
it.
new tornado warning has been issued.
Oh shoot, what are we up to?
We have a new
There is
tornado
nothing
warning in
to
Iowa,
stop
by the
this
way.
from becoming
I'm not gonna go to
bad
that.
as
There's
it
a
goes
new
into
tornado warning up there.
Oklahoma, just
Quick
north of your
update on the
Girthy.
one west Oklahoma City. You have a tornado warning here.
Man.
Rotation does
This
not
thing.
look super
Yep,
impressive,
that
so we're
debris
not gonna
ball's
talk much
still
about
showing
that.
up on.
But
right
once
near
again, if you're
Oh
just
my
tuning in,
God,
this is
velocity's
a
still there.
tornado. And this is a large and strong tornado. It's
Wait, is it hitting homes?
This is gonna be
Oh,
moving
it's hitting the
northeast
neighborhood.
towards
It's hitting the
Baldwin,
neighborhood.
Coffeyville, Kansas, eventually.
Oh my
So these
God,
areas are the
huge
track of
debris
this.
ball.
Again, if
Oh,
you're
yeah,
in
this
this
is-
pink
this is-
polygon, you've got to get to your safe place
Okay,
now.
it's heading
This
right
is once again a
towards a-
strong and large
Oh, it's
tornado
heading
that
right
is picking
towards
up
a
a
decently
lot of
populated
debris.
area.
Like,
It gotta lift. Something has to change fast.
This is a very significant storm right now heading towards the Barnesdale area.
Something has to change fast here, guys, or else this will be bad.
Signature is just huge.
It's a massive tornado.
Tornado warning that was just issued in Iowa is for Harlan, Kirkman, Irwin,
Yeah, but
Defiance,
it's heading right
Sterling,
towards
and
a lot
Panama,
of
and Portsmouth.
a couple populated areas, like right near Winona or
Rotation
Barnesdale.
not
and
strong
then
enough to
it
produce
keeps
a tornado yet,
going.
but it could at any time.
Cause
Once again, this is a
catastrophic damage.
massive debris signature on this storm right now near Hominy.
New scan
We have a
came out.
report
Oh.
of the
It looks like
tornado
this is
near
still-
Hominy.
Nothing
They
changed.
reported
Still be
it
going.
via emergency management.
This is a long
it's still
trip.
going.
No update on any sort
It's
of
been
damage
on
or
the
anything
ground
like
for
that,
a
which that might take a while.
good bit
That
now.
is a huge debris signature though on radar. This is again a very significant storm.
This
right
is
now
a
moving
life-threatening
northeast.
tornado, guys. This is really
God, I mean,
bad.
this debris signature is just huge. It's gonna be going towards Gilland, Nichols, and Barnesdale. The reflectivity is a bit behind, but that right there is your large and strong tornado. And I mean, I don't
Looks
even
like
know if this is
Harlan
really
Iowa's
hitting any
found
homes
himself
right now. It might be
in
hitting a few, but
another
like I think a
tornado
lot of
warning,
this is
the
just
one that-
trees.
down near Shelby.
This is just a huge debris signature right
this
now.
one still could be going. It's
about a
currently
mile
it's still
wide or
unobserved.
so
but
for
that
the
one
debris
has 2
signature.
minutes left.
That doesn't mean that
the next one that
the
they've
tornado's a
issued
mile
is
wide, but
radar
you know what I mean.
indicated, so we have
Again,
no
there's
way
just a
of
lot of
telling
debris right now being lifted up into the atmosphere.
Still on the
that
ground,
dark blue is basically
unless
worst case scenario.
the velocity or correlation coefficient.
I mean, we're seeing some
Wait,
significant
let me
debris
see the
right now
path.
being
Is this
launched up
hitting
into
it
the atmosphere on
directly?
this
If
storm.
it hits it directly, we could
And
very
this
well
right
see a
here is
tornado
very
emergency.
strong velocities. Again, this is a strong and large.
This
tornado
might hit
moving north
Barnesdale.
going
This
towards
actually
Barnesdale.
might go straight towards Barnesdale.
Bartlesville will be on the track. This is down
what's-
the road, so if you're in
correlation
Bartlesville,
Yeah, this is still on the ground. This is significant.
Bartlesville, be prepared.
Yeah, it's still
Because
PDS
the storm might be
tornado as
heading up your
well.
direction. But this
This is the
tornado right
first
now
one
is
we've
moving
seen tonight,
northbound.
but
It's
I haven't
northeastbound, northeast. It's gonna be going towards Barnesdale first, and then Bartlesville next.
But yeah, that hook, and it looks like
Just west of
there's
Advance.
still a little bit of a debris ball.
There is. There's much of a debris ball. The hook. It may occlude actually before
Recent
Barnes.
does not look nearly as significant as it was east of Hominy. And see how the pink shows up on reflectivity? It's not showing up as much on the last couple of
It's
scans.
handing off. The
Does it mean?
mesocyclone is
Well,
handing off.
it's basically two things. One of which could be that the tornado is potentially weakening a little bit, or it's just not hitting very many things like trees or buildings. It looks like it's going right over 2240 and 2601 road, which there are, I believe, homes in this area.
Do we still have a damn?
Unfortunately, there are still
Vince Walty has a funnel cloud on his
homes
stream right
being
now.
damaged here by this tornado.
It doesn't look
But
like
that
it
right
has
there is your
touched
tornado
down yet.
again,
It's not fully condensed,
just to the
but
east
it
of
is
Hominy.
quite
It'll be right in
low.
that little debris.
Where's
belt we have on radar
Kingfisher?
right now, moving northeast. If you're in Barnesdale, you
Yeah,
gotta continue
like
to stay in
right-
your safe
yeah.
place. I mean, the rotation's still very
Oh,
strong.
shoot,
so
is there
not a
debris?
tornado here? But the hope is that it is
He's got a
weakening. But
funnel
right
cloud.
now,
It
it
looks
has
like
not really shown any signs
stooping
of
real
that
low right now.
as it continues
could
to move
possibly touch
northeast.
down any
Who,
minute.
wait, who?
Vince Walty. He's
Alright.
the northernmost
Yeah,
one.
if you're in Bartlesville, you don't have to be in your
It's
safe
hard to
place
see
right
with
now.
all the lightning.
When the
You have to
lightning-
be
when the lightning
vigilant, 'cause
flashes,
this storm
you
is
can-
going
you'll
in
see
your
it.
direction.
Whoa.
There it is. Yeah.
Bartlesville is going to be right in the
That could
track of this storm if it
very
does end up
possibly
producing a tornado all the way that direction, which right now, again, this is a discrete cell. And discrete cells are the ones that produce the most significant threat for tornadoes. We do still have a storm that's northwest Oklahoma City that's rotating. Just a quick update on that. Karchi, it's still a broad area of circulation.
I don't see. It's hard to.
So no significant update there.
It's
as
really
of now.
hard to tell, but it is. There's a.
Yeah, there's something in there.
Real low.
Oh, yeah. I mean, this tornado is not weakening at all. Still a huge debris signature right now, heading towards
tornado
Barnesdale.
is still going up near
Again, you
Barnesdale.
got to run to your safe place if you've not already in Barnesdale. Barnesdale, Oklahoma. Storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom. Whatever.
2
is,
discrete cells now.
Basically, lowest to the ground, most interior room of your home or building, that's where you need to be right now. If you're in Barnsdale, Avant, Galand, Walco.
Oh shoot, guys, this is actually bad. We are talking about Oklahoma City being out of the risk. It's not. This is the risk. See these? See this? See this cell right here?
That's going right over
Let me play the past radar data here.
Road, and that's likely why this
This tornado in Harlan, Iowa seems to still be going.
This storm near Hobart has just formed, and it is going right for more. Guys, this is bad. This is why they didn't think this would happen. It happened. Discrete cells are popping up along this dry line in Oklahoma, and there's nothing stopping them. They're discrete. They're not going to be in this line, guys. We have to watch these near Hobart.
Barnsdale project to be hit by this within the next 5, 6, 7 minutes. Obviously, if you are in
Go back
Barnsdale,
up to
you
the
need
one
to be in
in
your safe
Iowa,
place now.
like
Do not wait
right,
7 minutes for a tornado like this. Talent is in 9 minutes.
northwestern of Harlan.
Wool-Ark is about 20 minutes from now.
Correlation coefficient still has a
The torpedo area in about 27 minutes, and then Bartlesville is about
track path thing. Let me track the path of this thing.
longer than a half an hour before. All right,
It looks, okay,
it
never mind.
could
It
very
looks like
easily
it's
still be that intensity
gone
once it
down
gets
a
towards you.
lot.
Let me see let me get a track on this thing. We got about
the debris signature on radar. That's about to go right through the heart of Barnsdale.
We got a bit. This is going to head to more Midwest City, Union City, El Reno, Oklahoma City, and Norman. This cell, watch it.
I mean, it's literally going to go right through the downtown area of Barnsdale if it stays on the ground.
Something's got to change though in Barnsdale. This is not looking good. Let's go back up there.
You need to go to your safe place. If you know any friends or family in Barnsdale, Oklahoma, you need to give them a call or text.
Look at the hook. Debris ball back. There's a debris ball again. It's going to enter the city within a few minutes.
It stays on the ground.
Okay, Panama and Westphalia tornado seems to have dissolved
This is just
for the most part up in
really
Iowa.
bad.
The hook is still...
We've had tornadoes the last
Guys,
days that have been PDS, in Texas.
Guys, this is actually bad. It's going directly into the town. Debris ball is back. Debris ball is back. It's black.
This one's going to go right through
oh,
the downtown area.
man. Look at this. How long do we got? How
you say it?
It's 4 miles from downtown Barnsdale. Oh man, I hope it changes, or else we're gonna have a. It'll hit Barnsdale directly. If this doesn't lift for.
It's also a pretty populated area. If you just.
But I mean,
look,
this is showing no signs of weakening. We got
over 1,000 people.
Unfortunately,
yeah, it looks like this is heading
this
right
is
for
go right through
Barnsdale.
the town.
Debris. Oh man.
If it stays on the ground,
the debris ball is still.
Debris ball got worse. The debris ball got worse.
Waiting for the next radar scan. There you go. This is about to go right through the town, and it's not weakening at all. Again, if you're in this warning in Barnsdale,
guys,
if you're tuning in right now,
guys, oh my, look at the hook. Oh no. We're about to watch a monster tornado hit Barnsdale, like live. We're about to see Barnsdale is going to get destroyed if this doesn't lift. There may be a tornado emergency. I'll be right back. Hold up.
Not many people impacted by those. This one is impacting about 1,000 people.
So there might be a tornado down near Kingsfisher.
With a significant debris signature. In addition to this, there are areas surrounding Barnsdale that might not be in Barnsdale that are going to be hit by this storm and have been hit by this storm. So again, if you are in Barnsdale, you got to get to your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible. Again, this is a PDS tornado. It is a particularly dangerous situation. Just to the west of Avant and east of Winona.
Looks like this tornado up in Iowa, like just north of Harlan, may have dissipated, but can't be for sure right now.
Yeah, the reflectivity is just showing significant debris right now.
Showing up on the
That debris ball is huge.
Does not mean it.
This is about to go right through Barnsdale. Let me zoom in here. So downtown area of Barnsdale is about to get hit by this near Anita Bryant Street, 5th Street, Highway 11. I mean, this tornado right now is very close to hitting. Barnsdale.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have another tornado warning issued
away.
for
That debris ball is
County of
2 miles
Barnsdale
away
and going
from
up to
Barnsdale. It's going to
Bartlesville
be there in the next minute and a half,
like
basically.
up north through Dewey. And this is still a very powerful tornado.
New PDS tornado warning for the same exact storm. That is also
I'm back.
Very populated area, over 1,000 people up in Bartlesville.
There's black debris ball.
This is an emergency alert. A large and strong tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter.
There's a black debris ball.
All right, so Bartlesville, Dewey, South Dakota.
Guys, this is guys. Oh God.
Tornado warning.
Why isn't there a tornado emergency?
That's about to rip through the town
it's still a PDS, and it did. They did issue a new
this is going to make a track right into Bartlesville. If you are in Bartlesville, you have a few minutes, but you need to make sure you're getting to your safe place as soon as humanly possible.
Very
it's an emergency. You have a few minutes, but
it doesn't matter if it is or not. It's too late, honestly. It's too late. You guys, if anyone,
people.
Know anyone who lives in these areas.
Bartlesville. Hopefully, it doesn't go into Bartlesville. Bartlesville is.
Right now to Barnsdall.
Bartlesville's.
It's more populated than Barnsdale. It's
15,000 people there. This thing is though. Let's focus on this. Only a mile and a half away from Bartlesville.
Down into the basement, whatever it might be, but you need to get to your safe place ASAP. I am retweeting a photo on Twitter of that tornado, by the way, at MaxVelocityWX. That debris signature is going right into the town of Barnsdall right now.
God, this is bad.
You know, if you're just tuning in,
oh my God, look at this. It might just miss the town. Please, please.
Tornado is heading right
it might just miss the town of Bartlesville.
That is your debris signature. It's about to rip right
debris up to 26,000 feet.
Taking a left turn or right turn. This is going right through the town by
the
looks of it.
This could.
Pending a
this
miracle,
could very easily
it's going to be going right into the downtown area of
barely
Barnsdall.
miss the town of Bartlesville.
Let's see though.
Barnsdale.
Oh no.
It could
blue that you're seeing is the debris that is being lifted up into the atmosphere on the correlation coefficient
radar. It does
radar.
not look like it's
That's
gonna
what
miss
I'm talking about when I say CC drop. This is a very strong and large tornado that is in progress here near Barnsdall. Going to be going towards Bartlesville here pretty soon.
It might be missing the town. It might be missing the town.
I'm hoping for a miracle, but it doesn't appear like that's happening. I mean, that's just a very dangerous tornado. Very dangerous.
Oh, it's not missing the town. It's not.
Why?
It's
radar scan in a moment. Again, if you're just tuning in, PDF's tornado warning just issued
right
for Bartlesville, Dewey.
Barnsdall is gonna be.
Barnsdall, all those areas included. This is a population now of 50,000 people in the track of this. Now,
God.
You know, realistically, if this tornado kept going in the track it's going, it would be going right into Bartlesville, just for reference.
Bartlesville needs to take shelter. Bartlesville comes after Barnsdall, and they need to take shelter. Barnsdall. Okay, these are kind of two confusing names, but Barnsdall, it's a big town, and it's destroying this town. Let me make sure. It just hit the town. It hit the town.
Yes, this hook is still going. There's a debris ball on reflectivity.
It didn't hit the.
This is definitely.
Oh, we have a storm chaser coming up to it. Brandon Kopik is coming up to this monster tornado. This debris coming out of the sky. Oh man.
That's your tornado right there. It's that pink area, that red area.
Brandon Kopik is gonna come into Barnsdall in a few minutes. This thing just hit the south side of Barnsdall.
There's debris all over the road. Looks like leaves, hail.
Look at that.
Maybe
I mean, these
other
velocities
items.
are very strong.
It missed the main part of the town.
Great estimate, but the gate to gate is probably like 130, 140 or something like that. Is my guess. But this tornado is now ripping right through Barnsdall, Oklahoma.
1.3 mile wide debris ball, guys. This is horrible.
That's the trajectory it's taking right now. I mean, obviously, anybody in Barnsdall right now is probably, you know, they don't have internet or anything like that. But you know, if you're tuning in from a miracle in Barnsdall right now, you gotta
looks like
seek shelter.
It's just leaves.
This is gonna be near
small
Talent.
branches in the road right now, and a little bit of like just small.
Tornado emergency! Tornado emergency!
Alright, tornado emergency issued for
tornado emergency.
Tornado emergency for Barnsdall. Honestly, this is far too late. We should have done this a long time ago.
Has been issued.
I agree. This was issued very, very late. This could have.
This
emergency could have saved.
This is a tornado emergency for Bartlesville. Tucker, post this.
Guys, you guys gotta be taking shelter in Barnsdall. This is a direct hit to this town.
I didn't know. This is now
tornado emergency.
Deadly tornadoes that are in progress.
Tornado emergency.
To run to your safe place.
If you're in Barnsdall, it's too late. Barnsdall just got hit by a monster tornado.
Tornado that's in progress right now.
Oh my, I'm scared to see what Brandon Kopik's gonna drive into. Brandon Kopik's gonna drive into a nightmare. He's driving into this destroyed town. Did it just hit the city?
He's getting
Again,
real
catastrophic.
Oh my God! It just went through the city. Look at all the debris. Look at the debris. It just hit the city.
This is a confirmed.
The whole city got hit. It went through the whole city. It's larger than the town itself.
This is a potentially violent tornado that is in progress right now.
The town of Barnesville.
A violent tornado. Oh my God!
It was larger than the town itself. This is Greensburg. Curious rat, dude. Yo, Curious, can you actually not joke right now? Like, this is bad. It just destroyed this town. We may have lost lives. I'm gonna be honest. We might have lost lives. Like, seriously. Brandon Kopic's driving into it. He's gonna be in the town in a few minutes.
The debris signature is huge. We have a massive tornado basically on the
We
ground
got
right now.
we got leaves on the.
Very strong. That debris signature
Yeah,
is so
he's
dark.
had leaves
I mean,
on
this
leaves
just
and
lifted
like
up
small
homes
branches
and
of trees
you
just
know,
on the
trees
road
and
and
all
the
that
path
sort of things.
He's been taking
in the last few minutes in Barnsdall. It just
likely
lifted
just
up homes, buildings,
damaging
you name it.
winds, slightly
Basically just got
damaging
lifted up
winds
most likely here
that have
in
been doing
Barnsdall.
that.
It took.
I'm watching the stream. We're gonna see him come into this town. This town just got destroyed.
This debris field
I'm
also,
gonna
is about
stay on
2
Brandon
miles
Kopic
wide
right
now,
now.
which again does not
Bartlesville has 37,000 people.
It gives you an idea of how much debris is being lifted up
Something
and being
has to
pushed here.
change, or we have a
This just
horrible
went through
situation,
Barnsdall, and
even
it's gonna be
worse.
approaching Woolark,
All right, we're seeing
eventually moving toward Bartlesville,
He's slowing down.
Oklahoma. Again, if you are in this warning, you need to run to your safe place.
But he's gonna be in the town in a few minutes, guys. Get prepared for the worst. Hope for the best. Prepare for the worst. Hope it missed the town. Hope it missed the town.
Emergency. This is the highest.
It's still a tornado emergency. This thing is violent. This thing is. Look at the debris. Look at the on screenshot. It hit the town head on. Look at my screen. The debris ball was over the town. Oh.
It cannot get much worse than this, just for the record. This is a
The whole town got destroyed.
That's on the ground.
This whole town could definitely.
It's still going. Brandon Kopic's about it.
It's still going on. This could easily hit Bartlesville as this continues. We don't know for sure.
I'm guessing Brandon's gonna be doing search and rescue. He's going right
into
the town right now.
For.
He's almost in the town.
Horrific tornado right now.
He's almost in the town. I don't see anything yet.
If you're tuning in, again, this is a tornado emergency. This is the highest level tornado warning that you can get.
Where it looks good here right now. I don't see any damage.
So this is going to be going right into Woolark.
Please hope that it missed the town. Please hope it missed the town.
Several minutes.
We got trees down over here. They're damaged.
Yep.
I think he's going to get close.
Track this out really quickly. So again, this is an ETA.
Did it not?
You need to be in your safe place one at a time. But if this large and strong tornado continues, this will be going right into Bartlesville in approximately 18 minutes. All right. Again, it could be.
Did he just run over a snake?
You do not want to wait until the last minute. That does not make any sense for a tornado
Don't
like
worry
this.
about that.
It's going to be approaching Dewey in about 24 minutes. Again, you need.
We got trees down.
You do not want to wait until last
signs
second.
bent out of position.
This is a significant tornado that is in progress right now.
The signs could just be debris.
Trying to get the radar.
All right, what do we got now?
I don't know where he is.
The house and neighbor's house is completely ripped
his
up and
location
gone.
isn't updating on Radar Omega for me.
Once again, this is the tornado emergency. I had to refresh this. My radar's not updating. Yeah, this is a tornado emergency for Bartlesville.
The downtown seems fine.
Large and strong tornado in progress.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, keep me posted if you guys hear anything about the damage and stuff. Sorry, I had to refresh the radar. All right, here's that debris signature. Again, that's your large and strong tornado. It's now on the northeast side of Barnsdall, and it's going to be approaching Bartlesville very quickly. Once again, Bartlesville in particular is a very populated area.
It doesn't look like there's too much damage done.
And it's going to be going right into Bartlesville over the next several minutes. So if you're in this warning, you've got to seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and an interior room of your home or building. Here's the latest. Wow, I mean, this is just. This is insane.
Oh, it looks like.
What are these velocities?
Looks like Brandon
130 miles per hour.
Oh, we might be getting closer to the path. It looks like there's more damage over here.
Tornado that is in progress right now. I mean, we're talking a very significant tornado.
Let me look
right
at
now
this.
towards
Oh my
Bartlesville.
God, Bartlesville, take shelter.
This is a significant tornado. This is potentially very large and strong.
Bartlesville needs
this
to
might
take
be
shelter
stronger
now
than what it was
because
going through
tornado
Barnsdall. That debris
very
signature
easily
is
just
still
continue
huge.
I'm
on
trying to
and
see
go
velocities now.
through the
Oh
town
my
of
god, the
Barnesville and
velocities
South
broke.
of Woolark,
The velocities actually
going
broke.
towards,
We have 130 on
right now.
130 on
Again, you've got to see sharp if you're in this
103.
warning away from windows, lowest floor possible.
A new tornado warning has been
And the new
130 on
tornado warning is in
103.
Iowa, just
That's
FYI. That's
200
for
and
Denison Milana, and
233.
Arcadia. Yeah, if you're just tuning in, this is a
Oh,
tornado
okay.
emergency.
Looks like we have a barn
It is a
ripped out of the
large,
ground
destructive,
on Brandon Copic.
catastrophic tornado
Wait, what?
Barn
that's
just
moving towards
completely-
Bartlesville.
Looks like there's a barn just
Once
ripped
again, this
out of
is
the ground.
the highest level tornado warning
I
you can
can't
get.
click on it,
That
dude.
debris signature on radar, by the way, and reflectivity.
You gotta switch out
You
of
don't
the.
see colors like that.
Let me
very
see the
often on
debris signature.
signatures.
Oh my
This is
god, look at the
latest,
debris
like, the
ball.
latest scan
Oh my.
near Woolark. So that debris signature right over Highway
But yeah, it looks
123
like
right now.
these
It is going to be
people- there's
approaching
some
the
people
Look
that
at
just
Cody,
don't
look at the
decide to
debris
barn.
ball.
Probably
It's
in about,
3 mile wide
let's say,
debris ball.
5 minutes or so, maybe 10 minutes.
Bartlesville, get underground. Get underground now.
Your area here in just a few minutes.
Yeah,
We-
Brandon
There's a
Copic is not
massive
continued
debris
on yet.
signature.
We
and
have
probably
7
a
miles.
tornado that's
They
heading
all
towards
seem-
Bartlesville right
They
now.
all seem to be fine, so.
You guys see any updates on Twitter? At me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. I'll try to relay information.
It
Tucker,
looks
you can
like we have
post this as
power
well, by
lines
the way.
bent out of
Post the
shape.
same
The
thing
fence
as
seems
before.
to be disfigured.
No, I can't get on the stream. It's not letting me.
And this is a
I'm gonna reload it.
life-threatening tornado
This is
going
a
towards
large
Bartlesville,
tornado.
Oklahoma.
Oh, looks like there might be a
Huge tornado
roofs
direct
ripped
hit.
off of houses. There's a fence down in the middle of the road. where
I'm really
Brandon's trying
afraid
to
that Barnsdall just took a massive hit from this tornado.
Oh
Like,
my gosh, this place is gone.
Bad damage,
It is
bad
gone.
damage.
This is just really bad.
This looks like it probably was not very well built, though. This could have. This
really,
very
really
easily
bad.
Could have just been.
Bartlesville
poorly
is not
built-
small, by the way.
Just maybe like a metal
Barnsdall
shack or
is a
something.
bit smaller. It's like 1,000 people or so. But there's about 38,000 people in Bartlesville, which is why this is so bad right now. That's why this is now a tornado emergency, is because it's going to be going right into a very populated area in Bartlesville.
This thing, something has to
That's why
change.
this such
Is it
a
gonna
big
merge?
deal. You know, this is going to be impacting a ton of people.
Oh, it's about to
just
take a
impacted
cell
lot of
merger.
people, but
Hopefully
you
it
can
changes.
multiply that number by 37.
Hopefully
That's
it
how many more
lifts.
people it's going to be impacting in Bartlesville. If this does continue to stay on the ground as a large, strong, and
Oh my
catastrophic
god, look
tornado,
at the
which right now it
velocities.
is. This is a significant tornado in progress going towards Bartlesville. And this tornado, by the way, is showing no signs of weakening. Brandon is coming up on flattened homes. Homes are leveled in
Let me see.
Barnsdall.
Brandon's chase is over.
Just
He's not gonna.
horrible.
All right, it seems like Brandon's gonna be looking for.
Yeah, this is a
people to
tornado
help, so-
emergency. If you're in Bartlesville,
It's
or
not
Dewey
weakening.
in
I
Oklahoma,
really
this
hope
is a
it
very
lifts.
large and strong tornado that is heading in that direction.
It's hitting homes still. It's
We have a
still
massive
hitting
debris
homes.
ball right over Highway 123. Gotta run to your safe place if you're in this warning.
It's. Oh man.
It's a catastrophic tornado that has just apparently hit Barnsdall
Seems like
very
this
hard
is the
in the last few minutes.
only other.
Like very
The
hard.
tornado emergency is the only other warning up, except
Unfortunately,
for two
this
up in
is
Iowa.
probably far from over too. There's really nothing that's going to weaken the storm. I don't think anytime soon. Maybe this line of storms that's kind of plowing into this right now, that might help. But right now, this is on a trajectory to have a major impact to Bartlesville. We can only hope that this weakens, but right now, this is still a massive tornado that is heading towards Bartlesville. Which again, Bartlesville is very populated. Gas leak alarms going off. So bad. So bad.
The cell seems. It does not
Brandon
seem like
is
it's
reporting
weakening.
homes gone in a major gas leak
And
right
this
now in
very easily could just continue on and go
from
straight
this
to the
tornado
towns of
that just ripped through
Bartlesville
that
and
area.
even go farther and maybe
Just horrific.
go through Copan Juan and then that would it could even possibly just go straight through Coffeeville.
Oh God, this is not showing any signs of weakening right now.
We can't know for
it's
sure.
It's approaching Torpedo, by the way.
Until this tornado
so if you're in Torpedo,
either dissipates.
Again, you need to be in your safe place, Matoka.
Maybe it just continues.
You have to say massive debris signature right now, moving to the northeast with a large and strong tornado in progress just to the southwest of Bartlesville. I don't know why the radar is like slow right now. I'm not sure what's going on, but again, this is a large tornado just southwest of Bartlesville. It's gonna be right in here near Highway 123, moving northeast. I'm hearing. All right, so this is according to Brian Allen on Twitter. Need help in Barnstall, Oklahoma. Purchasers, homes are leveled. So homes leveled in Barnstall, Oklahoma from this tornado. That's the latest report that I'm seeing right now on Twitter. You need to be underground if you're in Bartlesville.
Hello?
Okay, this is a major tornado that is heading in that area right now. Like a very strong and large tornado that is heading in that direction.
I realized my mic was off.
Oh, okay.
I've been talking for a bit.
Everybody else's radar is, by the way, really slow right now. Is it just me? I don't know what's going on here. It's not updating super fast.
My app is lagging.
Brandon Coping is probably.
Here's the latest scan, by the way. We still got that large tornado right
never mind,
over
he's still
Highway
going.
123. It'll be approaching the southwest side of Bartlesville, Oklahoma in the next couple of minutes. It's slow. Okay. All right,
This is
so
what. Oh my God! It still has
now.
velocity. It's bad. This is bad. This is bad.
Right over Highway 123, approaching Bartlesville over the next few minutes. This tornado is still large and strong, by the way. There's been no weakening. There's been zero weakening over the last few minutes. If anything, it's just been intensifying. Northwest of Occluded, approaching Bartlesville and Dewey. You've got to get underground. If you're in a mobile home, you've got to go to a sturdy structure. You got to get there.
Okay, let's see how long we got till it sees neighborhoods.
Again, otherwise go in a ditch because you're not going to survive in a mobile home.
This is a bad situation. We were worried about this. We've been worried about this since we knew it was a high risk.
Scanner is now saying that this is a 1.5 mile wide tornado.
1.5 mile wide tornado on scanners.
That is on the ground right now.
It's 6 miles.
Wide, according to Scanner.
We're 6 miles away from seeing a horrible disaster, guys.
This is really bad. Does anybody know what the exact report of this was? Where's this report from specifically? Is it Bartlesville PD? This is a 1.5 mile wide tornado.
We're 6 miles away from dense neighborhoods, so something has to change.
That tornado is now going to be on the southwest side of Bartlesville in the next few minutes. This is still a massive tornado.
Tornado emergency continues. Tornado emergency continues. God.
Really bad.
This is not good.
You've got to get underground. You've got to get to a storm shelter. You've got to get to a basement. I'm not trying to be dramatic here, but this is a strong and potentially a 1.5 mile wide tornado that is heading towards Bartlesville. This is a very serious situation. If you're
You gotta pray for these people because this thing it's about to hit the town.
Debris signature on radar. This is the
Oh my God! It's hitting neighborhoods. It's gonna hit neighborhoods right now. Oh my God! It's hitting neighborhoods.
On the correlation coefficient. That right there is your tornado.
It's hitting neighborhoods as we speak. It's hitting these homes.
And once again, this is being.
It's hitting these homes. It's too late. It's too late. It's hitting the homes.
And this is still moving northeast, producing catastrophic damage, and it's about to go right into the heart of Bartlesville. Unfortunately,
it's hitting these. It's hitting dense. Cody, do you see my stream?
Bartlesville.
Do I still have him?
You've got to seek shelter if you're in this warning.
Cody?
Away from windows and on the
oh, I still got you.
And an interior room of your home or building.
It's hitting these homes right now. It's hitting neighborhoods. 123, 270 road. You guys.
Damage in Barnsdall.
You have got to get to that safe spot.
You need to be in your safe place.
Downtown Bartlesville is going to get hit by a major tornado. This town has 37,000 people in a large, extremely dangerous, probably deadly tornado.
If you're in a mobile home, again, you've got to go to a sturdy structure.
It's hitting homes as we speak. You guys, please do not take this lightly. This is an incredibly dangerous situation. Folks in Bartlesville, get underground. Get underground if at all possible, because it will kill you if you are not underground.
This is very significant.
Incredible.
Very, very significant.
We are watching a dangerous tornado. A dangerous, dangerous tornado. It's about to enter these populated neighborhoods. These are homes.
From what I'm hearing, again, this is a mile to a mile and a half wide.
Mile and a half wide tornado. Unbelievable.
That tornado is about to rip right through the southwest side of the town.
It's going to hit the town. Look at all of these buildings. Look at all of these homes. My God, guys. You have got, please do not take this lightly.
So that would be just to the east of Highway 123. It's near the Connie River, I believe that says. And so this is going to be going right through the southwest side of the town over the next few minutes. This has now just been downgraded back to a PDS tornado. It's no longer a tornado emergency, but it is still a particularly dangerous situation if you are in this area.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground.
Sorry, that's the
Seek shelter immediately.
We are on a PDS tornado now. So this has been downgraded back to PDS, but this is still a very dangerous tornado going right through Bartlesville.
It just hit these homes.
I don't know. This is still a huge tornado going right into Bartlesville
It just hit these neighborhoods.
That debris signature is still very intense on radar. I mean, we got significant debris being lifted up into the atmosphere now on the southwest side of Bartlesville.
It hit these. Cody, do you? He must have had to go. Tornado emergency lifted. I'm gonna keep it.
Southwest side of Bartlesville. You can actually see the rotation is not nearly as large as before. It's a bit of a smaller area. With that said, this is still a strong and extremely dangerous tornado that is going to be going right into Bartlesville. I mean, at this point, hopefully you're in your safe place if you're in Bartlesville. If not, you've got to get there right now. This is, again, a strong and large tornado going right into the downtown area of Bartlesville as we speak. Very dangerous storm. It doesn't matter if it's PDS or a tornado emergency.
This is not good.
Strong and large tornado. It does not matter.
It's hitting these homes as we speak.
It's a large tornado. The meaning behind the two warnings is not that big of a deal right now.
It's hitting homes as we speak. It didn't miss the town. It's hitting the city. It's hitting this. It's hitting these homes right now. It did not miss the town. It's going right through the city.
Again, if you are in the area, purchasers, homes are leveled in Barnstall, and they need assistance. Now, once again, that tornado is ripping right through Barnstall. Oh my God, I don't know. That's. I don't know how this is not a TE. This is Tori. That's a massive debris signature right over the downtown area of Bartlesville. I mean, the downtown area of Bartlesville is taking a direct hit from this tornado. This is just awful. That is a massive debris signature. This could be still a violent tornado that is moving to the northeast right now near Bartlesville. This is just awful. Guys, if you know any friends or family in Bartlesville, you need to give them a call or text. Leveled brick building, apparently, from Brandon Kopic, streamed back over in Barnstall, by the way. Again, homes are literally leveled there. This is still a huge tornado.
Oh, man. It's hit.
It's, I mean, this is going right through the heart of Bartlesville right now. It's a huge tornado that's still going through that area. There's a huge debris signature.
It's hitting so many.
Any friends or family here, Please make sure that they're okay. Obviously, it's going to be hard to get through to them because of how significant this tornado is and how many power lines and whatnot are going to be down. But just try your best to try to get through to them. Oh, God, just horrible. This is the latest radar scan. Still got a huge debris signature right over the downtown area of Bartlesville. Looks like the very far western side of the town may have just been, clipped or maybe missed there. And also the very far eastern side of the town. I mean, this went literally right through the downtown area. And it's still there, by the way. So this has not gone away. It's still in Bartlesville, but it looks like it's going right through the middle of the town right now.
Is
there any more reports on this storm? Does anybody know?
Man.
It's a huge debris signature still. There's your tornado. If we zoom in,
Hello?
that's right over
I'm here.
the middle of Bartlesville, near Nowata Road
Okay.
and Adams Boulevard.
Have you
near
been gone for a bit?
Southeast
It's hitting the city.
Boulevard.
It's hitting the city bad.
Yeah, but is it hitting Bartlesville?
I mean, this may have
Look at my
just
screen.
reached, like some of these very populated areas on the northwest side of the town, and also on the east side of the town.
Like
northeast side of the town's about to hit take a direct hit from this.
It's hit all these homes.
Power flashes on the west side of.
It hit the hospital.
Another report I'm getting.
So I would say anyone up Highway 75, it's going over.
I'm really hoping nobody, I really hope everybody's in their safe place. Like,
I agree.
This is just significant. That's a huge debris signature right over Bartlesville, Oklahoma. This is a catastrophic tornado that just went through.
What do you mean? It never
Barnsdall,
looked
and
like
now
a
it's
bus.
going right through Bartlesville.
This
This is
outbreak
awful
never looked
already.
like a bust. It was.
Barnsdall,
Oh, no.
Scanner
It
reports
was
that we've
said by
already
the
had 2
SBC.
fatalities in
We
Barnsdall.
we have 2 fatalities
It
and
was meant
And they're
to be
not,
a
I don't think,
predominantly
confirmed yet.
Yo,
but
we
that
have-
is already out there.
we have 2 fatalities in Barnsdall already. The tornado that's still on the ground that went through Barnsdall, it killed 2 people, guys.
That is according to Storm HQ on Twitter. Apparently, there are already 2 fatalities that have been at least reported there in Barnsdall from this tornado
2
emergency
fatalities
that just
in
happened. And now
Barnsdall?
the tornado's right in Bartlesville. And now it's going right through the northeast side. It's still a really strong tornado. It looks like the rotation's a bit weaker on radar. So the
just
debris
the
that we're
only-
seeing
no,
on
this
radar right now
very
could be
likely
what is
could've
from the tornado.
killed more
So it may
people.
be lifting. Just hopefully it is. Again, we can't confirm that yet. We did have a merger here with that line of storms that merged right into the supercell, so that's what kind of happened here.
Oh,
that
this
may have
oh,
occluded it, but it's
look
too
at
hard to tell right now. We
Brandon
still have a
Colquitt's
very large
stream. I don't know
debris
if you've seen
signature.
it already,
Even
but
if the tornado
Yeah, I
lifted,
did.
that
house
debris
is
is still
just
flying in the
destroyed.
atmosphere.
That
And it's going to
just
spread
ripped
out.
through
And
the
obviously, you want to stay indoors away from windows lowest floor possible if you're in this area. Barnsdall, significant damage, numerous gas leaks, countless homes missing, several storm chasers, and limited rescue services present.
Look south of Oklahoma City. We have new cells popping
Really
up.
just awful.
new cells, you said?
Yeah, south of Oklahoma City. I'm only streaming till 10:15. Well, I'm only talking till 10:15.
I mean, 37,000 people were possibly just, at least somewhat hit by this storm. This is going right through Bartlesville and...
Yep, town of Alta says the
Yes,
cell
again,
right
this
over
tornado
it.
was approximately
And then,
1 to
like,
1.5 miles
south
wide,
of Lone
according to the
Wolf,
Bartlesville
like
Police Department.
northwest of Mountain View.
Still on the ground, possibly on the northeast side of Bartlesville. This is just awful.
Probably on the ground near Dewey. Tornado near Dewey, probably.
All right. It looks like the tornado that went through.
It's slowly weakening.
Here's the latest CC. So again, this is the debris signature that we've had for the last several minutes. Just to kind of go through it again, we had a large tornado go right through Bartlesville. The latest scan here shows a lot more occluding. I think we still have debris in the atmosphere, but I don't think we still have a tornado.
Like west of Harlan.
Now, again, we could see one redevelop, so you need to continue to stay in your safe
Brandon
place.
Kopic is just kind of stuck over here. This looks like a motel that got
So we
damaged.
could get another tornado that goes right through Dewey. You're in Dewey, you need to still be in your safe place. There could be another tornado trying to develop there, but if not, the rotation really quickly broadened on the storm from that line of storms. If we go back a little bit here, let's go back 14 frames.
Oh, what?
This is the discrete supercell
we
we
might
just
get
had.
like a tornado watch, or maybe severe
A new
thunderstorm.
tornado warning has been issued.
So this was the discrete supercell we just had,
This-
and then this
this is,
line
like, really
merged. If that line of storms did not
it's always
merge with that
unpredictable,
storm, this would have probably been going for well over an hour. I'm just gonna put that out there. Like this storm had no
yeah, it
signs
looks
of
like they got
weakening
another
until that
warning
happened.
out for
So
This is
this line of storms
extension.
that's developed here to the west has basically saved what could have been a much more horrific tornado in both Bartlesville and possibly further north. Bartlesville, I think, just got kind of missed a little
This
bit with the
tornado's
most
still going? I can't
significant
really tell.
part of this.
What do you
storm
say?
This tornado up in Bartlesville.
But we do have a new
is it
tornado
still
warning on
going? I
this.
can't
It is
tell.
radar indicated. So
It's
no
gone.
longer
I'm nervous about some of these
PDS.
spots down
There is
here,
still
though.
debris in the atmosphere,
I'm gonna.
so that's
This
all debris
could
near
still
Dewey.
recycle, though.
With
It
that
looks
said,
like
we
the-
still do have again a tornado warning for those near Copon and Dewey and north of Bartlesville. And if you're in this tornado warning, you need to continue to stay in your safe place in case this tries to drop again, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible.
I'm watching
Some of the
these new
reports I'm
storms
getting,
that
and again, I'm
popped
gonna
up.
try to reiterate these as many as possible, or I'm gonna try to say them as much as possible. There's a lot of them. We do have 2 fatalities that have already been reported in Barnsdale or Barnsdall, Oklahoma. That is
why are my
initially
fans
where
so
this tornado
loud?
went right through. Just to go back in time for those that might just be tuning in, we had a large debris signature go right through the town of Barnsdall. That was the debris signature about, I don't know, 30 minutes ago or so. Went right through Highway 123. It began to weaken on its approach to Bartlesville. So, I mean, there could have still been some significant damage right there to Bartlesville, but it has occluded at least for the time being. If you know any friends or family in Barnsdall or Bartlesville, you need to make sure they're okay, because that tornado just went right through those areas. Trying to see what else here. That was one of our main reports. We have gas leaks being reported. We have homes that have been leveled, reportedly, according to some people. Brandon Kopic apparently has been in that area. There have been homes that have been leveled. Again, it's a report. It's not confirmed, but from what I'm hearing, there's been significant damage to Barnsdall. Bartlesville, I've not heard any reports on quite yet. If any reports come out of there, I'll let you know.
Nursing home was hit.
I don't know if anybody has any reports on Bartlesville yet, but wow, just horrible. If you guys do see any reports on Twitter,
that's not good.
At me, at MaxVelocityWX. If you
It's been a long night.
have any photos or videos, you can also at me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. I'll try to, again, get through all these reports that have been coming out about these storms, as they were, again, very significant. But Bartlesville, Oklahoma just took pretty much a direct hit from this tornado. Again, if you know anybody in Bartlesville, make sure they're doing okay. This is a very significant tornado that just happened here moments ago. By the way, this is the evolution of the storm. Since it has lifted, at least for the time being, I do want to show you guys this. This is when it started. We were talking about it well before it dropped, and then it dropped and it went right through Barnsdall, and then unfortunately it went right through Bartlesville. But I mean, man, that debris signature was just huge, and that storm had the worst trajectory possible. If it started over here, it would have impacted barely anybody. Unfortunately, it went right through the heart of Barnsdall and Bartlesville. Just horrible. Just horrible. We have storm in south of Oklahoma now. That's not good. Yeah, if any of these get organized, this could be bad. Just want to throw that out there. It could get really bad if any of those storms really get going there. Just gonna throw that out there. That'd be really the next area to watch for. We could get another strong tornado if any of those get organized. back over south and west of Oklahoma City. Tag doing a bunch of stuff. Okay. Wow. Yeah, there's major tornado damage in Barnsdall. I mean, there's some homes that have been destroyed and very heavily damaged there in Barnsdall. The PDS tornado warning is about to expire in 4 minutes. We'll be back down to radar indicated after that. Do want to update you, there is a tornado warning back over in Iowa as well. That is for Carroll and Crawford. So seek shelter if you're in that warning. If you guys have any other reports, feel free to at me at MaxVelocityWX on Twitter. If you're new to the channel,
do we have anything new from
make sure
Barnsdall?
subscribe,
Man,
post
that
the
was
latest.
bad. We watched it happen live.
Again, tonight's gonna be busy, and then
how
we
long
still
a
got
track
tomorrow,
was
we
it?
still got Wednesday. I mean, we're still far from done with this event, but
about 30
it appears
miles.
as if we have significant damage again across the board in many areas. I'm trying to go through more reports, so just hang in there. Trying to see if there's any other updates I can give you guys. Obviously, I know a lot of you guys have maybe friends or family. I am retweeting more photos on Twitter, but you know, in Bartlesville and even back over in Bartlesville,
190 gate to gate recorded.
family in those areas.
Yeah, we have damage
Trying
pictures.
to give you updates on those
I'm not
areas
gonna be
as well.
talking.
Alright, I think I'm gonna get up.
Alright, see ya.
If there are any.
I'll tell you what
right
happens
now is that we have
later
2
because these cells will be bad
fatalities
late in the night.
Barnsdall. That's really
Alright, see ya.
bad right now when it comes to
See ya.
from what I know in terms of
Alright,
the
bye.
You know, reports in that area.
I'm gonna keep this.
But help is needed if you are near Barnsdall. Help is needed. First responders are limited in that area. And from what I'm hearing right now is that they need help. To go along with that, we have a new tornado watch just issued for eastern and southern Oklahoma, back into western and northern Arkansas until 5 a.m. So this is, again, a brand new tornado watch. McAllister, Muskogee, Pryor Creek, Miami, Fayetteville, Harrison, Fort Smith, McAllister, Durant, Mena, all included in this. Once again, this is a tornado watch that goes until 5 a.m. If you are in this watch, you need to be staying vigilant. A few tornadoes are likely. Widespread damaging wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour will also be possible.
Just add this.
Does anybody know anything about Bartlesville right now? Is anybody in the chat from Bartlesville? I'm just trying to get a grasp on what happened there. Because I know we know a lot of stuff right now about Barnsdall, but we don't really know much right now about Bartlesville. I just don't know if they, you know, took that actual, like, direct hit. Law enforcement needs a lot of help, according to Brett Adair in Barnsdall, Oklahoma.
I'll be right back.
By the way, we do have summer rotation just north
I'll
of
be right
Oklahoma
back.
City.
We're watching these to
We got
Oklahoma
storms
City.
firing off west of Oklahoma City. We'll be watching those as well. Anything that's discrete has an elevated chance for tornadoes, as you just saw. That was the most discrete cell that we've had all day today, and it produced a very strong tornado. But that PDS tornado warning will be lifted in a minute. I don't think this is on the ground anymore. Otherwise, I'd be talking about it more. I don't think it's on the ground anymore, but the new warning there is for radar indicated rotation. So this should be lifted here in a moment. This is according to another person in chat reporting reports of emergency service radios going dead in Bartlesville. Emergency stations may have been hit. Damage scale unknown. Apparently there's now 3 deaths that have been reported from this storm now near Barnsdall. And it's very early. These numbers, you know, it's hard to tell if it's really accurate or not, but that's at least the early reports that we're getting. This is no longer a PDS tornado. It is radar indicated, which honestly, the rotation is already out of the tornado warning, so I don't think that one will continue. Quick update on the Iowa storm. I know we've been leaving that one out for a while. I don't think there's much happening with this, but we're going to double check. We do have rotation on the leading edge of this area of storms, but I'm not seeing much right now. You know, it'd be maybe an isolated tornado threat, but overall not super significant right now. The next area that we need to watch for, once again, is going to be right across central Oklahoma. as more significant storms are probably going to try to ramp up here pretty soon. Scanner is down in Bartlesville. This is not looking good. We got more storms that are developing out in front of that line, and anything in here that develops could produce a more elevated tornado risk. We just had it happen moments ago. We could get something very similar to that with these storms as they continue to move northeast. So please stay vigilant if you're anywhere in Oklahoma. Once again, the severe weather threat is still far from over. We are still ways away from this being done. So you need to be staying vigilant. This is still a very significant threat right now here in Oklahoma. There's your new tornado watch, by the way. This tornado watch has been issued pretty much for the entire state, or really the entire eastern side of the state, and also north and western Arkansas, where a few tornadoes will be possible. So again, that's your brand new tornado watch that has just been issued across this entire area. Power flashes were reported near Bartlesville. Yeah, I mean, we haven't gotten any substantial reports out of Bartlesville yet, which may or may not be good news, but you know, hopefully it stays that way, where we just didn't have much of anything significant. But unfortunately, it looks like a lot of significant stuff just happened there. We do not have a PDS tornado, by the way. Ignore that. I'm trying to go back to the scene. All right. We do have rotation, by the way, on the west side of Kansas City near the Tonganoxie area, so we're watching that closely. There is a tornado possible on that. We'll keep a close eye on that. All right. They get hit hard? I know. Unfortunately, just a significant tornado there. I guess Connor is done, apparently. So we are going back to this camera. I'm gonna put Kansas City on the camera. Just give me 1 second. I'll put that back up on there. I know Connor was done for the night. Once again, if you're just tuning in, haven't already heard, we had a tornado emergency that happened not too long ago. We no longer have one, but we did have one for Barnsdall and Bartlesville, Oklahoma. If you know any friends or family in either of those areas, you need to make sure that they are okay. A large and destructive and catastrophic tornado went right through the heart of Barnsdall, where, again, multiple injuries at least have been reported in that area. And in addition to that, the Bartlesville area also took a hit. We don't know the extent of the hit, but they did take a hit. So, you know, any friends or family in that area, please make sure they're doing okay. Once again, that area was hit really hard. Hopefully everybody's okay, but it's hard to it's really hard to know how hard everybody was hit at this point, since we're just, again, in the beginning stages now of a cleanup effort and a rescue effort in those areas. And there's still a lot of information that's unknown. So, yeah, just really bad stuff overall that just happened there. But once again, the new concern right now is going to be any storms that are developing out in front of the line of storms. Hopefully this line of storms goes faster, because if it does, that means the tornado threat will be dying down more. But the problem is right now, any of these storms that form before this line of storms approaches, these will increase the threat of tornadoes. Anything that's discrete, essentially what we just saw, is going to have a more elevated tornado risk. So we need to watch these storms that are developing out in front of the line very closely. All right. And, I mean, these are, again, going to be a more significant variety of storms. And then the storms that are back over west of Lawton are also ones that we need to watch. Now, they have not been very impressive thus far, but anything that is able to really mature here could produce a strong and long-track tornado potential. That is why you need to stay very vigilant here over the next few hours. There's no reason to let your guard down unless you are out of the tornado watches. The storms are not done yet. They are still well from done here across Oklahoma and even parts of like Missouri and stuff. You are still going to see storms a little bit later tonight. The only tornado warning that we currently have, by the way, is now in Iowa. Otherwise, all of the tornado warnings, at least for the time being, are no longer ongoing in Oklahoma. Guys, I'm going to be catching up on reports. Just give me 1 second. Okay, let me get to some reports here in chat real quick. I'm trying to go through Twitter reports too. There's a lot of them. So just hang on. Yeah, if you know any friends or family in Bartlesville or you know, Barnsdall, make sure that they are okay. A large tornado just ripped through there. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to report. I have family in Bartlesville, and they said that most of the town is destroyed. I don't know how accurate these reports are. I'm just reading off a couple of reports I'm seeing. Isaiah with the $4.99 super chat said that police are reporting gas leaks all over the city in Barnsdall. Also, thank you, Gray, for the $5 super chat. Barnsdall, significant damage, numerous gas leaks, countless homes missing. Went over that a little while ago, but, you know, again, it gives you an idea of the significance of this particular event. All right, let me check Twitter real quick. I'm getting added in a bunch of stuff. If you do see any reports, you can at me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. There is damage to a hotel in Bartlesville, by the sounds of it. Again, the extent of the damage is very unknown, but there is some damage there in to a hotel in Bartlesville. And Bartlesville's the one that's more populated. Barnsdall is around 1,000 people. Bartlesville's around 38,000 people. So, a much larger amount of people in that warning. And somebody's saying on Twitter they think the tornado hit the west side of town in Bartlesville. I live on the east side. Lots of damage. So that's what we're getting for a report there. Bartlesville, the Hampton by Hilton took a direct hit from what I'm seeing in Bartlesville from that large and strong tornado. There are some significant damage photos coming out of Bartlesville. I am retweeting photos and videos on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX, getting some at least, you know, photos there. Still seeing some, again, significant damage. I'm trying to see if there's anything else here. It doesn't look like the town of Bartlesville, at least from what I've seen so far, was like leveled or anything. But it does look like there's damage. All right, that's what I'm seeing. Barnsdall, on the other hand, by the sounds of it, was more, you know, hit. Like, hit harder. But Bartlesville does not look hit as hard. Which it seemed like the tornado was including a little bit more as I was moving to the northeast, into that town. Alright, so that's the majority of the reports I'm seeing so far. But significant damage, at least in Barnsdall. And obviously, in real time, when we're covering tornado warnings, it can be hard to, you know the exact extent of damage and stuff like that. But Barnsdall seems to be hit very significantly, and then Bartlesville seems to be hit, at least to some extent, just not nearly as much. Alright, so that's at least the information I'm getting out of this. And again, we're talking about Oklahoma. We're not talking about somewhere else. So this is Oklahoma that we're talking about, where we had just had that tornado emergency. See if there's anything else here. I keep getting added and stuff. Buildings destroyed in Barnsdall, Oklahoma. From some of the damage photos I'm seeing, again, it does not look like, again, like massive homes leveled or anything like that. But it does look like very significant damage so far. Again, we are still very early into this process where we're going to get photos and videos and all that sort of stuff. So obviously, stay tuned. We'll keep you posted with any other updates as these storms do continue to develop. And yeah, I mean, and as things come in on those storms, because again, we are still very early into the process of knowing what exactly has happened in those areas. It is nighttime. It is dark. People were probably sleeping when those tornado warnings happened. So once again, that stuff is still probably to come in terms of, reports and all that. By the way, thank you, John, for the $20 Venmo. I do appreciate your generosity. Thank you. Also, thank you, Ashley, for the $9 Venmo. Appreciate that. Thank you. Appreciate your generosity. Thank you, David, as well, for the $10 donation. Thank you to, by the way, anybody that did Super Chat as well. I'm going to try to get to a few of them here. Thank you, Drifting, for becoming a moderate velocity member. Thank you, Isaiah, for the $4.99. Is there a way to check on Copic? Brandon's fine, if that's what you're asking. Brandon's doing search and rescue right now. Thank you, Demon, for the £5 super chat. The sirens never went off in Barnsdall. That's why, I say this all the time. Do not rely on tornado sirens. And we got a Dorito chip tornado warning right now near Carroll, Iowa, which I don't think this one's going to end. That's why you should never rely on tornado sirens, though. They're not reliable. They can go out very easily. So, do not rely on tornado sirens. They're just not reliable all the time.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have a new tornado warning that has just been issued here in Iowa, northwest of Des Moines. Got a few broad areas of circulation going towards Lake City, Rockwell, Callender, south of Manson, near Churiton. We got a lot of areas of rotation in here, so seek shelter if you're in any of this area. But to go back to Oklahoma, I have family in Bartlesville, and their house took direct hit. Only thing left was the lowest floor. Yeah, I mean, by the sounds of it, Bartlesville had some significant damage, but again, we're not getting any really clear reports yet out of there. In terms of damage, again, I'm seeing some reports, just nothing clear other than at least some damage. Again, nothing catastrophic by the sounds of it, at least in Bartlesville, like leveled homes and stuff. Mixed reports out of Bartlesville on the southeast side of town. No fatalities at this time. Okay, so another report there. Tagged you of damage on Twitter. Okay. If you do see any reports, you can at me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. Try to relay information. Thank you, Jackson and Marshall, for becoming Velocity members. Let's see if there's anything else I missed here. Thank you, Andrew, and King Potato.
This on the ground. This on the ground.
Sorry. Thank you, Jennifer, for the $25 super chat. I appreciate that. I'm crying for those two folks. Yeah, I mean, again, it's unconfirmed fatalities. I'm just seeing those early reports. I don't know how somebody could really prove that early on. I don't really know. I'm just, again, kind of going off of what I've been seeing from a lot of these reports on Twitter, which a lot of them are reputable, but, hopefully nobody has been hurt by these storms. Unfortunately, they probably have been some, at least injuries because of the nature of where this tornado just went through. But yeah, I mean, unfortunately, it just does not look like good signs there in Oklahoma. But some significant tornado damage, at least in Barnsdall, is from at least the bare minimum of what I'm seeing right now in Oklahoma. Also, thank you, Jackie, for the $19.99 from earlier. Okay. I think I got to most of the super chats there. All right, let me go back to Kansas City real quick. Radar's kind of updating infrequently here. Got a tornado warning again northwest of Des Moines. Where is Kansas City? It's right here. All right, let's go to Kansas City real quick. Do have a little bit of circulation right now off to the west of Kansas City. We do have a radar site here that could possibly show us that as well. Maybe, maybe not. There we go. Not seeing much on this radar site that's closer by. Let's go back to Kansas City again. And we have some circulation just west of Kansas City that we're watching. I don't see anything imminent here west of Kansas City. Like this, for example. That's like the only area of rotation that I see. But otherwise, I don't see anything else down to the south that looks like it's about to take like an imminent threat here for a tornado. But if you are just northeast of Tungahoxie, Noxie, excuse me, going towards Leavenworth and Platte City, I would definitely be staying weather aware. Because that'll be going in that direction here over the next several minutes. So there's some rotation here, but the rotation right now not going directly towards Kansas City. Damaging winds right now the main concern for Kansas City. Thank you, by the way, Patrick, for the $10 Venmo. Appreciate that. Thank you. All right. Let me go back to Oklahoma City real quick. We do have rotation down there. Oh, yeah. That's...
And then from there all the way back down here, this line of flooding rainfall. A lot of dime, nickel, and quarter-size hailstones here, but there's no giant hail in this line. There's a bunch of small and medium-sized hail and some flooding rainfall as it moves to the east. Still that one hook there, which continues. It's riding a boundary. It's riding a wind shift line, so it's making an effort to lower down to cloud base. It's been a lot of strong mid-level rotation, but it is lowering and getting lower now down to the cloud base. So here's the big supercell that moved through Barnsdall and through Bartlesville. Here's the velocity. That was a tornado that went through Barnsdall, Oklahoma, moving at about 70 miles an hour up into northern Washington County. So here's back down into Lincoln County and Logan County. And this rotation here is getting a little bit lower down, closer to the cloud base. So it's making an effort to become more organized down at low levels. But still, there is no tornado warning. Got several trackers on that. Let's go to Aaron Brackett in the Interceptor now in Logan County looking at that. Aaron? So Aaron Brackett is in the Interceptor in Logan County, North Edmond area, as that storm tracks to the east around 35 miles per hour. And we also have Gage Shaw there. There's Aaron Brackett. There's Gage Shaw. Go, Gage.
Yeah, Mike, this thing, we tried to take Seward east with it, and we ran out of road. We were trying to see if we could get a visual while that couplet looked really good. We never quite did. We're going to go back north and go east out of Guthrie and try to get another look at this thing if we can. I can't confirm any type of a tornado, but I can say that on radar, visually, that couplet started to look a lot better right when we started to see a lot higher wind velocities on the ground.
Next here. Let's go to Eric Dixon. He's near Wellston on the tornado.
But I can say that on radar, visually, that couplet started to look a lot better right when we started to see a lot higher wind velocities on the ground.
Next here. Let's go to Eric Dixon. He's near Wellston on the Turner Turnpike here, just ahead of that area of rotation now, coming out of southeastern Logan County. Go, Eric.
Yeah, Mike, I'm heading north on 177 here, right at the Turnpike. We're looking for any kind of power flash, any kind of lowering. I haven't seen any as of yet, but we're in a really good position to kind of, see what this thing is doing here. I pressed through that area here moments ago. I was coming south, just kind of get ahead of the storm. It's really cold up there. A lot of, rain-cooled air. And I punched through the boundary. My windshield just fogged over when I hit all that heat and humidity and that strong south wind. So definitely a big cool down up there, a big wind shift, a big temperature change. But we're right here with it, and we'll watch it. And I got a little bit of a lowering, just a tad, just to my, it'll be to the northwest of the highway here. So that's going to be just barely north and northwest of Wellston. It's not nothing crazy yet, but just a little bit of a notch, a little bit of a lowering just off the basin there. So we're going to watch it here. We're heading just a little bit north of the Turnpike. We'll be right with you.
Okay, very good. Thank you so much for that, Eric. So tracking to the east around 30 miles per hour. Again, still not a tornado warning. It just hasn't really lowered down to cloud base, at least not strong rotation, but it's got strong rotation at the mid-levels here. We're talking about the area east of the Lazy E now, heading over toward Kearney, so heads up for Lincoln County. Severe thunderstorm warnings in effect right here. And again, lots of flooding rainfall in through here. No giant hail, a lot of dime, nickel, and quarters. So let's hope that's as bad as it gets here on out. But the tornado watch has been extended till 5 a.m. because we have activity down in southwestern Oklahoma. And this is going to be chugging along into Lincoln County. So Kearney, stay alert right there. And over toward Agra and Chandler, stay alert. And then Davenport and Stroud. So the motion there to the east. Again, flooding rainfall here. Some areas up here, 4+ inches of rain and counting from Cashin and Crescent and Lake Lottawata and Cedar Valley and Guthrie. And a lot of dime, nickel, and some quarter-size hailstones there. And there's your time of arrival ahead of that. Kearney right about now. Shamrock over towards Stroud at 11:27. Bristow by about 11:30. Kiefer at 11:40. And again, zooming on in, clearly the hook there, the reason why there's no tornado warning, strong at mid-levels and only weak to moderate down at low levels. So there is a difference. The mesocyclone needs to be strong through the entire storm. And right now, that's just not quite happening. But when it tries to intensify, the rotation at cloud base does pick up some. But it's something you simply watch minute by minute and second by second as that moves along. This is also where the biggest hail will be, east of Guthrie on the Highway 105 there through Meridian. So some quarter-size hail there, and some dimes and nickels back down through Cashion and down to the south side of Kingfisher right there. So again, here's the velocity. You look for the red and the green. Down at low levels, it's really just not quite there. It's just been spinning along a little bit stronger in the mid-levels, but weaker down at the cloud base. And that's exactly why there's not a tornado warning. Again, there's the mid-level rotation, and that's much, much stronger at the mid-levels of the storm. But down at low levels, it's just not quite there. But there's the rotation at mid-levels, so damaging wind still a threat with this. That's why there's a severe thunderstorm warning, and that's going to be east of the Lazy E over toward Fallis and Kearney. The low levels, occasionally, a little bit of a hot spot right there, a little bit of a hot spot, but not persistent enough to generate that tornado warning. That's why there's just a severe thunderstorm warning. Sometimes these things will just spin for a long time and not do much of anything. But you got to watch it second by second. Now, back down to the southwest, there are more storms coming in. That's why the tornado watch has been extended. And those are going to be affecting more of the southern sides of the Oklahoma City metro. So the transition here deeper into our later evening is going to go from the north here into the southern sides of town. Again, not much rotation down there at cloud base.
Put a track on that storm.
And there it is,
Binger storm. It's moving east at 60 miles per hour.
So which one?
The Binger storm. I know it's just 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-size hail, but it's moving east at 60 miles per hour. So it's going to be impacting the South Metro not too long from now.
And here's the storm track. I'll show that to you right here. So there's Graysmont. There's Binger. So it's moving pretty quickly, moving along pretty quickly. Caddo County into Grady County right here. So Amber and the Tuttle area, and back over to 1. We can go back over to 1 here. So temperatures are still in the mid to high 70s here. And then you have the storm in Caddo County, which is severe. We got a couple of trackers down there. Let's go to them right now. We got Anadarko, the Chickasha area. So heads up for you folks in the South Metro, the Norman area. This is going to be Aaron Sanders. Aaron, tell us what you got.
Yeah, Mike, we're going to be heading southbound through Anadarko right now. We're about to take a left turn to track back east with this storm, heading back towards Chickasha. Right now, looking off behind me, there's a lot of lightning coming from this storm, and it's looking like it's starting to kind of pick up intensity on radar, but we're really not seeing any large indicators of too much from where we're at. Really don't have a good eye from where we're at right now. We're kind of repositioned to get set up for y'all. But we're going to go and turn back to the east and get ahead of this storm and get y'all some eyes. And back to you, Mike.
Let's go to Connor Toon in the Chickasha area, looking at it to his west right now. He's in Grady County, looking to his west. Connor?
Yeah, Mike, we just passed Pocasset, heading towards Chickasha now, and there is a lot of lightning off to the southwest. And like you had said on the radar, this storm is flying towards us right now. So it is out the right side of our vehicle. I can't really angle the camera at it right now, but it is coming up on us fast here, like I said, between Chickasha and Pocasset currently. Back to you.
Okay, there's your time of arrival on that. Let's go ahead and take that full. So severe thunderstorm warning here. It does have supercellular characteristics, but there's no tornado warning on it right now. Fort Cobb, Anadarko, Vernon, Chickasha, Tuttle, Mustang, could go as far north as Bethany, but more like Mustang and Tuttle and Amber is where that is heading, the red line, center line on that. So it's going to be a heads up for the south side of the metro here in particular, red line, center line. And there is Noble and there is Norman and up toward Moore right in through here. So there's I-35, there's Norman located right there. So it's pretty much heading in the direction of Norman as we head through the 11:30 to 11:45 time frame, about an hour from right now, as it moves to the east through northern Grady County into northern McLean County and over through Cleveland County right there. Let's go over to Lynx 1 and look at Lynx 1. So again, we have no tornado warnings right now. That's very good news. And so here's the intensity showing the rain and the hail. And then we have the velocity sitting right here. No real mesocyclone there to report. That's very good news. A little bit of twisting of the wind, but not very much. Fort Cobb, Gracemont, Binger. So not a real problem there. And is this going to be the hail? Yeah, the hail box here is not very big hail. So the more organized they get, the bigger the hail they produce. And right now the hail in that is not very big. So far so good on that, although things could change very, very quickly. And again, here's the North Metro. So new storms going up near Arcadia right now on the outflow on the winds coming out from this entire complex. New storms over Arcadia right now. Again, dime, nickel, and quarters in there in Logan County. And the twisting of the wind, still a little hot spot right there, but rotation down at the cloud base, not all that strong. And a little bit of the twisting of the wind near Arcadia right there on the outflow. So these are heading into Lincoln County. See folks in Lincoln County still under a tornado warning right there. And this is going to be the North Metro as it moves to the east at around 40 miles per hour. Flooding rainfall is one of the primary threats in through here, heading into Lincoln County, Logan County, and Kingfisher County. A lot of heavy rain, 4.5 inches of rainfall. And this will gradually work down into Oklahoma County, but most of it's staying here near and north of Waterloo Road. But again, there are no tornado warnings in effect right now, and that's very good news. Let's go ahead and work this line here a little bit. Damien, take a look here as we kind of watch the entire line. So we'll start up here in Creek County, over here by Drumright and Cushing and Yale, so north of Bristow. And then from there, back down through Cushing, back down through Perkins, hail here, threat of some damaging winds, dimes and nickels in through here, winds maybe 70 miles per hour or so. Supercell still in the line. Strong mid-level rotation, not too much going on down at the cloud base. I mean, it's there, but it's not all that strong. If it were to pulse up, and it could do so pretty quickly, there'd be something more serious going on right there. But still a hook, and it's still spinning away very close to Fallis and northwest of Wellston and to the west and southwest of Kearney. Then from there, the line heads back through the Guthrie area. A lot of water up here around Guthrie. Guthrie has some flood-prone areas, and they've had some very heavy rainfall with this. Hail, dime, nickel, and a couple of quarters right there. Nothing too big on the hail. There's your hail size. The darker the purple, the bigger the hail. And the line extends back down to Kingfisher, and then the tail end is out there around Kingfisher. And then to the west of Kingfisher, not really doing too much right there as that line moves to the east. And so over the same areas, training over the same areas like on a track. So that's why you have a flooding here threat with flash flood warnings in effect. Let's go back to our team of trackers checking out the north part of the metro here with Gage Shaw. Gage?
Yeah, Mike, I'm just east of Guthrie. We lost this storm momentarily, and now we're trying to get back up to it from behind. There for a moment while we went through Guthrie, it smelled like cedar, so I'm pretty sure a decent hail core went right through Guthrie. We didn't have a chance to stop and look around for any damage or anything, but I'm almost positive some decent-sized hail went through Guthrie. Now we're coming back on towards this storm from the west, and we're going to try to pick it back up and see if that lowering looks halfway decent like it did earlier.
Okay, let's go to Aaron Brackett, also in the North Metro in the Interceptor. Aaron? Let's go to Eric Dixon. He was near Wellston, looking at it, looking to his west and to his northwest from Wellston. Eric?
Yeah, Mike, I'm still here at the same spot. We're just kind of watching the lightning back there. There's a little bit of a lowering. It's going to be just to the northwest of Wellston. It's nothing, terribly too alarming here. What I'm kind of wondering is that, as it kind of wraps in there, that all this wind's feeding into it. It's really cold right behind that line. We just came through it. The temps were in the lower 60s. So I'm hoping that we can kind of ingest some of that cold air into these updrafts, as they kind of spin through here. But again, there's a lot of scary looking clouds up there, a little bit of a lowering here, but we're watching it real closely here. We're in a good position to see everything. A lot of vivid lightning out here, so we'll stay with it and keep you forewarned. Mike?
Okay, very good. So notice here the tornado watches cover a large part of the state. Now, far western, far northwest Oklahoma is clear of the tornado watches, but storms have been back building all the way back down into Caddo County. So there's supercells developing here, Caddo County down to about Cache and Snyder. So those are going to track to the east, and that's a heads up for Grady County and for Stevens County, Marlow, Duncan, and for McLean County, Newcastle area on down toward Cole and Washington, Purcell, Garvin County, Pauls Valley, Heads up for you because these are developing supercells. We got quite a few trackers down in this part of the state as well. And then just to the north of Oklahoma City, there's been a lot of rain, 4, 5, and 6 inches of rain common. Lots of flash flood warnings. We've had about 7 tornadoes today. Most of those were earlier. You saw most of those live here on our air. And those were up here closer to the Enid area quite a bit earlier and out toward Lacey west of Hennessy there. And there was also a tornado that hit Barnsdall. There is tornado damage around Barnsdall. That's in Osage County, and that tornadic supercell raced up through Bartlesville at about 70 miles per hour. Now it's weakened up in Kansas, being absorbed by the main line, and is no longer an immediate tornado threat, so there's no tornado warning for it. But again, Barnsdall up to about Bartlesville, tornado damage in through there with a pretty long tracked debris signature and a tornado on the ground earlier, moving at about 70, 75 miles an hour, really flying. But again, severe thunderstorm warnings, Kingfisher County, southern Logan County, northern Lincoln County, and eastern Payne County and Creek County. All severe thunderstorm warnings here, winds 70, 75, dime, nickel, and quarter size hail. Look at all the flood warnings here in effect. There's been widespread 4 to 6 inches of rainfall, and that's been Logan County, Kingfisher County, and Noble County, and also up into Lincoln County. Flash flood warnings very, very widespread. Let's go to Aaron Brackett in the Interceptor right now. Aaron?
Yeah, Mike, right now we are on Highway 74 coming up on Northwest 164th. We're starting to see the lightning from these thunderstorms that are now coming into the southwest metro. And, you know, they're kind of all lined up right there, and they're still in a pretty prime environment. Pretty interesting, too. Just about a mile ago, we've been having some cell phone problems, but we're back on track. Just about a mile ago, we had the windshield completely fog over instantly. It was very quick, and that was likely from leaving the cool outflow of the northern storms and coming back into the humidity, the 70-degree dew points. So a lot of folks, that can happen real quick because you're traveling across these boundaries, and it can really just completely blind you. And that just tells us, too, that there's a lot of different boundaries, a lot of different air masses that are mixing together out here tonight and that are keeping things still volatile. So there's lightning up in Edmond, East Edmond right now that we can see, and there's also lightning off to our south and southwest. This is a heads up, again, with these severe thunderstorms coming into the south and southwest metro, that folks need to be prepared. This kind of, you know, it's one of those marathon days. It's not a sprint as far as the severe weather chances that just keep on rolling in. We're going to be on top of those storms here, heading off toward the southwest.
Okay, Aaron, thank you so much. Very good report right there. Back over to radar. And again, all those flash flood warnings, flash flood watch. So if you live here in Oklahoma City, basically at this point in time, the storms are just to our north and supercells back down to our southwest. These are going to affect the South Metro. We're talking about Chickasha, Pocasset, Amber, and over toward Blanchard and Newcastle. They're going to affect then Purcell and Moore and Norman. And again, supercells there. Tornado watches are in effect. Supercells all the way down into Tillman County around Frederick. So they're moving to the east. And this is all a lot of heavy rain, flooding rainfall, dime, nickel, and quarter size hail here. They're all severe thunderstorm warnings. There are no tornado warnings in effect anywhere in Oklahoma right now, and that's really good news. There's that area of rotation continuing over around Kearney, and it still has a hook with it. It's still an embedded supercell in the line, but the rotation's strong at mid-levels and not quite so strong down at the cloud base, but it's just moving to the east at around 30 to 35 miles per hour. So near and north of Chandler, the Kearney area, and Guthrie over to Cashin, back to Kingfisher, training on the same track, if you will. Widespread flooding in through here with 4, 5, and 6 inches of rainfall. Let's go back over to Eric Dixon again, looking at this, and this is going to be the area near Wellston and south of Kearney. Eric Dixon over there in Lincoln County. Eric?
Yeah, Mike, I'm still looking. I'm looking to the northwest here, kind of into that. Suggesting some of that cold air that's back up in there. But we're here with it and we're watching it. Keep you forewarned, Mike.
Very good, Eric. Yes. So a lot of folks' phones may have gone off, especially over the North Metro. This is for this widespread flooding up here. Widespread flooding. Again, these are torrential, severe storms with a lot of really heavy rain. and the flooding is quite severe up here, so flood-prone areas are in flood. Guthrie area, there's a lot of flood-prone areas around Guthrie, so there's a bunch of flooding up here, up into parts of Payne County and up into northern Lincoln County. So there's a serious flooding situation going on literally just to the north of Oklahoma City, while Oklahoma City is basically pretty dry right now. Storms are trying to form down to about downtown Edmond, and we'll see whether or not the activity from the west comes right into Oklahoma City. It will come close, but right now all the action's been just on the northern side of the metro and developing now to the southwest of the Oklahoma City metro. And again, there's your time of arrival on some of that rotation in through there as it moves to the east over through Lincoln County. So flooding is a really big concern here, with flood-prone areas very much in flood. 4, 5, 6 inches of rain, and it is still raining. So not advisable, even I-35, not a good idea at all up here with a bunch of water. And the flood-prone areas, state highways, some of the rural roadways in the flood-prone areas are going to be in flood and potentially even underwater. So a situation here at night where you don't want to be messing around with all that flash flooding going on up there just to the north of Oklahoma City. So again, no tornado warnings in effect right now. Flooding situation here just north. Let's go to Kevin Ogle and Jolene Cheney at the news desk with an update, guys.
All right, Mike, thank you very much. You and the team doing a great job keeping everybody forewarned once again. We are checking some of the pictures that are coming in and looking at some of the damage reports. And we did see one, it was a hog farm, actually.
It looks like a hog farm. Let's see. Okay,
Oh.
we've got some hail pictures
Yeah,
to
there
show
we-
you.
yeah,
All
we
right.
do.
Southeast of Woodward. That can do some damage.
That definitely can do some damage, especially if, oh man, your car. And this is in Canton, more big hail that fell up in the Canton area. As we continue to look at some pictures here, and there's another,
Okeen,
yeah, that's Okeen.
where there was some damage
Mhm.
as well. by
There
the
was some
way.
structural damage there. And this is just a yard covered with some hail that fell there as well.
This is a hog farm east of Okeen. Some of the damage that we are hearing reports of, that looks like a large barn of some
Yeah,
sort there.
it's a hog farm where they store the hogs there. That was hit by some of the high winds, possibly a tornado that came through earlier this evening. And then Jolene, boy, look at that. That's Oklahoma springtime.
Lightning in Edmond.
Yeah. And we appreciate you folks sending your pictures in to us.
Another one here from Okarche.
Now, you might notice something here. Jolene pointed this out.
We saw
to me.
this picture earlier.
Yeah.
I noticed the tree had a lot of damage, but look at the little turtle sandbox. The lid stayed on it. How storms do
bizarre
weird
is that?
things unless they put it back on. But,
Exactly.
yeah.
A tree toppled there as well. We also received word of damage reports in Garfield County, straight north where Enid is. 3 barns destroyed in that area too. And we have some power lines down, we have some limbs down, and I have a sneaky feeling, unfortunately, we're going to be getting a lot more damage pictures in once we get the morning light tomorrow morning.
There was a report of a house fire near Penn and Charter Oak. That's in Logan County. I believe we have a crew checking on that as well, possibly from lightning.
Right, they had a lot of lightning in that area. This is near Sharon, northwest Oklahoma. This was one of the tornado warnings that came out. And you can see that it definitely had a lowering, and there definitely was some turbulence there.
And that is where a tornado had a brief touchdown. These are some of the first storms from the 4 to 6 o'clock hour that we're looking at. Pictures here.
We're getting pictures from now. This was from John Slater, I believe. This is near Okeen, and that's that lowering that did drop down into a tornado. John and I believe Gage were on that, but that is what we saw earlier. Boy, you can tell from the tent, that green tent, there's a lot of hail in that as well.
And damage from high winds, and we do know crews are out doing damage assessment right now and probably will be into the early morning hours.
No doubt about that. This is some more of the video we had in. This looks like rain and hail coming down near Pond Creek up there in northern Oklahoma. Boy, listen to that hail.
Painful to hear, isn't it?
It really is. That's well described, Jolene. painful to hear because you know it's going to cost some money to fix some things.
All right, let's go back to Emily Sutton in the Forewarned Storm Center for another update. Emily.
Yeah, we continue our team coverage. Thanks for all of those reports, and we appreciate our viewers' reports as well. Just getting this in from the Langston Fire Department, power lines down on a storm shelter in Cashin, so that's certainly concerning, and we're getting more reports as the storms pass. A big focus right now, and maybe the reason why your phone started buzzing loudly with an alert about 10 minutes ago, flash flood warnings continue across the North Metro, up through Stillwater, up through Enid. We still have a flood watch that continues overnight tonight. Let's go ahead and take a look at the latest. We are still tracking the rain totals. We've had some immense amounts of water here in areas from Kingfisher to Guthrie, up through Wacomas, Covington, all
Topic about 2 minutes ago posted on Twitter that the whole east side of Barnesdale is gone, and that appears to be probably where the tornado had the most effect. Probably.
Thank you, Donnie, for the $25 donation. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you, Donnie. Appreciate your generosity. I've been here for the past 6.5 hours. That's pretty crazy. Whoever's been here for the entire thing, I mean, you guys are you guys are crazy. I'm crazy enough to be here for the last 11 hours, but this is officially our longest live stream ever, by the way. Just for the record. I'm glad you helped, Janie. Appreciate your $20 super chat. This is the latest scan. Still got some rotation right over MZ, just south of Kearney, Oklahoma. Yeah, it's not much, but it's something to watch out for as that moves east. And the tornado watch has now been condensed. It no longer includes a need. It still does include Oklahoma City. Obviously, we got storms just to your west. These could potentially be significant if they do organize more. So that's the next thing that we're going to be watching for Oklahoma City. So once again, continue to stay weather aware if you're in that area. All right. I got my mom to start watching your channel, and she has said that she trusts you more than the weather channel these days. I'm glad I can help. Glad I can help. It's my favorite John Deloney episode. But you see my YouTube recommended? My bad. My YouTube recommended might have popped up in there at some point. Yes, I do watch. Occasionally, I watch John Deloney. A little bit. It's entertaining, gotta say. New severe thunderstorm warning for Oklahoma City. That is going to be for damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour. So that is the new warning that has just been issued here. Near Oklahoma City and Moore. It's moving eastbound right now. Going to be going towards the Edmond area and near Norman and Moore. With 70 miles per hour winds being possible, and there's also quarter-sized hail being a possibility. So significant windstorm at the bare minimum right now going towards Norman. Do have a live camera out of Radar Omega out of Norman. Again, you can watch all these live cams on their app with the top link in the description below on iOS and Android. They have storm chasers, live camera feeds, all that sort of stuff. And this is the radar that they have on the app as well. Only thing I noticed right now, I mean, this storm's pretty far away still, but we got wind still near the surface. It's gusting. Got lots of lightning probably going to be appearing in the distance here soon on this live cam. So this storm, again, is going to be right on track for Oklahoma City and Norman as well.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right. New tornado warning. That's one. I mean, the one near Smithville. We were talking about this a little bit earlier. That rotation is intensifying. You can see it right here. We actually may have just had a tornado. That was near Hoover. We may have just had a brief tornado right near Hoover. but there is very strong rotation just north of Kansas City, near Smithville. Again, if you're in this warning, you need to seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building. That is right just to the west of Smithville, moving northeast. Going to be going towards, we got another tornado warning.
A new tornado warning has been
This
issued.
one's just west of Smithville, going to be going towards Plattsburgh here pretty soon. If you're in Plattsburgh, Trimble, Edgerton, you all need to be in your safe place away from windows, lowest floor possible. The other tornado warning is the storm we were talking about before near Kearney in Chandler, where there is rotation on this storm that has been developing for the last several minutes. And there may even be a debris signature on that. This one is going to be the one that's going to be approaching Stroud, Kendrick, Davenport, and Chandler. If you're in this tornado warning, you need to seek shelter immediately away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, in an interior room of your home or building. That is a strong couplet that could produce a tornado at any time. Let me zoom out a little bit here. Again, just northeast of Oklahoma City is where we're at. That's the area of rotation. It looks like we're about to have a tornado with this. If not, there may have already been one. We got a small little debris signature by the looks of it. So we may have a tornado here. Moving east-northeast. I'm just waiting for the velocities to update on that. So again, south of Kearney. Could have a tornado on the ground approaching Chandler. And I believe we do. That looks like a debris signature to me. It's not a big one, but there's at least something there. Quickly going to go back to Missouri. And we're going to hop back and forth probably a little bit here, because this storm also near Smithville is concerning. Pretty populated area. This is the storm near Smithville. We don't have a new radar scan quite yet. This is going to be moving northeast towards Smithville and Plattsburgh, Missouri. Going towards Lathrop as well. Here's the latest scan. That is strong rotation. We could also get a tornado here. So, just to preface here, we could have two tornadoes on the ground at any time here. The one near Ridgely and Trimble, just south of Edgerton, near Smithville and Plattsburgh. And then the other one that is back over in Oklahoma, near Chandler. This one could be already on the ground. If not, it's about to drop. So you need to be in your safe place if you're in Chandler, Davenport, Kendrick, or Stroud in Oklahoma. Waiting for the next, the radar update here. Should come out here in a second. Here it is. All right, let's check it out. I'm not seeing any definitive CC drop here. See what the velocities look like. CJ Stroud does not live in Stroud, I don't think. Just waiting for the velocities to update here. Was Stroud hit by a tornado in 1999? Didn't know that. Here's the latest scan, and that looks broader. Okay, we're going to go back to Missouri. Again, that's the one in Oklahoma. We're still going to keep a close eye on it. That rotation broadened pretty quickly. Let's go back to the one that's back over here near Smithville with a stronger couplet. Again, this could be on the ground at any time. That is a very strong area of rotation that is moving into that area. Here's a live Radar Omega cyclone port on the left side of your screen. That is in just north of this storm. But this is the one that, again, could drop a tornado at any time near Smithville. You've got to seek shelter if you're in Smithville or Ridgely. We have two areas of rotation by the looks of it. We got one right here over Smithville and the other one just to the north of that. Again, in western Missouri, just north of Kansas City. That's going to be going towards Plattsburgh down the road and Lathrop. And those are the two pockets of rotation. And if you're in this tornado warning, you need to seek shelter immediately, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, in an interior room of your home or building. I'm going to see if we have any view of this on the Kansas City radar site. That's the one that's very localized here. We just don't have anything definitive here, like further away, but like closer up, we have very strong rotation. Smithville just went away. This rotation is very strong. Again, that's going to be approaching Trimble over the next few minutes. You've got to seek shelter if you're in Trimble or Ridgely. Very strong area of rotation. Once again, here in western Missouri. This is north of Kansas City. And then the tornado warning that is north of Oklahoma City. Rotation's broadened out over the last scan. We'll keep a close eye on it if anything develops. This tornado warning is still radar indicated, just for the record. Just updated. Let me zoom out a little bit so you have an idea of what we're looking at. These are the areas. Again, just north of Kansas City. This is near Trimble, Plattsburgh, Lathrop, Smithville, near Edgerton. Going to be going towards Turney as well in Missouri. And if you're in this warning, you need to seek shelter immediately. That is a strong couplet that's moving northeast. Hey, by the way, Ryan for the $20 super chat. I think what St. Louis will be mostly just wind. Maybe an isolated tornado threat, but mostly wind. Thank you for your generous $20 super chat. The camera on the bottom left of your screen is back up here to the north. It's an agency. It's right there. It's actually very windy there. And again, that gives you an idea of the wind that is going to be coming with these storms. We got very high winds across this entire line of storms. Thank you, Danielle, for becoming a Velocity member. Yeah, that rotation near Chandler's broadened out, so that one probably not going to be warned for too much longer. We're still watching the storms near Oklahoma City to see if they try to produce any tornadoes. Here's the latest radar scan, and that rotation near Trimble, and the latest scan's a bit broader. So let's hope it stays that way. It's a little bit broader there near Trimble. Yeah, that's moving northeast right now. More storms coming into more bad with tornadoes. Again, there might be an isolated tornado threat. If anything becomes mature and just, pretty discreet, there will definitely be a chance there for tornadoes in either southern or even central Oklahoma. But right now, it's uncertain, I'll say. It may or may not happen. With what we just saw back over near Bartlesville and, Barnsdall, it's possible that something like that happens there. But so far, they've not been very organized. Thank you, Vic, also for the $4.99. Thank you, Kyle, for the $5 super chat. You can contact me. I mean, we're on all social media platforms. They're all linked in the description below. Okay, let's go back to... Okay, we're going to go back through the 3 tornado warnings again real quick. Just kind of scroll through them here. We got one in Iowa, near Rockwell City. This one's, I don't think, going to continue. But if you're in that warning, continue to stay in your safe place for a few more minutes. Just call my grandparents in trouble, let them know that, about the storm. That's awesome. Glad I could help. Thank you, Nick. This is the velocities further away. This is closer up. Let's see what it looks like. We'll have a new scan on this in a second, so I'm going to stay here, and then we'll go back down to Oklahoma in a moment. Again, this is the one north of Kansas City. So again, if you're in this warning, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. The Chandler tornado warning is mostly wind at this point, from the looks of it. The one near Trimble, Mecca, and southwest of Westbridge still has the rotation. It looks like that rotation's died out, but we have very strong winds, upwards of probably 70 to 80 miles per hour with that storm. So still a relatively significant storm right now moving to the northeast. So, we'll keep a close eye on that. The storm near Oklahoma City is now a tornado possible label. So this is now becoming a more concerning storm. Again, not tornado warned, but the fact of the matter is this storm, if it does continue to intensify, it is going to be going towards Oklahoma City and Norman and more, where a tornado threat will exist. So the National Weather Service has upgraded this at least to a tornado possible label. Does not mean there's going to be a tornado, but there's at least some broad circulation that could lead to a tornado down the road. So, unfortunately, they've now issued that, at least on that storm near Oklahoma City. So we'll have to watch that storm very closely. That's not good at all, obviously. Heavy damage and casualties confirmed in both Barnsdall and Bartlesville. Rescue operations ongoing. Houses are destroyed. That is not what you want to hear. It's not what you want to hear. Let me see if there's any other updates on Twitter here. There's now ping pong ball sized hail being reported on the storm that is west of Oklahoma City right now. that we have circled. Also, new mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. This is a new update. As of 8 minutes ago, I just forgot to show you guys this. This is a new update. Supercells capable of all hazards are possible into the early overnight hours. Strong tornadoes remain possible. Again, anywhere from Oklahoma City back into even north central Texas. So stay vigilant, stay weather aware if you're in these areas. Unfortunately, we are not done with severe weather in this area. It is still, alive and well here in Oklahoma, where storms are continuing to really fire up and trying to intensify right now. That is the latest from the, once again, the Storm Prediction Center. According to Brandon Kopic, the entire east side of Barnesdale is gone. You do not see wording like that often either from Brandon, but apparently the entire east side of Barnesdale is gone in Oklahoma. That is not what you want to hear. Yeah, that was with the tornado emergency that we just had a little while ago, for those that are tuning in. That's, again, according to Brandon Kopic, which he was one of the, I think he was like the first storm chaser, at least on Radar Omega, that was in Barnesdale. And so, reportedly, the entire east side, or at least the east side to some extent, is gone. So, yeah, really unfortunate stuff there. Prayers to anybody in that area. I mean, again, I've already heard about casualties, but it's hard. It's something that you really can't speculate on. Hopefully nobody was injured or anything like that, but unfortunately from what we're hearing, it does sound like there's been a lot of injuries and perhaps even more than that, but again, we don't really know much more than that at this point. There's been numbers thrown out there, but I don't think anything's really officially confirmed. We had news reporting that there were 3 casualties confirmed at this point, but once again, it's too early to tell at this point, I think, for a lot of this stuff, but at least 2 or 3 confirmed is from what I've just heard, at least from News 9, reporting on that storm. Really just unfortunate stuff there in Barnesdale, and Bartlesville even got hit, but I don't think hit as hard. Storm HQ just posted a photo of a before and after in Barnesdale 2 on Twitter. I'm retweeting that on our Twitter page at MaxVelocityWX. But unfortunately, it just looks like significant damage there. Any new reports in Bartlesville? I haven't really seen any new reports, other than that there has been damage. But again, it's kind of a broad term. Not really any specific areas where I've seen, confirmed damage at this point. Just tagged you in a post? Okay. We still have a tornado warning north of Kansas City. Once again, that is back over near Smithville. And then we also have a tornado warning that we're currently on right now that is near Chandler, Oklahoma. And then the storm that is currently southwest Oklahoma City has a potential to produce a tornado down the road. And this is probably the most concerning storm that we have on the map right now. Just want to throw that out there. This definitely has a chance long-term to produce something potentially, impactful at the bare minimum. So we're going to continue to watch this storm very closely as it moves eastbound. That'll be approaching Norman, Moore, and Oklahoma City over the next several minutes. So continue to stay very vigilant if you're in those areas, because that will be the next area in the track of this particular storm. Yeah, I do appreciate anybody sending me reports. I'm trying to get through them. There's a lot of them. Yeah, the Hampton Inn in Bartlesville took a hit, Alpha. I've seen that. I've seen reports on that. Thank you for your $5 super chat. But yeah, I've seen those reports at this point. Unfortunately, at least that was hit. All right, we're down to 2 tornado warnings, which the one in Iowa has now been at least expired. And then the storm that is northeast of Smithville, still tornado warned, but the rotation's a bit broader on this storm, so not nearly as concerning. But we will continue to keep a close eye on it in case it does anything.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Uh-oh. There's a tornado warning just west of Joplin. So new tornado warning just to the north and west of Joplin, Missouri. This is in southeast Kansas and southwest Missouri. If you're in this tornado warning, you need to seek shelter immediately, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. Again, that's just west of Joplin, Missouri. That area of rotation is going to be right there near Columbus, moving northeast. So once again, if you're in this warning, seek shelter, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. And again, away from windows. This is not going towards Joplin, but it's just west of Joplin. So again, if you're in this warning, you need to seek shelter, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible if you're in this warning. Yeah, this is right now moving northeast. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I saw Joplin, and I said, I mean, you know, Joplin's an area that's been hit hard before, obviously. I think everybody knows of the, you know, significant tornado that happened a little over a decade ago and all that sort of stuff. I mean, actually, the north side of Joplin did have a land spout the other day, or a tornado. I can't remember what it was, but there was a brief touchdown of a tornado or land spout north of Joplin a few days ago. So, I mean, they've been hit recently. But, you know, again, this is just west of Joplin, Missouri. Rotation's still not super strong. It is broad. So we'll watch it closely as that continues to move northeast over the next several minutes. Doesn't feel like a decade ago? Yeah, I know. Doesn't either for me. I remember it happening literally on live TV. Storms in Iowa, no longer severe right now, but I would still be watching for at least damaging winds and an isolated tornado threat. Look at that outflow boundary, by the way. Wow. That is an impressive outflow boundary. Very definitive on radar. That thing is taking a stroll across Iowa right now. That means the tornado threat should stay low up there in Iowa. Not zero, but it's low. The one near Smithville, I'm not seeing much left for rotation there. Still got a few areas of rotation south of Oklahoma City, but all of them relatively broad right now. And then again, we still have that tornado warning northeast of Oklahoma City near Chandler. That rotation has been weaker over the last few minutes. I'm not seeing much there right now. And then just west of Oklahoma City, we still have that tornado possible label. We are still watching the storm closely as it heads towards Norman, Moore, and Oklahoma City. But right now, again, there's no active tornado warning on that. But again, one of the more concerning ones I think right now that we have is the one west of Joplin. Again, this is in southwestern Missouri and southeast Kansas, moving northeast. So we're going to continue to watch this storm very closely. Yes, I got Chick-fil-A. I mean, I'm not done, but it's fine. I'm not super hungry right now. Thank you, by the way, Tech, for becoming a Velocity member. I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't know how in the world we've been live for over 11 hours. It does not feel like it's been that long. We've been live for 11 hours and 15 minutes. That is our longest consecutive live stream of all time. Pretty crazy. All right, let me check Twitter and see if we have any more reports. I'm not seeing any new reports as of right now. Yeah, I'm not seeing any new reports as of right now on these storms, from earlier at least. And the storms that we have ongoing right now, nothing new yet. We have a sounding that was just released in Norman. A couple things to take note of here on the sounding. That's not the sounding. This is the sounding. From the Norman, Oklahoma sounding. I don't know why it's so blurry, but still got veering profiles, still got very strong winds throughout the entire atmosphere. So if any supercells near Norman, Oklahoma are relatively discreet, a strong tornado can still be possible in that environment. And that goes for anywhere back down there in southern or central Oklahoma right now. Still very strong wind shear throughout the entire atmosphere. How's it look for Springfield? I mean, you're probably going to mostly see damaging winds, maybe an isolated tornado threat. That's what I'm expecting right now. Thank you, Doge, for the $20 super chat. Appreciate that. No problem at all. Love your name, by the way, in your profile picture. All right, let's go back down to Oklahoma again. Let's go back to the Chandler one real quick. Yeah, nothing really on this Chandler storm right now. It looks like it's become fully outflow driven now. You can see that outflow boundary very definitively here on radar. And then this is really the main storm that we're going to have to watch for after this. Okay. Maybe not.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Well, I've gone ahead and issued a new tornado warning for Bristow and Stroud. Interestingly enough, this is going to be for Bristow and just east of Stroud. If you're in this tornado warning, make sure you seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. Once again, this is moving eastbound. Let me take off the METAR data here. I've had this on all day. Let me refresh the app real quick. But we have a new tornado warning again for Bristow. Sorry, Bristow in Oklahoma near Stroud. Again, this activity is all moving east. It's mostly damaging winds right now. But they have issued a new tornado warning on the storm now here. All right, here you go. So I'm not seeing really much rotation right now, but they have gone ahead and issued a new warning here in Oklahoma. But if you're in this warning, continue to stay in your safe place away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building. I'm still streaming. We've been live for a little over 11 hours. I told you guys at the beginning of this live stream today, this could easily be our longest live stream of all time. And it has been the longest stream of all time today. So, don't think I was joking when I said that. I was being serious. I mean, doesn't even feel like it's been that long, but it has been, apparently. By the way, a ton of people just Venmo'd me a little bit ago. I do appreciate anybody that Venmo'd. Justin, Elisa, Austin, Emma, Justin again. All those people, thank you guys for sending $5 and $10 Venmos. Appreciate it. Appreciate your generosity. And if you're just tuning in, these are two different tornado warnings right now. Northeast Oklahoma City, moving eastbound. Again, if you're in this activity, continue to stay in your safe place away from windows, lowest floor possible as it continues to move east. Not seeing anything imminent right now, but I would just, again, heed the warning. Make sure you're getting to your shelter spot. And again, we still have a tornado warning west of Joplin, Missouri, and we also have one that's north of Kansas City, I believe, still. That one at least goes for a few more minutes here. So that's 6 more minutes, I believe, on that one. I've been here since 1:10 p.m. Eastern Time from Ohio. This season has been solidified by desire for emergency relief, veterinarian for severe weather. As a fellow student, you're doing amazing. That's awesome. I'm glad you're getting into the field, and I appreciate your $10 super chat. That's awesome. New severe thunderstorm warning now for Norman and Moore, Oklahoma, and as well as Oklahoma City. That is for damaging winds right now up to 70 miles per hour. I'm going to put the live cam on Radar Omega at the bottom left of your screen. And also a tornado possible label is still on this for those near Oklahoma City, Moore, and Norman. Thank you, Gray, again for the reports and relaying the reports. I appreciate that. I appreciate you sending all that stuff in. I'm trying to get through the Twitter messages and stuff. There's just so many. I can only do so much at once, but I do appreciate your generosity. Thank you for relaying reports. It really helps out a lot. I'm trying to get all the information out. Still not really seeing any rotation on that storm. The one that's approaching more looks like a much more significant damaging wind threat developing. We could have wind gusts as high as 80 miles per hour right now heading towards Moore, Norman, Oklahoma City. Just want to throw that out there. So this is very significant right now heading eastbound. So damaging winds right now as high as 80 miles per hour will be possible near Moore, Oklahoma City, and Norman. Very, very significant storm activity heading that direction. How am I eating today? Not really. Had some chicken nuggets, Diet Coke. It's going well. Going well. All right, zoom out a little bit here. Chicken nuggets, get this man a steak. I couldn't eat a steak on a live stream. That'd be impossible. I appreciate that, Ashley. Thank you for the $4.99. Glad you've been here for a while. Yeah, we still got tornado warnings northeast Oklahoma City. We do have one west of Joplin. Let me just quickly update you on that one. Rotation's still there, just northwest there of Joplin. No CC drop or anything, but could still drop a tornado. It'll be approaching Lamar, Missouri here pretty soon, and just west and northwest of Joplin. Tornado warning was canceled north of Kansas City. We do still have 3 tornado warnings that are ongoing. 2 on the same storm up here near Chandler, and the other one near Joplin. And then a tornado possible on the storm near Moore, Norman, Oklahoma City, but damaging winds that are being widespread right now, upwards of 70 miles per hour and even up to 80 miles per hour possibly, are still really significant. So if you're in that area, obviously make sure that you are staying, weather aware, staying away from windows, all that sort of stuff. We could get a very significant wind event there here pretty soon. And then the storms that are currently back down in southwest Oklahoma are starting to ramp up. So these could be tornado threats as they develop. So keep that in mind. Very far southern Oklahoma, those storms are trying to ramp up right now, and those could also produce a threat for tornadoes down the road. So I'm just going to zoom out a little bit, but 3 areas that we're watching. We got one here, we got one right in here, and then we got one right up in here. Almost looks like a heart. That's the area those are the few areas that we're watching here. New development near Lawton. We got damaging winds up to 70 near Oklahoma City. And then also back up near Tulsa. Still some pretty significant storms there. Been watching you since 1 p.m. also in Ohio. I'm glad I can help. Thank you, Druxy, for the $5 super chat. Arcadia, Oklahoma should have stayed in California. Appreciate the $20 super chat. Yeah, I mean, some people move to, the central and southern plains and forget about the weather here. One of the biggest things here in these states. All right, we're back to water. I ran out of Diet Coke. Water's probably better anyways. Any drunk NATOs? No drunk NATOs. Nope. Drunk NATOs were not in the forecast today. We had a tipsy tornado earlier today, but no drunk NATOs. Been watching you since the time you signed on. That's pretty remarkable. I gotta be honest with you. For anybody that's been here the entire time, I really do appreciate your support. I mean, obviously, this has been a very long live stream. My voice is still going. I've felt a bit more strain in my voice here a little bit, but it is impressive how I've been live for almost 12 hours straight without having any issues. It's incredible. If we were live 12 hours, 2 years ago, I would lose my voice in like 6 hours. So, pretty crazy stuff. This is the tornado warning again, northwest of Tulsa. or sorry, not northwest of Tulsa, northwest of Joplin. I don't know where I got Tulsa from. That rotation doesn't look super strong right now, but we'll continue to watch it in case it does do anything weird. It's still it's relatively broad still. It's going to be going towards Lamar, Missouri here pretty soon. So just continue to stay in your safe place if you are in that warning, just in case anything happens there. And the rotation right now near Stroud is still very broad. That's also going towards Bristow. So if you're in those areas, just continue to stay in your safe place. This is now a destructive storm in Oklahoma. 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds heading towards Norman. So once again, destructive supercell here, heading towards Norman and more right now.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We also have a new tornado warning for Lamar. So that tornado warning will continue back over in Missouri. That's going towards Lamar. Again, circulation is still broad, but it's north of Joplin, going towards Lamar, Missouri. Keep a close eye on it if anything happens. But we do have a destructive storm right now heading towards Moore.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And we have another tornado warning east of Kansas City. So that is a strengthening area of rotation near Grain Valley, moving east, northeast, and northeast towards Richmond and Higginsville. So we'll keep a close eye on that over the next several minutes as that activity moves to the east-northeast. I'll go back to that probably in a minute because that rotation's strong. I'm trying to update you on this warning in Oklahoma City, but I can't. Just south of Oklahoma City near Moore and Norman, we have a damaging windstorm right now that is going to be producing the threat of damaging winds as high as 80 miles per hour. So if you are in this warning, you need to treat this as if it's a tornado warning because destructive damaging winds as high as 80 miles per hour will be possible. This right here is a significant area of damaging winds. And I'm not trying to be dramatic again, but that is significant. This is all straight line winds right now heading right towards the Oklahoma City, southern side of Oklahoma City. Velocity is currently estimating winds right around 80 miles per hour. So this is a significant storm right now that's about to enter into Moore and Norman, Oklahoma within the next few minutes. This is going to be approaching Moore, Norman, and Interstate 35 within the next 10 minutes or so. So you need to seek shelter if you're in this area, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible if you're in Moore or Norman, Oklahoma. Once again, that is a destructive storm right now that is moving east right into Moore and Norman. Again, that's damaging winds as high as 80 to 85 miles per hour. All right. And then the storm that is near Lamar and Joplin, there's again some rotation here just north of Joplin. Could still produce a tornado that's moving towards Lamar. It's not going towards Joplin for the record. With that said, we do have something near Joplin. Can't really tell what it is right now. That is, looks like some sort of rotation right over Joplin right now. So we got something right over Joplin, maybe now on the east side. Might be some sort of rotation here that just went over Joplin, moving eastbound. We'll have to get another velocity scan here in a second. And then the tornado warning near Grain Valley is a strong couplet that's just not updated either. So those two radar scans behind right now. Yeah, we got strong rotation.
Right over Joplin. Now moving to the east of Joplin, I do want to say that the town of Joplin now is not included in that new tornado warning that was just issued. It's past Joplin now. But Webb City, Pleasant Valley, Brooklyn Heights, Carthage, Maxville, Carytown, Maple Grove, Golden City, all of these places in Missouri are now under a
new
tornado warning
has been issued
as a as a result of that spin up that has occurred near Joplin. So Carthage, take shelter now. And then there's another daggone tornado warning up here in Missouri. You got a little bit of rotation here moving up towards Creighton. Creighton and Urich, Missouri, take shelter. Then, of course, Grain Valley, Wellington, Henrietta, and Richmond, Missouri. Also, you guys are under a tornado warning right now. We've got quite a few warnings in Missouri at this moment. Brad tried to chime in. Let's get back with him. Go ahead, Brad.
Hey, Ryan, I was going to let you know that we are almost in Norman right now. We're going to head north into Moore to intercept this. I'm picking up 80 to 85 mile per hour winds with this considerable under PDS thunderstorm warning. So we're going to intercept this. Tornado potential is very low with this one. It's outflow dominant, but this could definitely cause some major damage with this severe thunderstorm we're going through.
I'm so sorry. I was muted again. I'm sorry. Anyways, Brad's going to go put himself in front of the 80 mile per hour winds here and more. Basically, what I was saying was if you're in Moore or Norman, you need to treat this as if it's a tornado warning and get to your safe spot because 80 mile per hour winds can do tornado-like damage, okay? Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ren, my camera's not working right now. I'm sorry. There is a debris signature on Joplin, storm headed towards Carthage. And again, it looks more intense on this newest scan. And I also wanted to talk about the Oklahoma City destructive winds that are incoming. I can see it from the test bed radar. A majority of those winds are actually oriented basically due east, both towards the Oklahoma City radar and also the test bed radar. Again, I'm starting to see indications that we could have a spin-up tornado forming on the northern edge of these strong winds that are moving through. So watch out, Valley Brook. The current no tornado warnings with this, but a PDS severe is just as important, particularly dangerous situation, severe. And the orientation of this rear inflow jet is going to bring these damaging winds for a long period of time into the areas of Moore, and just surrounding Moore, essentially. And that means that any straight line wind damage could be accentuated here by the long residence time of these damaging winds that are being pushed forward. They're pushing the storm forward. This is a rear
New
inflow
information.
jet, and it
This
is pretty
tornado
strong.
warning has been upgraded.
Okay, so brace for impact for significant winds, maybe in excess of 80 miles per hour, maybe even higher than that in Moore and Norman here on the southern side of the Oklahoma City metro. Get to your tornado shelter. If you're down here in Moore or Norman, you've got to get to your tornado shelter and treat this as if it's a tornado because it's going to feel like one for a lot of you that experience some of those 80 to 90 mile per hour wind gusts that are kind of inevitable now with the storm that's getting ready to come through there. Also, this tornado warning for Carthage, Carytown, Jasper, and Golden City in Missouri is now an observed. It's a confirmed tornado. Okay, we've got a tornado on the ground heading right towards Carthage. Right now, that tornado, I believe, is somewhere near the King Jack Park. Okay, if you know where the King Jack Park is, you know around about where we think the tornado is right now. Additionally, let me just look at a couple other things here. So if you know where that is, you know around where the tornado is. It's also going to be moving up in the general direction of Brooklyn Heights. All right, and also. If you know where the Pleasant Valley Elementary School is, or the Ruby Trail milepost 14, if you know where that is, just off State Highway 171 there, that's about where the tornado is on the west side of Carthage there. Anybody from the Carthage Municipal Park all the way over to Brooklyn Heights could be experiencing a tornado right now. Downstream, this is going to go over I-49 more than likely near Kendricktown up there near the Americold Logistics Carthage area. And then also it's going to go over North Wood Street up there towards Civil War Ranch and 4 States leak detection. If you guys know about that up there, past the bend on I-49 north of Carthage. Get ready for that. Also, we expect this to make it up there between Firefly Euro Boxers and Carytown near the Genesis Auto Salvage Sales there, just near Carytown. So get ready for that. Downstream, we're thinking about maybe Jasper and Golden City getting in on the action here from a tornado that has formed near Joplin and is now going up towards, once again, Carthage, Carytown, Jasper, and Golden City. You got to take shelter now.
Ryan, sorry to interrupt you. We got power flashes coming through the city of Moore right now, north of us right now. We can see it being lit up. A lot of power flashes going on.
All right. So it looks like some significant damage is happening right now in Oklahoma City.
Hey, Ryan, do you have a copy?
Between Mustang, Moore, and Newcastle right now. Brad Arnold is saying that he's seeing power flashes. Let's pull his feed up full. And we'll talk to Ryan Scholl as well. Go ahead, Ryan. And then, Andy, when he's done, I'll let you know.
I'm currently sitting on the west side of Moore-ish. Power is flickering, have gusts up to words of 60 to 70 miles an hour right now. It's getting a little bit wild on the west side of Norman. It's probably going to keep getting worse here in the next couple minutes.
Okay. I don't know if we've got... Ryan Scholl available to us, but we're talking to Ryan Scholl, who's getting hit by the winds now. Brad Arnold's getting ready to take a direct hit by some of those winds as well. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, progression exactly how I talked about the storm before it entered the metro area here on the north side. There is maybe a light or a very small debris ball here west of Valley Brook. May be gone on the next scan, but these little spin-ups can also just carry little bursts of strong winds with them. Even if it's not directly tornado damage, there can still be some strong straight-line winds here going through Valley Brook. And then just some analysis on the straight line wind threat that's happening
Ryan, we have
here.
Power flash going off on the screen right now.
95 to 100 mile per hour winds, about 800 feet above the surface via the KTLX radar. So if we were to do a simple rule of thumb where we subtract 10 miles per hour per 1,000 feet, that the winds have to travel downward through the atmosphere where we're sampling them from, we can extrapolate that the worst of the wind damage is likely reaching 90 miles per hour here in the western Moore area right now, and that's approaching I-35 quickly, and will also again be in place for quite some time, meaning that wind damage would be accentuated here just due to how long these strong winds will be in place. So I think that the straight line wind threat here may be quite concerning. There's our tornado warning, of course, for the spin-ups on the northern side. So the now casting that we did 10 minutes ago, 15 minutes ago even, is going right accordingly. So I'm glad we were able to get that good information out.
Absolutely. Absolutely killing it. Meteorologist Andy Hill. Tornado warning now for Oklahoma City. This is the rotation or the the part of the storm
a new
that
tornado
is capable
warning
of producing a
issued.
tornado is going to move right through Valley Brook, Midwest City, Nicoma Park, Spencer, Choctaw, all the way up there towards Hara and Luther as well. So we need everybody up there to take shelter. We also need you to be in your safe spot as well in Moore, if you haven't already gotten there. The winds, the strongest winds are still right on your doorstep. We've got storm chaser Brad Arnold now moving into the stronger winds on I-35. as he's going north right now, right into more on Interstate 35. So we'll see what happens here as the bulk of the strongest winds are to his north right now. Let's see here. Who else do we have out here? Yeah, Ryan Scholl, we got him up. Okay. All right, that should work. So we're going to watch this very closely here.
A new tornado warning
as
has been
we
issued.
go check back in on Missouri as well, okay? Because we've got a lot of stuff going on over here in Missouri. We still got a confirmed tornado warning for Carytown and Jasper, and they've actually just kind of expanded that out to Lockwood and Greenfield, Missouri as well. You guys got to take shelter out here, as we did have a tornado form near Joplin and move very close to Carthage. I don't know if that tornado is still with us. I don't know if it's still there, but it definitely could be. We've got a lot of rotation here, and that could be sticking around with us all the way up there towards, once again, Lamar, Lockwood, those areas in Missouri. You guys have got to take shelter immediately. Back to our Oklahoma City storm. Man, the velocities here are just, oh man, this is not good. This is a prime example of exactly what the heck not to do if you're in Oklahoma City right now. Don't park under an overpass on an interstate. Who started that? I want to fight them. I want to meet them and I want to fight them. I don't know where that started. That's like the dumbest thing you could possibly ever do. Anyways, Brad is just now getting into an area where I think some of the really strong winds are going to be visible here to us within the next little bit. So we're looking north now towards Moore, Oklahoma, and you can see that the winds are really starting to pick up already in his location there on I-35.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And remember, whenever the winds start going there in Moore, in places around Moore, near Clothier, Franklin, Newcastle, all the way up there to Valley Brook, they're not going to stop very quickly. We're going to have a sustained period of strong winds in the southern Oklahoma City metro area. We also have a tornado warning that is continuing now for Oklahoma City, Midwest City, Choctaw, Hara, and Spencer. You guys all need to be in your safe spots, whether you're in Moore, Franklin, Midwest City, Choctaw, Hara, that whole area on the southeastern side of Oklahoma City and the southern side needs to be sheltered. Got a considerable severe thunderstorm warning now in portions of Missouri. Let's go check back in on our Missouri storm real quick. It's the tornado warned storm is still looking very impressive and concerning. Hopefully everybody in Carytown and Golden City is still in their safe spots, as well as you guys in Lockwood and Greenfield. Same thing for you guys in Warrensburg, Missouri, and now Rayville and Richmond, Missouri. We've got a pretty interesting area of rotation that's come together here near Orick, and another one down here near Camden. That's going to be moving towards Richmond, Missouri. Once again, take shelter in Richmond, Missouri, and Rayville, Missouri. Wow, we have a lot of warnings right now in Missouri. Hey, Molly, thank you for that. So if you're just now tuning in, we're watching a destructive severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado move into the Oklahoma City metro area. Stronger winds are now moving into more towards Woods, Newalla, those areas. Thankfully, we're not seeing too much in the form of tornadic activity with our supercells that are forming here in a very favorable tornadic environment. Thankfully, so far. We have seen, of course, one significant tornado at least today, maybe even more than that, but we're still starting to hear some more, damage, information coming in from Barnesdale, Oklahoma, and Bartlesville. We're going to relay that to you as soon as we get a moment here. And now we've got this whole line of storms here in Missouri is spinning up tornadoes left and right. We got a tornado warning in Greenfield, Golden City, Missouri, Warrensburg, Richmond, Missouri. Y'all need to be taking shelter. It looks like we're getting close to $60,000 raised over at the y'allsquad.org. Once again, I can't say thank you enough. We're going to put that to good use as we go help people in probably Barnesdale, Oklahoma. I hopefully we don't have to hit any other towns down here. Barnesdale and Bartlesville, they've already been hit. Hopefully nothing else happens, but of course it still could, end up being a bigger deal here as we continue to watch these storms race across Oklahoma and now into Missouri as the night goes on. Kevin says, Ryan, you need a light that comes on when you're mute to alert you. Dude, that's such a good idea. That could be another use of the lights, because I'm doing that. I'm going to set that up as soon as I end the stream. Yeah.
A new tornado warning has
Why
been
didn't I
issued.
think of that sooner? All right, we got a new tornado warning in Cedar and Vernon counties in Missouri. That's going to be for Lamar, Montevallo, and Jericho Springs. It's associated with this area of rotation right here. So get ready and take shelter if you haven't already. Yeah, in front of me I have well over 100 buttons programmable through the Stream Deck platform. And it would take me about 5 minutes to make a button that muted my microphone and then change the color of the lights. And then I click it again and it unmutes the microphone and turns the lights back normal. I think that I'm going to set that up before the next stream. Huge shout out to to whoever had that idea. That's probably going to help me a lot in the future. Go ahead, Elijah. Was that Elijah? Maybe not. Oh, go ahead, Andy.
Sorry, Ryan. I might have pressed orange. I'm tired and it's hard to aim my mouse this late. I think that the tornado warning near Pittsville, Missouri, is going to be confirmed. I think we have a debris signature here from the spin-up tornado. It's been one of the more persistent ones for a while now, so I think that we'll see an upgrade to this warning, and it'll go out to Fayetteville, Missouri, and Concordia, Missouri, along I-70. eventually here. So y'all watch out ahead of this thing as we get probably an extended warning here that goes in through northeastern Johnson County and southeastern Lafayette County, or however you say it in Missouri, for Concordia and surrounding areas.
Okay. Thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Hill. We've got some big-time rotation showing up here near Columbus, Missouri. Robbins, Hoffman, all the way up to, like he said, Concordia. Y'all watch out, okay? We probably are going to have a new tornado warning here shortly associated with that. Man, literally every storm that is popping up here in Missouri, this whole line in Missouri needs to be watched closely. If you're in Chillicothe, Trenton, Warrensburg, Marshall, Sedalia, Springfield, Bolivar, Republic, anywhere downstream from this vertical line of storms that's going across Missouri right now, you got to watch out for some strong winds. And, you know, obviously these storms have a very real capacity and the ability to produce tornadoes. So get ready for that.
Hey, Ryan, when you got a second?
That was Caleb. Let's talk to Caleb. Go ahead, Caleb.
Hey, I'm just coming up behind this storm that's kind of gone through the Oklahoma City metro over the last little bit, and I've already come across several areas with pretty substantial tree damage, and then obviously some power outages as well. So as it kind of pushes more into Oklahoma City and across the metro, that may be something that you start to experience if you're in the area.
Okay, thank you very much. Storm chaser Caleb Beecham out there in Hall Force 1 in Oklahoma, storm chasing for us this evening. Caleb Beecham is also our operations director for the Y'all Squad, so he's going to be instrumental in our efforts to try to, you know, get the Y'all Squad funds out there and in use properly. So we very much appreciate Caleb and everything that he does. Hopefully you guys went and subscribed to his YouTube channel. He's streaming right now as well. Bryce Shelton has a decent view, I think, of the storm coming into moving through Oklahoma City now. You can see some of the stronger wind gusts there. Very, very interesting stuff tonight, to say the least.